Well, we're going to visit Court 1 because Court 12 certainly doesn't look as if it's ready anytime soon. Court 1 has been called now. It is a little bit dark in here, and I'm hoping we're going to get some extra lights turned on shortly. I've made a request to the arena. There are some lights that are still not switched on, so we're going to try and make that effort very soon.
Just a reminder, we need all matches up to number 4 for all ranges. All matches up to number 4 for all ranges. You must be in holding this time.
Okay, so the first bouts are complete. Win for Canada here on court 12. So now back onto court 1. Looks like we've got some men lining up it's a senior men minus 80 kilo category. It's a preliminary round between Christopher Iliescu of Canada and Cedric Nzuli, also of Canada. So 2 Canadians coming up on court 1. In fact, interesting, they're both actually doing each other's costumes. Obviously good friends, good training partners, and that's going to take place on court 1 very shortly.
want to find out because the guy is here. Okay.
Currently there's no action on court 1, which is why we're not flicking you over. We're just doing a quick video review as well here on court 12. It's all action from court 1 and 12 we're showing you here today. Not sure why there's a bit of a gap over on court 1. I know there's been a few people scurrying around with a couple of schedule changes very quickly. So I'm not sure what's happening there, but we will keep an eye on that. There's a replay just taking place, video replay taking place here with the score 2 apiece on court number 12 between Stewart of Canada and Ababse of the United States. Just in the top corner as well, you can just see in the blue and red we've got Taylor Mohammed of Great Britain in the blue, and in the red he's having helmet problems. He's just gone to change. He doesn't like the fit of the helmet. So Dakota McDonald of the United States. Well, it's a busy day here. We're going to be all the way through to the finals. We certainly are hoping that video replay has been rejected with 29 seconds to go in the third. We've got all the action from yesterday is still available, of course, on the YouTube channel. And had a couple of really lovely interviews. Point there for Stewart. Canada take the lead with only 10 seconds to go. All 3-all. Babsy gets a kick in there. This looks like it could be golden point. There's an attack. Nobody scores. And it's golden point. Well, while we're waiting, let's just have a look. You can see there's 12 mats here on 2 halves. There's another half on the left-hand side as well. There's over 2,500 competitors have entered all the different age groups. It was wonderful to see some of the youngsters earlier on. This is court 11. There's Taylor Mohammed in the blue and Dakota McDonald in the red. They're just getting ready to start. Don't seem to be in any great rush to get going, do they here? Anyway, we'll try and get back to that in a little while. But first of all, golden point here on court 12. you can probably hear with the announcers, there are some quite serious changes with match numbers taking place. Here we are on court 1, into the last few seconds. And there's the break, and while we take the break, let's have a quick look at court 11. And Taylor Mohammed 6-0 up on Dakota McDonald here. The query about the electronic head guard by the looks of it. Well, wouldn't you know it? Just your luck. Trying to snatch a little bit of action from one of the outer courts, and they have a little stoppage. A good start from Mohammed in the first minute. The clock seems to be still running, actually. I think they yes, they're letting it run down. Something seems to be a bit strange with the clock there, but here we go. And that'll be 7 now with another Kyungo. So a very good start here for Mohammed. Plus a class act. This Brit, and he's looking well in control here. Only 30 seconds into the first period. Got a little referee's judgment, but we'll have to go back to court 1 because they have started here on 1. We'll go back to 11 shortly. And also, it looks like things are going to start kicking off on court 12 any second. Here's Brigata Yage of Spain, the number 1 seed and favourite to take this event. She's been an absolute sterling performer. Being pushed a little bit here though. It's still 0-0 early on. Just shows you how competitive this sport is. This is against an Ecuadorian competitor, Cristina Pavon, who's already actually fought in a preliminary round match here. Kyungo against Pavon, and Yarg takes the lead thanks to 2 Kyungos. Just shows the depth of international Taekwondo. Rita Yarg from Spain has been in many Grand Prix finals around the world. And here she is now. First round encounter, and she's been pushed hard. Latala Mohammed is 10-1 up over on court 11. I know there's a big contingent watching this from Great Britain. Hope you're enjoying the snow over there. There's only around 20 degrees here today. And action has started on court 12. Let's have a quick look at court 11 just while the girls. This is Latala Mohammed here, who's almost certainly going to take this quite comfortably. It won't even go the full distance. 11-1 up. We've not even got to the end of the first round. They've had quite a lot of stoppages over on that particular court. Quite a bit of support for the Ecuadorian girl on court 1. Okay, so they're coming to a stop now on that court. So let's get back to the action. Here's court 12, and Edwards from Jamaica against Malone from the United States. So Yarg really working hard for a lead here, 2-0 up. Got a very strong defence. It looks like it's all over on Mohammed's court. He's 18-2 ahead into the second period, so he's, as we all know who follow World Taekwondo, he's a free scorer, this man. And that bout's going to be stopped very shortly. I think they're not permitted to stop the bout unless it's got over halfway through, so they have to wait until there's 1 minute to go in the second period, and then they'll stop. I think another head kick from Mohammed. I just saw there in the corner of my eye. He also goes down. Yarg 3-0 up here. The Ecuadorian, she's got some skills, this lady. But she's come up against the world #1 in Brigitte Yarg. And that's going to end her 10 seconds to go. She needs a head kick to stay in this. Yarg goes into defensive mode. She'll happily just step off the court. She'll collect some kyungos. With 3 seconds to go, she can just walk off the court time and time again. And the Ganjon there given a full point, but it doesn't really matter. There might be a query about the score, but that match is all over for sure. With Yarg winning. Doesn't matter if it was 4-1 or 5-2, really. The result was, it wasn't even close. Here's court 12. Edwards, good job, 8-2 up on Malone. There's a referee's replay there, so let's have a quick look up at court 11. Catch up on Mohammed, who's 19-3 up on McDonald now. I'm sure they should have stopped this by now, but maybe I'm going to have a chat with a referee. Certainly if there's a 12-point gap, I think it was changed to 15 at one stage because points are much more free scoring, but he's accumulating the points up here. And yeah, Dakota McDonald is being out physicaled, and this match is, of course, Mohammed is the number 3 seed, I think, at this event. The seedings aren't showing on the draw that I have in front of me, but from his draw position, it looks like he's been seeded 3. 22-3, another head kick. Now McDonald goes down and
Luis Aldama from the United States.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. I think in both situations that should be stopped. Anyway, back to court 12.
Jacoby Wright to ring 7. Jacoby Wright to ring number 7. You have 1 minute.
Well, things have been completed over on court 11. Not really surprising. In the end, it was 22 points to 4. A very, very comprehensive victory for Latala Mohammed. And no action currently on courts 1 and 12, but we'll have a look at the athletes who are just getting ready to come out for the third period.
Christopher Aldama, match number 12-04. Christopher Aldama, match 12-04. You have 1 minute to report to ring 12.
We're very pleased to say they've turned on some extra lights here in this hall, so a little bit more brightly lit, very handy.
Jacoby Wright. Jacoby Wright from the United States. Match 7-311. Jacoby Wright from the United States. You have 1 minute to report to ring 7, or you will be disqualified. Jacoby Wright, report to ring 7 immediately.
Win for Kenneth Edwards from Jamaica, 12 points to 7 over on court 12. No action currently on court 1 at the moment. They seem to be all looking at helmets. I think there's a central table full of lots of helmets of different sizes, which are all of course, the new electronic system. So while we've got a delay there, we'll have a look back up on. Let's have another look over at court 11 and see what's going on over there.
in the senior male under 80 category. There was a change. Eric Roziza and Theodore Hazinski were a match 3.1 in the male under 80 category. Lastly, in the male over 87 category, Matthew Ross from Canada and Jacoby
We're just flicking between courts 1 and 12 as often as we can. If it's a video replay, we'll let them do it, and we'll come back and join them a little bit later on. We're live here at USA Taekwondo. 0-0 here between Bergeron of Canada and Oden of the United States in the male minus 87 kilogram category. quite a big height difference between the two. I almost can't believe they're in the same weight category, but that sometimes happens in Taekwondo. They're still doing the video replay over on court 1 at the moment. Let's have a quick look up at court 11, which we get a sort of decent view from here. Healy from the United States in red is 12-1 up on Robledo of the United States. And back to court 12. Well, we're just seeing there's a comfortable lead at the moment for China, 14-1 up over the United States. Over on court 1, but we're going to go to court 12 in a second because we have one of the legends of the sport taking the stage, Alan Cook from the Isle of Man, and very pleased to say that we're hoping to grab Patrice Remarque, who used to be Aaron's coach, so knows a lot about Aaron. And in fact, these guys are just going off to choose their helmets, so we have a slight delay, but we'll go straight to that. As soon as it looks like starting, we'll shoot straight over.
Doctor?
Well, we've just seen that match finish quite comprehensively, 23 points to 2. But we're going to flick over to Aaron Cook here, who's over on court 12. And I'm very pleased to say the US Taekwondo head coach, Patrice Remarque, has joined me, who, by a weird coincidence, and there is a reason that he's joining me a little bit earlier in the day, is used to actually coach Aaron, didn't you? And you know him pretty well. First of all, welcome, Patrice.
Yes, I would like to say hello to everybody, and I would like to wish Happy New Year to everybody. Yes, I used to be the coach for Aaron Cook. I live in England for 14 months in his house, and I was his private coach. So I have a chance to see him inside, the way that he trained, his focus, and his incredible athletic skills.
Yeah, and he is one of the legends of the sport, isn't he? And he obviously had a big down at the Olympic Games. You know, there was a lot of controversy. And people wondered whether he'd actually give up sport, but he does love the sport, and that's the thing. Even though his whole aim was London 2012, his dreams were shattered, here he is competing with the best of the world, and he's still winning major Grand Prix. And, you know, you have to take your hat off to him, don't you? You have to just say, well done, Aaron.
Yeah, well, Aaron is not only an incredible athlete, but the main thing is that he's very humble. He loves to win, he loves to fight.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that he was able to bounce back, because it was very hard for him. Olympic was in his own town. The Olympic was at home in London, and unfortunately he couldn't participate. I believe at the time he was the best fighter for that division. I was inside. All the litigation. I have to make some analysis and the position as well. But I'm glad that he was able to bounce back, and right now he's proving that he's one of the best fighters. He's the current number one in the welterweight division.
Yeah, and it is great to see that Aaron has chosen to continue participating and really is lighting up the the circuit. Now, as a coach, obviously you know tactics inside out. And one question I wanted to ask you is Aaron was famous at one stage for this head kick and then falling down on his bottom and basically stopping play. Now, because they brought the new rule in, Aaron has had to really change one of the big parts of his attacking game because he can't afford to go down all the time like he used to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one of the things that we did was in terms of a lot of cut kick. He can still spin. He's one of the best spinner in the game, and I believe that the new rule, which allowed to have a +2 when you spin at the body, so I think that is advantageous to him.
Yeah.
Aaron, yes, he's falling less. I mean, he's adapting to the game, and he shows that he has a lot of incredible skill. I mean, he's number one. He's adapting to the game. He knows how to score, and he has incredible speed as well. He's very, it's very interesting to see Aaron. He's very entertaining.
Yeah.
And most of his game are always suspenseful. He will fight until the end.
Yeah.
So he's one of the best fighters because of his tenacity, because of his skill, and it's always enjoyable to see everyone fighting.
And one of your boys here against him, Issa Ababse. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about Issa.
Well, the thing is, the thing that I know is that we have Steven Lopez. I mean, in his division, and Steven Lopez, he was one of the legends. He's a legend.
Absolutely.
For Taekwondo.
Absolutely.
5-time world champion, 2 gold medals at the Olympics, 1 bronze medal. Yeah. And, the game changed, so we have Steven Lopez, his style was more to wait and be able to block and manage, the competition. But he's changing, adapting, and I think that he's coming up. So we can see that Steven Lopez is climbing up. He used not to compete. He didn't have a lot of points in terms of ranking, but he's coming close. It'll be interesting to see. They are fighting. They have several fights, and Steven Lopez was able to beat Aaron Cook one time.
Yeah.
And at the Pan Am Open, the fight was really close. So Steven Lopez is coming. So it's being interesting. That division is very interesting. There is Lutolo Mohamed who is here. There is Talik Golek from Germany, who was a 1-time world champion. Steven Lopez, who's 5-time world champion. So that division is very interesting to follow, very exciting.
This category, the -87, it seems to be, I said earlier on, it's like the blue ribboned event now of Taekwondo. Everybody's looking at this category because there are so many legends of the sport all fighting at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not going to happen forever. Lopez won't be fighting forever, and we should enjoy it while it's here and in front of us right now.
And I think that what the thing is incredible about Lopez is one of the oldest fighters now. I think that he's 36, 37. And his goal is to qualify to Olympics. Aaron is 10 years younger. Aaron is 22, 23, so very, very young. And I think that's an exciting division. So seeing both styles, Aaron is making adjustments, to adapt to a new game, the electronic, system, and we have Lopez making adjustments. And I think that, at the end of the year, they are going to select the top 6, and it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen. This is Aaron Cook. He just kicked to the face. The score is 0-9. And Aaron Cook is very unpredictable, incredible speed. He was able to reach his fighter to the face. And the match we're seeing now is very exciting as well.
Yeah. And that was a good example of the way he used to kick a lot. That he'd take the risk, he'd get his bottom up high, he'd get the kick to the head, and then he'd go down. So he was happy to take a Kyung-go because he knew he was going to kick the head.
Well, you can take a risk when you know that you have a chance to score 3 points to the face, so you take that risk. Everyone likes to do that. Very acrobatic, very dynamic, very agile, one of the most agile fighters. So, it's interesting. One of the things is that I watch Aaron training. He trains, every day, 3 hours doing Taekwondo, 3 hours doing physical training. And one of the things that he does, he works his speed with using some cognitive technology. But Aaron, when he's in the zone, when he's fighting in the exchange, he can always do something which is incredible. So when Aaron is in a delicate balance, he will do some amazing stuff. When you think that he's finished, it is not. Aaron has the ability to do some techniques and always impactful.
Yeah. And the quality of play, Ababse is not a bad fighter at all. And here Aaron is just comfortably accumulating points.
Yeah, exactly what he's doing. The score it is 1-12, so Aaron is, I think, he's taking easy. I don't think that is a fight that he had to do that much. He's just doing right now what he needs, to pass this fight.
Yeah.
This is, one his first fight, so I think that he's going to wait until, around, when he's going to meet the big guys.
Yeah.
So we're going to see some very interesting stuff in terms of techniques and strategy, because each one are learning against each other. So that's very interesting. Now the score is 1 to 13. They're still in the first round, and there is already a 12-point gap.
Yeah.
So
This is the second round, by the way. Yeah.
second, okay.
Yeah.
Then,
So-
well, at the end of that round, if everyone is able to maintain the 12-point gap, so then the match is going
They
to
will
end.
finish,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
And
So-
that's good because he doesn't want to carry on into a third. He'd rather store the energy for the next
Yeah,
round.
exactly. I mean, this is a strategy. I mean, he's ahead, so he's just doing the minimum. So the match is finished, and the score 113, 12-point gap.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what is expected from Aaron Cook.
That was a very clinical Aaron Cook. You would say that's a typical Aaron Cook performance.
Yeah, he's easy fighter against him, so Aaron surclassed that athlete, and he was an easy fight. So we are waiting, for the harder one when he's going to fight Lutolo or Steven Lopez or Galek from Germany.
Yeah.
It's going to be more interesting.
Yeah, well, I think Latalo is actually in a different category. Of course, this is the minus 80 and there's the minus
Yeah,
87.
that is true.
So this is one of those where Latalo's actually in one of the others, but there's Damon Samson,
Yeah,
there's
Damon Samson.
Yermanium from Armenia, Steven Lopez, of course. The way Lopez has come through. Look, we'll chat more. I've got a million questions to ask you about Lopez and the US national team, but thank you very much for coming in just for that one match, and you enjoy yourself. I know you've got a lot of work to do out there today. But hopefully we'll catch up with you later, Patrice.
Yes, thank you for your time, and I think that what you're doing is great, and I'm glad that the US Open is live and people are able to follow you, and the interaction that you're giving, the perspective, you're allowing a different coach to come and talk is very interesting. So I like what you're doing. So
No,
just
that's really appreciated. We had over 7,000 people watching us yesterday, so there's a lot of Taekwondo fans from around the world enjoying this, and thank you for your time. That's really good.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Cheers, Patrice, and we'll see Patrice a little bit later on. He's going to head off. He's got 1,000,001 jobs to do, of course. USA fighters all around the venue, and he's got to do a lot of washing, and really interested to have him come in during that Aaron Cook fight and to give us his views. Of course, he coached Aaron for just over a year. We're going. This is back to court one with Hall of Jamaica leading Bourgeois of the United States 5-0.
All matches up to the next 8 should be in holding. All matches up to the next 8 should be in holding.
Some good news for all of you in the US following this from around the United States. I'm reliably told that Stephen Lamdin from the United States, in fact, there he is. He's just joining us on court 12. He's had his match moved from Rink 7 over to our webcast ring so we can get him on our screens. We had a really good chat with him yesterday. Well worth looking that one up. And we will... Well, actually, what we're going to do is we're going to cut out a lot of our little interview pieces and we'll present those a little bit later on. There's a little stoppage here over on court 1 while there's a video replay. So let's have a quick look at 12. There you see Stephen Lamdin just waiting for his opponent. He's ready, isn't he? 16 years old, he was the US Senior National Champion. And as I found out yesterday, had a string of defeats. Started Taekwondo when he was only 5. Incredible. And look at him now, and he's in a very tough category. The heavyweights, some really big guys in this heavyweights section. And Stephen's a very solid man, as you can see. Well, we've got no action. Let's have a quick look at 11. Let's see what's taking place there while we're waiting both on the other courts. That's sort of our backup. So Ferreira from Argentina, currently in blue, defeating Yates from the United States by 7-4. We'll just watch a bit of this action for a little while. We've got the 4 men's heavier categories taking place here today, and the lighter female categories, and then it switches around tomorrow with the female heavier categories and the male lighter categories. So we're going to have some big bouts a little bit later on for sure. Just looking at this list, 1, 2, 3, 4, it looks like there's 5 rounds. There's 32 entries to most of the categories here. Back to court 1 now. Some of them, it's mainly 32 draws that we're seeing through this. So the action has completed over on court 1. 13-2 victory for Hall there. And now we're going to switch our attention here to court 12. Really quite loving this fact of covering 2 courts on the single stream. We're always getting action of some sort or another. Quite enjoying the action from the coach up in the top left-hand corner there, who's wearing his suit, but he's doing some quite detailed movements that he believes his coach should have. So Stephen Lamdin from the United States in blue, and in red, Abdullah Isufu Alfaga of Niger. Now, I've got a feeling this may take a little while because we still have helmets and things to sort out here, so let's have a quick pop back up to quarter 11 again and watch a little bit of this action. So here we go. Back to 12. Looks like it's going to be a comfortable win for Ferreira over on court 11. We're going to concentrate on the Isufu Alfaga of Niger in the red. Against Stephen Lambdin of the United States in blue. Here we go. Alfaja's already fought and beaten one American, Jonathan Price, from the USA Masters Academy in his preliminary round match over on court 7. Stephen Lambdin is out for the count here. He's taken a big one to the head, and there is no way he can continue this. Much as the Americans would want him to carry on, this bout is well and truly over. Such a disappointment. But that was a ferocious kick to the head. And Lambdin, that's a shock result there, but this is Taekwondo, and sometimes that kick can come from nowhere. And really catch you out. Well, they've just walked off, but I'm hoping we can show a replay of what happened there, because that was really quite a shocker. Okay, here we go. We do have replay facilities. Very pleased to say. So here we go.
this is what happened. I'm going to slow this down a little bit as well. Get it down to about half speed. Oh. Well, that was interesting. I don't know. I think he just landed really heavily. That was very strange. It looked like... I'll have a little chat with Stephen. We're just going to rewind it and have another little look at this. Well, I don't know if it was really a connection. I'm not really sure. I really need to go and talk to the coach about this, because that really was I'm not sure there was hardly a connection at all. It looked so there's a kick to the head there as Landing comes in with the attacking move, and of course it's not a great angle for us. I do realise. But yeah, I've got to say, it did not look that heavy a contact, but obviously was. We'll talk to Stephen about that a little bit later on. But a shock result, and Landing is out. Okay, well, our best wishes go out to Stephen. Hopefully he's okay. He was obviously pretty disappointed that he took the hit there. It looked like the base of the foot totally caught him out. And we're getting ready for the next bout here up on court 1. Ready to come out. There's currently a video replay being requested here. Well, we don't like hanging around for video replays, especially if we can't see the screen. So popping up to court 11 here. Breedy of Trinidad and Tobago up against the Canadian Stewart. Match number 11:05. One 0 to Stewart here. Looks like we have a video replay here, so straight back to court 1.
Those are the live scores as we currently stand. Just while we have no action on there, we can just put that on the screen, and hopefully you can, watching that in HD, you get a decent view as to what's going on. Well, there's a comfortable win there for Bates from United States, 9-1. We don't seem to have much more action taking place right now. We're going to have a quick look up on court 11, where it seems to be getting a bit feisty. The Canadians are making a bit of noise up there, and that's why, because their man's winning 10-0. Stewart 10-0 over Breedy, so he looks as if he's made it through to the next round. Now, I'm very pleased to say with me Anne Chase, who, right, Anne, first of all, I've been given about 6 different titles for you, so tell me, what would you like to be known as, Anne?
However, I am the referee co-chair for the United States of America, and I am also a member of the WTF referee committee.
Yeah, I've seen you around quite a lot.
Yes, we have seen each other.
Yeah, and yeah, we all do our separate jobs. We all just get on with our own work, but yeah, we all know each other and nod to each other when we walk past each other in the breakfast room, and that's just about it, really, isn't it? Because we're just so busy.
Exactly. Everybody
yeah.
has got a big job to do.
The day shoots by. Now, Anne, well, tell us your rule was, your role as looking after referees within the US. Tell us a little bit more about what that entails.
Well, our role within the U.S. is it's our job to make sure that our referees in the U.S. and also in the WTF as a member of that committee are most up to date on the rules. As you know, the sport of Taekwondo has grown in complexity, which has also helped it grow in excitement. The rules are changing. The rules are much more complicated than they were because, frankly, the athletes have an exciting game now that we can all enjoy. However, as a referee, we're one of the legs of a stool between the coach, the player, and the referee once we're in the competition area. And our major goals are to make sure that the competition is safe and the competition is fair.
Yeah, no, that's cool. And so you will do you have a separate organization? Are you affiliated to USA Taekwondo, or are you sort of separate from USA Taekwondo?
We are members of the USA Taekwondo. I've been a member for many years. All referees are members, and again, we all have different jobs, but the goal is the same: to create an exciting and dynamic sport for so many people to not only participate in, but now to watch and enjoy.
I think that's one thing I realized in a lot of sports. And obviously, we'll talk about the worst scenario, making a mistake.
Oh.
And what a lot of people don't realise is that there's almost no bigger fan than you guys actually for the sport, and it hurts you more when you realise you've made a mistake.
That is so very true, and thank you for recognizing that. We are not in an adversarial role with the coaches and the players. We love Taekwondo. We do Taekwondo. Frankly, many of the referees are former players, former coaches, and this is an opportunity to continue to contribute to the sport that we all love and have spent. As a referee, there's certain age requirements. While we have young referees, we've generally spent many years in the sport, and we would like to stay involved.
Yeah. So to tell us, the question that, I think a lot of people, when you know you've made a mistake, just explain, what's that feeling's got to be one of the worst feelings.
Well, it is. It's a very difficult thing because everybody wants the perfect match. That's everybody's goal, but people do make mistakes. The most important thing is if the mistake can be fixed under the rules, we try to fix it. Yeah. We want to learn from it. It's gutting to know that a mistake may have affected a player's chances.
But at the other end of this, and you know what I'm going to say here, we all make mistakes. We wouldn't be human, and I've probably made maybe 3 or 4 mistakes already behind this desk.
That many.
People at home may have noticed them, but nobody here that can actually tell me off. And you are right in the eye of the storm there, aren't you? You've got these 2 big guys who are going at each other, and you're right in the middle of it, and all the eyes are on you. Obviously there must be a thrill to be involved in a show like that, isn't there?
It certainly is. It's a thrill. Of course, it's true. The best matches where the referee is you don't even see the referee. The players are doing their job. The referee is doing his or her job to keep it safe and fair, and it runs smoothly. However, you're right. Our mistakes are witnessed, especially now with the beauty of streaming and video and things like that. People get to watch our mistakes over and over and over again, but we just need to persevere, one of the major tenets of Taekwondo, and move on and continue without letting it affect other games, because that affects other players.
And one of the things also I should point out is this role is an unpaid role, isn't it?
It is an unpaid role. And for those of us who are international referees, some referees are from countries where their governing body is able to support them and their travels around the world. Other referees do not have that luxury, and so it is all on his or her own dime to go to all of these tournaments that when you have the honor of being invited.
So, how did you get into refereeing? Did you compete?
Yes. Believe it or not, back when the dinosaurs roamed, I was a player and had some success, but never anything like that of the people that we see here. I was also a coach for many years, and it just came to a point where I really wanted to contribute because being a coach and a player, I saw that sometimes we needed to make our referee stronger. And while I am far from perfect, I felt that this was a way that I could contribute the most directly because I felt comfortable taking the pressure that is part of being a referee.
Yeah. And do you enjoy it? You must do. You've been doing it for so many years.
I've been doing it. Oh, yes. Being a referee, we have the best seat in the house. We get to see some of the greatest matches. We get to meet some of the greatest people in the world, those of us who are international referees, much like the players, the coaches, the fans. I have friends all over the world, and that's a wonderful, wonderful feeling.
Yeah. And it is a great, being part of the show, isn't it? And, going to see some of these incredible nights of Taekwondo that we've had, and of course the Grand Prix series itself has really started to raise the profile of the sport. In the past it was the Olympics, which was the only showcase. Of course there was the World Championships, but you almost felt the World Championships was just a glorified open, and now we have the Grand Prix with a lot of razzmatazz and a lot of TV coverage, and it really is stepping up, and here we are. US Open is also stepping up, doing webcasting for the first time ever. So it's one, the improvement is happening, isn't it, steadily?
It is. It's improving in all aspects, and we are very honored that you chose to come to broadcast us. But it is. It's just such an honor. Things move so quickly, and we're all trying to move quickly to continue to build the sport, and the Grand Prix Series is probably the best thing for that. It brings people together, gives everybody an opportunity to raise their games. The players raise their games, the coaches and the referees, as well as the people who put on the tournaments. It's really a group effort.
It's strange to think that there was over 7,000 people watching us yesterday. You can imagine rows of seats going back. There's literally, 300 or 400 in the arena here today. And, you multiply that by 20 or 30 that are watching worldwide. And that's where, the webcasting has been brilliant. I think one question I wanted to ask you is, Taekwondo has had quite a lot of changes of rules. And, from the old dinosaur days, as you say, I've watched a few videos online recently of some of the stuff in the 70s. It was almost unrecognizable to what it is today.
It is. It's a completely different sport. We've moved from having a world championship on a wood floor with the ring put down on tape with very simple rules and paper scoring to a dynamic sport with immediate scoring so everybody can see what's going on, a lot of transparency, giving the athletes an opportunity to use many, many different techniques and still keeping it safe. It's amazing to me, but you're right, it is a real challenge to keep up with it all, and that's where something like the Grand Prix or even all these Opens gives everybody an opportunity to keep their skills sharp and to keep up with the different rules and interpretations that come down from the WTF.
Yeah. Just quickly, the scoreboard seems to be not working from court 12 for some reason, so as we saw Stephen Lambdin, he got knocked out earlier, so he's obviously not competing now. Christian! Court 12. So we just have to shout over to one of our technicians down there. The chap from Dartfish is doing a lot of work with us, helping us out. And sometimes these referees don't know how to operate the computer system.
Imagine that. Or sometimes the computer system just doesn't like the referees, it seems. But we all work together.
They're just saying that because, you don't have a voice. But
exactly. There you go. Well, occasionally it's operator error. Occasionally.
Yeah. Occasionally it's their software that crashes.
Exactly.
I understand that, yeah.
Exactly.
So we don't. It's actually 6-1 to blue on this particular match, but we will go back to court 1 and we'll get court 12 fixed shortly. The scoreboard working correctly on here. 5-1 to blue over with son of I'm not sure where that's from. TAI. I wonder if that's Chinese Taipei. They're using the wrong code. But we've got the American flag as like a default in there. But I need to. You see, this is typical of my job. I need to. Sorry. Oh yeah, no, Italy. But the one on the left is a TAI. So I think it's Chinese Taipei, and they're using the wrong country code. So I need to go and tell somebody off. Yeah, that's TPE for sure. So okay, I'll go and have a word with somebody there.
Keep us in line.
It's good to, yeah. The thing is, we should all be working with IRC codes nowadays, and here we are on a world level Taekwondo event. We're still seeing some wrong codes appearing, but is it difficult because the changes have been coming thick and fast over the last few years? Has that been quite difficult sometimes when you open up that email and you see there's it's like a 5 meg or 10 meg attachment of a big Word document. You go, oh my goodness, I've got to relearn this.
Well, I think sometimes the thing is to look for the similarities and just isolate where the changes are and try to bring that into the ring. For those who are center refereeing, sometimes it's the challenge is to change a muscle memory. Somebody who's been refereeing a long time and perhaps learned something long ago, one needs to unlearn it and then move on. And sometimes the new referees may have a little bit of a step ahead in that.
Yeah. And there certainly has been quite a lot of changes, taking place in the sport. But it is still good to see that you are seeing a lot of watching some of the men here, and they're not holding back, are they? These guys are getting stuck in, and it's there has been some criticism of the sport that it has become a little bit more almost technical and real medical as to I'm going to aim for that particular point where I know there's a power. But there's those bouts, thankfully, are few and far between, aren't they? And typically people have come to fight, and that's what they want to do.
That is absolutely true. Well, the changes in the rules and the changes in the technology that allow the changes in the rules have opened up scoring opportunities that may not have been there. With the transparency, it gives the players an opportunity to know when they can risk really doing something showy. But it is. Anybody who is watching this and thinks that, especially say these folks it's just a little tap, it is not. These are athletes who they're taking hard hits to the body and oftentimes to the head, and just they're great athletes. They have a lot of adrenaline and a lot of skill, and they just fight through it.
I've got to ask you an obvious question. We're looking at this guy here. There's a lady who's quite a small lady who's in between these two big guys. There's a real danger of a referee actually getting hit here. Has it happened to you?
Have I ever been hit? Not to any great extent. My arm a couple times is calling a Kallio has been hit. I've been lucky. It does happen, but again, that is something that it will happen once in a while. But again, with experience, the referees learn the distances they need, how they move, and what they can do to be able to serve the athletes and keep everybody, including themselves, safe.
Yeah. That must be a pretty much big skill in itself, but at least that's self-preservation. Of course, with a Kallio, you have to get in there, don't you?
Exactly,
so
you have to get in there.
You've got to sort of be careful. Time yourself incredibly well.
Exactly. But yes, it's true. Oftentimes people think it looks odd to have, say, very large gentlemen and a smaller lady, but as you can see, she's in control. They recognize and respond to her interaction with them. It's keeping the match going, keeping it interesting, again, safe and fair.
Yeah.
And on the whole, I choose to believe, maybe with one exception, the athletes are not trying to kick us.
Yeah.
I choose to believe that. So.
I don't think they are.
I don't think they are at all.
They don't score any points for that.
No, they don't. They just look horrified, and we try and be tough.
Have you ever heard? I'm sure there's plenty of YouTube videos of referees actually accidentally getting on the end of it. I maybe we should search that once we're done.
Actually, we did have one yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yes, but she was actually, it was a referee who, as I said, some referees are experienced players. It's a referee who, in fact, was a medalist at the '88 Olympics as a player way then, she's moved into refereeing, Ms. Zelda Adams from the United States. Yeah. And with the ultramen, the older or the more experienced gentlemen, he was he was not as experienced. He and he was a heavyweight, threw a big kick and caught her high thigh in the leg. She's a tough lady. She kind of had to put her hands on her knees, take a big breath after calling Kallio, of course.
Yeah.
and then just continue.
Just carry
And I
on.
can tell you that she has a bruise to go home with.
Oh my goodness.
But that was not, this was not a case of an error on her part. It was just I've never actually seen that happen before,
No.
how the angle was.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
There you go, just as I'm asking the question. So we had one yesterday.
Yeah.
How long have you been refereeing?
Well, I've been refereeing. I became an international referee in 1999. And of course, I was refereeing many years before that at the national level. So many years, we'll just say that.
Well,
Maybe
you're obviously
since
enjoying
88.
yourself.
I
and,
am.
You know, and you're one of the top echelon of referees. You know, I've seen you all around the world, and you know, and as there are, you know, there's a lovely little group of you, isn't there? That
There really
you
is.
all enjoy each other's company. You you have fun as well.
Yes.
And you know, do you still try and make sure that when you visit a place that you still get out and
We-
do things in that
We
location?
certainly do our best. Oftentimes, with so much travel, there is not as much time to do that. But you're right. The referees, we are a family. We are a family. Taekwondo is a large family, but we're a small family within that. We support each other. We can learn from each other. As you said, it can be a very trying job. Oftentimes, people look at the referees in a sport as one more target, and that's fine. We accept that, but we can support each other, and maybe when it's all done, share a beverage and talk about how it went, how we can be better, and you know, maybe how others could have been a little better too.
Great. Well, Anna, it's been lovely talking to you. I really enjoyed my time with you.
So
and,
have I.
You know, and it's lovely to get your view on you know, on Taekwondo and refereeing for sure. So long may it continue, and you know, I'm sure we're going to see you out there a little bit later on as well on one of the courts.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me and finally getting us to meet rather than wave and say hi. So it's been my pleasure.
That's
Thank you
great.
very much.
Thank you very much, Anne. So that's Anne Chaser, who's she's heading off to do more duties, and we're going to try and we're just watching a bit of action here on court one. I'm just going to try and solve a couple of technical issues. Be right back with you.
No action on courts 1, 11 or 12, so we're popping up to court 2 just quickly for the senior females minus 53 kilogram. We've just taken a bit of this action. So just action on court 1 here for us at the moment, which is the senior minus 80s. They've been moving a few matches around by the looks of it. This is Newman versus Lara. Match number 110. Marco Lara of Ecuador, Maurizio Newman of the United States, Changli Taekwondo Sports Club. In a short while, we're going to have Trish Beargrounds, who's one of the head medical people here. She's going to come and say a few words. That'll be interesting to hear what she has to say, especially with the situation with Stephen Lamdin, who I understand he's passed all his concussion tests, scored 30 out of 30, so he's 100% okay. And yeah, we'll ask her a little bit about that.
Just to let you know, over on court 12, there's a match has been moved. The Stephen Lopez match, which was due on one of the outer courts, is going to be brought up onto court 12 after this one.
See that in the area.
Okay, well, it looks like a solid victory there for Yeremyan of Armenia. We're going to go to Lopez here, who's currently just started here on court 12. Stephen Lopez against fellow American Sir Gregory Salonis. I really need to ask about that name. Lopez in red. 5 times world champion, twice Olympic champion. Absolute legend of the sport. And still competing. Gene, his brother, in the corner. Salonis just having a little bit of costume failure. Straight back into it. We saw earlier one of the other legends of the sport, Aaron Cook, number 1 seed in this men's minus 80 kilogram category. Lopez is the number 2 seed, so obviously they're seeded to face each other in the final, which will certainly get on one of the webcast courts. And Lopez very much dominating play here, pushing his opponent out again. 3 kyungos to his name, so no scoring done.
They're filming.
Big head kick there from Lopez. He scores the 3 points and is 5-0 ahead at the end of the first. Very solid looking performance as another seed is over on court 1 right now. Number 3 seed David Sampson from Great Britain. He's lining up against an athlete from the United States. Not exactly sure which one, but he had to. It's either Abdullahi or Reed. Just waiting for the. It's Jared Reed from the United States in red. And Damon Sampson from Great Britain. Of course, Sampson and Lopez had an absolutely incredible bout of Taekwondo. But we're going to get back to Lopez for a second. We'll join Sampson's bout shortly. Let's take into this second bout here between 2 Americans. Oh, big kick. Not scoring. The crowd loved it, but there's no points on the board for it. And Salonis is in trouble with the kyungos as well. Already has 2 reds and a yellow to his name. 5 reds means it's all over. Sampson still currently 0-0 over on court 1. that kick scoring this time. There's going to be a slight adjustment made by the official. I think extra point for the scoring, for the spinning head kick. And that really has pretty much put this match to bed. There's the extra point. Lopez goes to 10. And if it gets to 12, if it gets to a 12-point gap by the end of the second, then this match will be called over. This is a really solid display from Lopez here. Truly a class above his opponent today. Nice that the referee could have a little laugh with Lopez. It's 11-0 with just 10 seconds to go. Lopez would like to try and get a point, but that's no, that's called. So 11-0, one more point for Lopez, and this one is all finished. Meanwhile, going to court one, Damon Sampson. Alma Alzuma will be facing Lopez in the next round, which is almost certain based on the way things are going. Just having a quick look over at court number 2 here. Sorry, court number 1. And there is Damon Sampson, who is 2-0 up on Jared Reed. All the big guns qualifying through. There's Reed. And we've this is another absolutely stunning weight category. We'll carry on with Sampson shortly. Straight back over to court 12. Lopez needing just one more point to finish this particular match off, and in fact that will be it, I believe. I know it's a Kyungo, but he actually hasn't got a Kyungo to his name, so another half point, another yellow card, but one more Kyungo. And yeah, so you see the photographers here. We just need a strip of yellows to guide people scoring the shot. Yeah, we'll just go and do it together. We'll just go and grab some. So here we go. It is over. Steven Lopez, absolutely superb display. He's looking good, and in the meantime, Damon Sampson has just scored a chunk of points just in this early period of the second. Gone from 2-0 to 6-1. If you love your Taekwondo, you haven't seen that fight between Sampson and Lopez, do hunt it down on YouTube. Absolutely incredible bout. I was very fortunate to be doing some commentary on that one at the time. It was a real fascinating night of action. And if you just find the live webcast as it went out live from Astana in Kazakhstan, then you'll see it all as it happened. Sampson looking very much in control here. His opponent's 9-1. Reed really not sure how to deal with his opponent here, I think. I'm told that Sampson actually came from an MMA background and took up Taekwondo. GB Taekwondo have a very fluid system for bringing people into the sport. I know currently they have a social media campaign for looking for the next top fighter, and They've already got a lot of great fighters there. There's Damon Sampson. Big drink of water. He's this one is pretty much done and dusted as well. 10-1. So a big win for Sampson. Straight over to court 12. Chen versus Pazinski.
Well, while there's no action taking place on court 12, quick chance to have a quick look up at court 11. Latela Mohammed of Great Britain up against Jonathan Healy, and there was a red head kick straight away. In fact, referee's giving him a standing count. It's not often Latela Mohammed gets to look quite small, but this guy's an absolute giant who he's up against. I know Mohammed's pretty tall athlete, but this other guy's must be a giant. So currently 3-0 to Mohammed. No action on any other court at the moment. We'll just follow this through to the end of this first period. Oh, lovely kick. Just another beautiful stroke head kick. Healy scored a couple of points to the body, and Latela stretched out with her left foot and collected another 3. Oh, spinning head kick. That's a 9, and there'll be another one to add on that, surely. It has been added. 10 points. What absolute talent this man is. And I think that's pretty much put this match to bed already in the first period. Latela Mohammed, beautiful play. Okay, straight to 12, and let's catch up there. And thanks Steve Flynn over in the United Kingdom was watching from GB Taekwondo. Damon is a former world kickboxing champion. Thank you for putting me correct. Okay. Here is Chen versus Pazynski, China versus Poland. We will pop back up to have a look at court 11. There's nothing happening on court 1. In fact, it looks like they've headed off for lunch for the day. It is 11:39 here, local time. So the left-hand courts tend to take an earlier lunch. So we'll flick between 11 and 12. And over on 11, Mohammed is just stood in the centre spot waiting for his opponent to come out. And Jonathan Healy getting a pretty severe talking to from his coach. A lot to do, 14-2 down. In fact, there's a 12-point difference there, so even if his second period has no scores at all, which I'm pretty sure that's not going to be the case. Meanwhile here, Piotr Pazynski of Poland in the red, and Linglong Chen of China. I should say Chen Linglong, I suppose. I'm going to keep it correct. Chen currently 2-1 ahead. Good crowd here. Really enjoying it. A lot of the competitors from yesterday have stayed and are watching some of the top stars in the world really going at it. Good points at stake here. This is a G2 classification event. They've stopped there, so let's have a quick look up at Latela Mohammed, who's just scored another spinning head kick. Just added another one to his collection, and he's Healy's getting another standing count. A few of the officials are standing up. He's looking a bit unsteady on his feet. Let's see what the officials want to have a little chat about here. We have a minute to go in the second. It's not entirely sure what we're talking about, but let's get back down to court 12 here. This one's a much tighter affair. Chen leads 2-1. You're not missing anything on court 11. There's a video replay card coming from the United States, so that's going to delay things quite a little while.
We're live here for the next 2 days as well with USA Taekwondo. More senior action tomorrow with the men's lighter weights and the women's heavier weights tomorrow. And then on the finals day, on the final day on Sunday, we've got some juniors action, so it really is going to be pretty entertaining. 4 days of Taekwondo. Yesterday was absolutely thrilling, really enjoyable to see. Chen scoring with that head kick there, as you saw. That looks like being the difference between these two as we're coming towards the latter stages of this second period. And of course now we're in 2015. Can you believe it's already 2.5 years since the Olympics? How time flies, and already we're into an Olympic cycle and people are starting to collect points for Rio 2016. Still on the video replay up on court 11. Court 1 has finished for the morning. They've all gone off to have lunch. Pazinski's not very impressed about something here. The Americans video replay card has been refused over on court 11, so still 18-2 to Mohammed with not a lot of time to go there at all. 56 seconds left in the second period over on court 11. Here we're into the last 10 seconds of the second. Still all to play for. 2 more body kicks and it's 6-3 to Chen. And that'll do. So straight up to 11 as we just see the latter stages here. 18-2. This one's going to be finished. Was that another head kick? It was. It connected. And of course the electronic pads now make things a little bit easier for scoring on those head kicks. We're seeing less video replay cards, that's for sure. And Mohammed, no, the referee's brought this one to a stop. Well, I understood. I thought he had to wait until the end of the second period, but with the clock is actually being started again. But well, he's called it a day. 21-2. There's no doubt that that was pretty much a solid victory. And at the moment, Mohammed, he's gone through 2 rounds of competition and he's not had to enter the third period in either of them. So, looking like a real man on form. Latela Mohammed from Great Britain. We'll see him again a bit later on. Okay, I'm very pleased to say joining me here is one of the chief medical people, Trish Beargrounds, who you're from the United States, of course, aren't you, Trish?
Yes, I
With
am.
that accent. Trish, you're here on the medical side, and we've talked to a lot of people from different sides of this competition. You're in quite an unusual position that you're totally sort of away from the sport itself. It almost doesn't matter what they're doing there. You're here for player safety, aren't you? You're here for athlete safety. So just give me a quick 30-second summary of what are your main roles within a tournament such as this.
Okay, well, as being the medical coordinator for these events, I have to bring in the appropriate medical staff that can handle assessment out on the mats as well as back in our tents, patch the guys back up, decide whether they can go, no go, and treat them accordingly for the sport. We had all of our staff have to understand the sport. Many of them are black belts themselves, so they know how the injuries can occur, but they also understand the injuries and how to evaluate and treat them.
Yeah. And when you select the team, obviously, the big danger of this sort of sport is concussion and head injuries, because the whole sport is about kicking people in the head at the end of the day. Do you sort of have that in your head when you're selecting people, that you're looking for people who are specialists in that sort of area?
Yes, we choose staff that are at the level that can do that, and then we do additional training here with the sport. We come in early and we do a lot of practice scenarios. We go over the exact direction of how we have to go through it, because unlike other sports, we have less than 60 seconds to decide whether they have a concussion or not and whether we have to pull them for their own safety. And that's nerve-wracking for a lot of medical personnel, because they want to take their time and they want to work through everything. And we go through a real quick list that everybody has to do quickly and get those answers and then move forward, and then determine whether or not, if they do have a concussion, they're going to be out for 30 days.
Yeah. And that's the procedure. We've seen it a few times here. We saw a big hit yesterday where a guy was literally on the mat for 3 seconds, and he got a back spinning kick to the head, and he was gone, and you could see the birds were tweeting above his head. And we had one just now with Damon Sampson, who took a very unexpected hit. And so in that situation, your medical guys are on call everywhere, and you get a call from that court. So what is the procedure? You're standing them up, you're looking them in the eyes. What sort of things do you actually do to sort of try and make that judgment?
Well, first, if they're on the ground, we want to make sure that no fractures occurred, because some of the hits that we take here, we can actually have vertebrae or face fractures, so we want to eliminate those before we even get them up. We want to know whether they're oriented to where they are. Do they know who they are, where they are, what time it is, what state, what country they're in? And then we want to quickly check for any signs that would be telling us that their brain is swelling. So there's several quick things that we do out there, as well as their balance. If they can't balance, they can't spin, and therefore they're going to get hit in the head again. We don't want that, because then that's a second insult and more problems.
Yeah.
But we have to do this in all under 60 seconds. So we have very definitive things we look at quickly, and then we stay nearby to make sure that we're following up with them.
So do you do this in many other sports, and it's just today you happen to be doing Taekwondo? Tomorrow, next week you may be doing soccer or something like that?
Yeah, we contract out to cover any sport that needs medical coverage. We specialize in specific sports that have a higher incidence of head injuries, such as martial arts, Taekwondo in particular, but we also do action sports such as BMX and skateboarding, motocross and snowboarding. And then we do performance sports, so trampoline, dance, cheerleading. All of those have a high incidence of the possibility of head injuries. So we tend to focus a lot more on those, but we work pretty much any sport out there.
I suppose one of the most difficult parts of the job is sometimes you're going to get pressure from coaches and team managers that, he can stand up, she can stand up. What's wrong? Get them back on the pitch. And I know that back in the UK, where I'm from, there's a lot of discussion within the Premier League with football that the medical staff currently are part of the team, and that they should be independent. And do you feel that that's really key, that they should be independent and not have undue pressure put on them from their own management, the person who's paying their wages, to say, I want that guy back on?
Well, and we see this in a lot of our sports here in America, that the athletic trainer or the physician have been pressured to get them back in the game faster. And our stand that we stay by is that we will let them go with pretty much anything except an injury to the brain or an injury to an organ, which they themselves cannot understand the extent of injury or how they can make that worse. So they can't make a a very good decision as to whether to go forward, as opposed to the fact of having a broken hand and how that's going to hurt if they get hit again. It's not going to be absolutely detrimental like it would be getting another hit to the brain with a concussion.
That's a great answer. That's something I've not really appreciated. So, yeah, if they're in a clear mind and they can make that decision themselves, then you say, well, look, this is your call. You know, you're in charge of your body. But as soon as it's a brain issue or a possible concussion, then you've got to go, hold on a minute, this is why I'm here to protect you. And if I believe you're going to put yourself in much more danger, then you've got to make the call.
Right.
That's a fantastic way to go. And of course, you know, we've seen you guys in action, you know, quite heavily already, you know, pulling a few people out. Yeah. So far, you know, from yesterday and today, would you roughly have an idea on how many concussions you've had so far?
We've done quite a few already today. We've probably done about a dozen concussion assessments already today.
Yeah.
But these are bigger, these are older, they're faster, they're stronger than yesterday. Yesterday was the cadets, the young guys really just starting to fight hard. It was our ultras that are our older clientele that have been fighting this, and now they don't fight quite as hard and fast and strong. So yesterday was a calmer day for us, although we did have some good injuries yesterday. We tend to know that today and tomorrow with the seniors, we're going to be doing a lot of work. We're going to have fractures, we're going to have concussions, we're going to have torn ligaments, things that we're going to seriously have to deal with. But the best part is I have no remorse when an athlete or a coach is mad at me because I've told them. And I know health-wise that if I let them continue, that the rest of their life, they're going to have to live with a decision that I made that was incorrect.
Yeah.
So they can get as angry as they want with me. I have coaches that will come in and say, well, who's above you? And I'm like, the only person that's above me is our CEO. Go talk to him. They go talk to Bruce, and he says, well, what did Trish say? And, well, that's your answer. I'm not changing that answer. So we probably let more athletes continue with injuries that a general medical staff would not, because we understand we're all athletes, we've all been there. There are certain things that, you can make that decision. I'm going to be hurt and I'm going to continue this. But those things that you cannot understand because of the type of damage, we have to make that decision. And it can be a life decision. We have had very serious injuries of athletes in other events that they come to us after they've been injured, and we say, no, you can't go, you can't stand up, I can push you over, you can't see straight, you can't be productive out there to protect yourself.
No. And there's some pretty big guys and girls out there who are hitting very hard.
Oh yes, there's some big boys out here today.
And if you're not 100% on your defense, then that's going to be a world of pain, isn't it? And that must be, I suppose you must always err on the side of caution that, if you're in a 50-50, because the world is never black and white, it's never 100% zero. If it was, we'd all be experts. But, there are some decisions where you're looking and you're thinking, well, I'm not really sure here. On those situations, do you have to go, look, I'm going to err on the side of caution?
It depends on the injury. When it comes to the head, we have definitive lines that if they fail any one of 5 tests on the mat, we call it, because at that point we have a probable head injury and we can't allow them to continue. When it comes to other things, then we say, okay, well, you can try to continue. We'll be right here to take you over whenever you're done if you want to continue.
Yeah, I understand. Can you explain the five tests, just very quickly?
We need to know that you know where you are. So orientation to place and person and time. So we have had athletes that get struck in the head, and we're here in Florida, and they say, you ask them where's the contest, and they'll say, oh, we're in Wisconsin. Okay, you don't know where you are. You definitely don't know where you are. That is strike one. We have to have balance, because if you're in a spinning sport and you can't even stand on one leg without spinning, you're not going to be able to spin. So that's strike two. Anything, multiple signs of a concussion, such as dizziness, headache, feeling like you need to puke, ringing in your ears, those things are going to combine to take you out as well. Any positive tests of a possible fracture in your neck, that's immediately going to remove you. So we have to go through these rather quickly, and we don't like to do them that quickly, but we need to know whether we can say, yeah, you can go, or no, you're coming out.
I understand. Well, Trish, it's really been great to have you on board, and it must be good as well, because you're going around, you're watching some real top level sports across the country in different places, but also you're probably one of the most sort of key people you know, you're the sort of person nobody wants to see, because of course when you're involved then it means something bad's happened. But at the end of the day, you are one of the key people that's just behind the scenes. Without you, this event couldn't run. You know, if there wasn't medical people around to help these athletes if they do get hit, you know, these events can't happen, can they?
Yeah, well, when I started with USA Taekwondo, when it was USTU 21 years ago, there wasn't medical at these events.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why we really got into this, and we've built a program that we hope is a model for other sports or other Taekwondo events to provide the level of coverage to keep the athletes safe, but yet let them enjoy their sport to the fullest extent.
Yeah. Well, Trish, it's lovely to chat to you, and you know, thank you very much for coming in. I hope you don't see too many bad injuries this week. But
we hope we don't see too many bad injuries, but we're here to help them out and give them the best care we possibly can.
Great. Trish, thank you very much for coming to chat to us, and have a good week. We'll see you later.
You too.
Take care. Okay, Trish Beargrounds there from actually, yes. Do tell us what was. I didn't actually ask who you work for. Just say that again. I'll just unmute your mic.
Okay. I own Bear Essential Sports Medicine, which is a company that provides medical coverage for athletic events.
Wonderful. Right, thank you very much. I'm a terrible interviewer. I didn't even ask what company you work for, but it's obviously your own company.
Yes,
so
sir, it is.
Congratulations. Well done. Thank you, Trish. Okay. I'm obviously not going to win any awards, so my Piers Morgan can stop worrying about my abilities. But we're just watching a bit of action here on Court 12 as Trish heads off. Thank you very much, Trish. We're just, it looks like lunchtime is upon us. Lunchtime is upon us on Court 1 for sure. This is William of France versus April Lalonde of Canada over on Court 12. Really fascinating to talk through the medical side of things here. Things you just don't sort of appreciate, I suppose. It's definitely calmed down a little bit. There's all the matches on the left-hand side have certainly stopped, so they've all gone off for a lunch break. And if they do it the way they did yesterday, is the courts on the right-hand side that we're looking at now will all take a break as well. And they will take a lunch break, and I think then the courts back on the left will come in. Hey bud, how are you? I'm very pleased to say we didn't talk about Stephen. You know, Trish had said to me she's not allowed professionally to talk about individual situations. One guy who is allowed to talk about his individual situation is Mr. Stephen Lambdin, who's just joined me. Stephen, what hit you?
Well, honestly, he was doing a lot of front leg, and I just tried to jam him at the wrong time, and it just slipped through my guard and caught me at the right time in the right spot.
We looked at the replay, and we really couldn't see. Was it the sole of his foot that came through?
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, it's even like we discussed yesterday that, I mean, any given day, doesn't matter how good somebody is, how good somebody isn't. You know, that kind of stuff happens, and that's part of what makes Taekwondo so entertaining.
Well, what we'll do, if you can bear with it, we'll actually have a look at the incident, and you can just sort of give us your view. I don't apologise.
No, it's all right.
This is good for you. We'll wait for this. We'll wait for this round to finish.
Yeah.
And then we'll just have a quick look at it, because we were looking at it ourselves, and it was really hard for us to see. It was a bad angle, I'm afraid, but it was really hard. And the only thing I could sort of see is that almost like the underside of his foot came and hit you as you were coming in for a hit around the side. He sort of came through and obviously took you out. You know, obviously, personally, one of those things that can happen. This is Taekwondo, isn't it?
Yep.
It just takes a split second, and you're on your bottom, and you got up. The referee wanted to he called at one stage to carry on fighting.
Yeah.
You were shaking your head, going, "I'm not ready to fight. I'm actually dazed here."
And I definitely needed a minute. And honestly, basically what had happened once I got back to medical, they had to reset my jaw because it actually knocked my jaw out of place.
Wow.
And I mean, anybody in medical, every single one of them were saying, your body's natural reaction when that happens is just to reset. It doesn't even have to be a hard hit. It's just if it hits you at the exact right spot, it just happens. And so I even passed my concussion test with a perfect score. So it's basically I'll just spend the next day and a half with a sore jaw.
Wow. So that it was just one of those incidents. It just took your jaw out, and your body sort of went into a reset mode because of the shock of that happening. And
Yeah.
Wow. Well, we've got an injury here. It's all happening, isn't it? God.
Yeah.
Well,
this is the ring today.
We just had Trish. In fact, if Trish would have been still here, let's have a quick look at your incident.
Okay.
So on this screen here in the middle, we're just going to start playing. We're going to play it at slow motion so we can try and sort of get an idea what happened. And I get a feeling that you tried to come in round the side. There's going to be any second. You can see you're absolutely end on for the camera, so it's not
Yeah,
perfect
that's a
for the
bad
camera.
angle.
But you're going to see a second here. There you go.
Yep.
That was it. So, you tell us. I'll just rewind a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell us in your own words. So you're coming in round the side. You've seen an opportunity.
Yeah, I was trying to sneak under his leg, and it's just, that's part of the hazard of fighting somebody that's that tall. Their reach is just tremendous. So,
Yeah.
Like I said, it happens. So.
That's the problem of fighting in the heavyweights, isn't it? You get the tall ones, the big ones, you get everything.
Yeah, exactly.
It's pretty tough, and we've got an injury here as well at William, who is 5-0 down in the second. His tournament is complete as well. So, well, Stephen, I'm really glad that you're okay and everything's fine. And it must be just frustrating for you because you feel absolutely fine and spot on, and and the tournament's over. But this is one of the things about Taekwondo, isn't it? That that split second, and suddenly the day's over and you're a spectator. So
live to fight another day.
No worries, buddy. Well, look, thank you very much for coming to chat with us and put us all straight. I know we're a bit concerned about you.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Stephen. Great to have Stephen just popping in there to say a few words. And another injury on there. We got the next matchup already coming up on court 12. They're not messing around here. They're cracking on with them. Really lovely to hear Stephen come and have a few words with us. And God, what a tough sport Taekwondo is. Just put his jaw out and they've popped it back in again. It's like he just said it as if he was like going off to the shops to buy a bottle of milk or something. I'm just waiting for the next bout to line up on here. We can probably take a little bit of action from court 11 actually while we're waiting, because court 12 doesn't look as if it's going to start soon.
Coach Patrice Lamont. Coach Patrice Lamont, number 11, please.
Just in case you're wondering what you're looking at, this is actually the referee's replay system that's showing. Possible desperation card coming in from Red here, who had was 4-3 down. This would mean just checking the time left on the clock, I think, on the scoreboard, but just having a quick look at I think it's a body kick that, if it's not scored on the pads, yeah, I need an expert here to tell me what this appeal is all about. I think he's alright, you may be saying that Blue stepped out of the ring. Okay. That shows 0 on the clock. And yep, it has been declined. So okay, that's completed. Aaron Cook makes his way into the arena. Meanwhile, on court 1, a 24-4 victory over on court 1. A comprehensive victory for Brown over Fesmeyer of the United States. As most of the other courts are actually taking a bit of time out for lunch now. And here we go with Cook. So here we are on court 1. World number 1, Aaron Cook of the Isle of Man. He's up against Ernest Samasrozo of United States. Remark Sport Taekwondo. Aaron Cook is looking incredibly fast. Samasrozo is not exactly a slouch himself, but Cook, his reflexes and his speed are just absolutely incredible in this bout. Scoring points on the counter. Well, majestic performance there from Alan Cook, 13-1. Really great bout, really great bout. Looking truly on form, this man. Right, back to court 1.
report to holding. Julissa Diaz-Canseco from Peru. Julissa Diaz-Canseco, please report to the video table. Attention. All matches up to 18. All matches up to 18. Please report to the holding area immediately. Matches up to 18. Report to holding.
win for blue in the Golden Point. Brazil
gets the win over the United States.
Kyrese Hall of Jamaica, not Brazil, beats Jessie Bates of the United States with that Golden Point. Over on court 1, we've got a really exciting climax to this particular bout. Had a flurry of points. We've got a referee's discussion at the moment, and Arman Yeremyan of Armenia is in trouble here. He's 11-10 down to Marco Lara of Ecuador with just a minute to go in the third, so this is a potential shock. Yeremyan is one of the seeded athletes here, seeded number 4. Yes, do ignore the scoreboard in the top left, of course. We've just moved across. So we're actually on we've got our software working on this particular one.
Attention all coaches and athletes, I would like to remind you that you can only have one coach per athlete. One coach per athlete on the floor. You're only permitted to have one coach per athlete. Anybody else that is with your team on the floor must step off the floor.
It's not exactly a lot going on here at the moment. They're all having a careful look at the computer system, and maybe they're trying to work out. I think the issue is that the clock stopped. And the coach felt that there was a point scored after the clock had stopped, but we will see. They're having a good discussion. All right, we'll get back to court 12. Let's have a little look what's going on here, and we'll be back shortly.
Still a major debate going on over on court one. Really is a major delay here. There's this has got to be getting close to 10 minutes now. These guys have been talking. Nothing going on 1, 2, 11 or 12, which are the courts that we're able to really see from here. I can prove this to you. There's 1 and 2. Plenty of action going on some of the courts down towards the bottom end. And then there you go. So just a little bit quiet at the moment. Well, let's take the opportunity, and for those of you who are interested about the points going in Taekwondo, as Lieutenant Mohammed just walks past us, I think he's due up on court 12 any second. Let's have a look at how you score in Taekwondo. Well, it's a little bit of confusion around at the moment. We don't seem to be going to schedules on matches. I'm not sure what match number we've got. We had 12-16 over on court 12. Then we had 12-15. I suppose we might have 12-14 coming next. But it's Kazakhstan just getting ready in front of us. You can just see on the right-hand side of a very tall athlete from Kazakhstan. Quite a major discussion still taking place on court 1. I don't think I've seen one taking this long for such a long time. We've got some very senior figures that have come in here. The referee and the actual people handling the court have sort of moved aside, so they've left it some people further up the food chain, and they're having a detailed discussion on court 1.
Make their
Okay, just in case you're a little bit confused at home, we're all as confused here as well. We've got match number 12-18 that's on court 12 at the moment. Currently, we don't believe that 12-15 and 12-17 have even taken place. So if you're expecting some matches to be on this court, then so are we. And I presume we'll catch up at table. We'll get those matches on a little bit later on, but that's quite unusual to be out of order in Taekwondo. We're going to abandon court 1 because they're having a very detailed discussion about something that happened there. And 1 minute 19 left in the third. I'm very pleased to say joining me is a chap who you probably have heard of on the world circuit, known as TJ around here in the States, but Terence Jennings. Terence, if you just rest that on your top lip, then it means that we get a good audio from you.
Okay, awesome.
So TJ, welcome. Great to have you on board.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You got some big matches tomorrow, haven't you? You're competing here tomorrow in what category? What weight category?
I'll be competing tomorrow in negative 68.
Right. Okay.
It's always an exciting division to watch. I mean, there's a lot of good competitors from around the world. I mean, that's what we want when everyone comes to the U.S. Open. So I'm pretty excited about tomorrow, and I'm sure everyone will enjoy watching it.
Does it feel great that you've got all the world's top big names? Well, most of them are here. And they're showing the audience, some of the youngsters in the crowd who were competing yesterday have stayed by to come and watch these guys.
I mean, it's definitely an honor, and it's like always good to compete with the best. And for the youngsters, I mean, this is kind of like what they want to build to and get to at some point. So it's really good that their parents or their coach have allowed them to stay around and watch some of these high-level athletes. I mean, there's a lot to learn from just watching and even from just experiencing the atmosphere that it brings when you have two top competitors competing against each other.
Yeah. Well, it is a great event, and to see 12 mats taking place. Unfortunately, Steve Lopez. We were talking about Steve Lopez a little bit earlier on the stream. He's actually on court 10, so we're going to miss his action. They do seem to be switching matches around court for no reason whatsoever. Now, it's a little bit confusing here. But confusion and Taekwondo scheduling do seem to go together sometimes, don't they?
It gets a little complicated, especially with these G2 events. Everything gets switched around and everything moves a little quick. So there's always some confusion somewhere.
Yeah, and in a way, I sort of it's quite strange. Last year I only did Grand Prix, and it's sort of it's quite strange that you see the Grand Prix events and how beautifully they're run, and it's almost like an Olympics. It's the music and everything. Do you feel that that's really a good way to go, that you present the top level in that such a good way?
Honestly, I believe that's the best way to do it all the way around, all through all the stages. I mean, we have an exciting sport, and I think we could do a lot more in promoting it and making it more exciting for the audience. There's a lot of stuff going on, and as far as the music and everything, it gets everyone excited. You get hyped up. It's a great time. So I enjoy it. I think we should have interest music. I think there should be lights and cameras everywhere for any big event like a Grand Prix, because you are sitting there watching the best people around the country compete against each other for a top four spot. So
yeah, absolutely. And I think the sport is catching up quickly. I think they're seeing what some of the other sports are doing and realizing that these guys have got to step up to the plate and actually start delivering for you guys. You guys are doing all the great fighting out there, and they've got to now start delivering. And this is interesting for me. This is the first time I've seen a sort of G2 event where it is a big hall, all the mats are laid out, there's barriers, you've got the stands in the background, and you can just go and sit wherever you want. There's no particular seats, and this is the traditional Taekwondo way it's been done up to now.
Yeah, this is for me. This is normal. Since I was a kid, we've competed in arenas like this where you pay the entry fee and you kind of can move around, sit where you want, enjoy what matches you want to see, and there's no confusion. Some of the Grand Prix, you have designated areas where the spectators sit and then the athletes sit. I think this is a more open environment where everyone can interact with each other. You walk through and you get kids coming up to you that just want to take a picture or say hi, and I think that's a good thing, instead of being so separate all the time.
That's fantastic. Tell us a little bit about yourself, TJ. Obviously, we know you. We've seen you on the world circuit, but I've never spoken to you before. When did you start? I was speaking to Stephen Lambden. He was saying that he started when he was 5. You're not going to say 4, you?
No, 4. I got to top him, right? No. I started, actually, for most Taekwondo people, I started a little late. I started when I was 12 years old.
Okay.
Doing traditional Taekwondo in a small Taekwondo school in Virginia, actually, Kim's Karate. One of my original masters is actually here today with one of their students that will be competing tomorrow, so that was pretty cool to see.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, I started like I said, in a very small local place. It was all because everyone gets a kick out of it because of Ninja Turtles. I was a big Ninja Turtles fan, and
wow.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. And of course, you know that Alan Cook says exactly the same.
Really?
Well, actually, no. He's a bit older. He was Power Rangers.
Yeah.
You were Ninja Turtles. That's
I enjoy
amazing.
Power Rangers too, but Ninja Turtles was my, absolute favorite.
Yeah.
Like, I watched it every day. Had the VHS
Fantastic.
tapes of them, so it was a very big influence on me starting. And we were walking through the mall with me and my mother actually, and I saw a stand set up promoting a Taekwondo school. So they were playing Ninja Turtles as one of the promotional ads, and I stopped and watched, and then my mom was hooked, and that's how it started. Total accident, but everything happens for a reason.
That's an absolutely amazing story. Yeah, absolutely. If you had maybe not gone down at shopping mall and seen that advert, it may not have clicked.
This is very true.
There you go.
That's usually how it starts, though, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's incredible. And here you are. It must make you incredibly proud. I was saying to Stephen that, I actually think it's more difficult for an American or for somebody from a how can I put this? I'm not going to put this in a very nice way, but a sort of who has an easier life from a society where life is easier. There are many more things to do. You can go cinema, you can go and do a lot of things. To actually train as a top athlete, to be competing against guys, and Stephen said himself, where some of these guys are trying to put bread on the table for their family. It must be very difficult for an American, to actually be competing with these guys who are putting in sometimes more hours into the training.
Maybe the society that we live in, the standards are different, but it all comes down to passion with our sport. You have a passion for it, you're going to find a way to work hard, you're going to find a way to make it personal, and I think a lot of these guys, you're absolutely right. They make it personal. It's something very important to them, whether it is putting food on their table or just representing their nation. Yeah. But as long as you have that passion inside of you, I think we bring the same thing to the table as every other nation, a serious outlook on our sport. So that's what we walk into and we compete against. Everyone's good around the world. Everyone has their challenges, but so do we. So I enjoy it, to be, like I said, to face the best, to fight people that are really serious about our sport is what makes our sport so great,
Yeah. And one of the things that, is just incredible for me is that, the level of international competition is so strong. You fight at this level, you don't get many easy bouts, do you? You don't get many walkovers where the other go, everyone, from that first round, even though you haven't heard of him, if there's a guy from Korea comes up, he's going to be class anyway. But you get a guy from many other countries, and it's going to be at a really high level. And you've got to be on your game.
Absolutely. This is one of the bigger opens of our year, and it does bring out the best in, especially my weight class. There are a lot of top level featherweights here, and you can't really, the way our sport's set up now, you can't really overlook anyone. But you are dealing with guys of caliber in our sport, so of course you never expect any easy matches. We have a lot of little things that happen. You're dealing with the scoring systems, the referees, the atmosphere. Anything could go wrong. So I don't think any match is per se easy, But like I said, especially for featherweight, it's a very dynamic and explosive division. So you have a lot of different athletes with a lot of different talents. So it's always a very exciting and unpredictable division to watch.
How old are you, by the way?
I'm 28.
28. And I may be wrong here, but didn't you medal at the Olympics?
In 2012. I got a bronze medal.
Fantastic!
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank
I'm just
you,
going off my memory. I've
Yes.
done no research. I didn't know you were going to come so early, so I didn't even get you up on Wiki or anything. But what an experience to get on that medal podium at the Olympics! Man, that must have been just unbelievable. But your family must have been there, and I can imagine it was an amazing experience for you.
My family was pretty stoked. All of my family, my supporters were absolutely thrilled at the point. They were happy when I made the Olympic team. One of my biggest goals was to simply make the Olympic team. So being able to go in London, compete, and still get through the process and end up on the medal stand that's icing on the cake. That's what you want. You want to go and represent your country as best as you can, and that's what I did, and it came out that I ended up with a bronze medal. It always could be better, but next time, that's the goal now. Road to 2016. So that's why I'm here competing this weekend, to try to get back and perform better.
I always remember, you find this hard to believe. I was once a sportsman and played soccer. And I always remember one of the things my coach has said very, very early on is sport is a lot of losing and a very little. And if you're lucky, you might get a small amount of winning on top. And, at the end of the day, you think of all the great athletes in your weight category alone. There's only one guy who's going to win the Olympics every 4 years there. So for you to get a medal, to be one of those three guys in that 4-year period is an amazing honour. So, you still got years to come. You still got to look at Rio and beyond, haven't you?
Absolutely. Right now, the focus is Rio, getting through the process and qualifying again for the Olympic Games. That is pretty much the main focus. But you're absolutely right. Our sport is built with a lot of losing and very little winning. But it's built for that. We're built for that, and we those moments that you do win and are able to push through and land yourself on an Olympic medal stand. I mean, those are the moments you're gonna remember. Those make all the losing and all the struggle worth it.
We're just looking at Steve Lopez over on court. He's actually on court 11, so we have just flicked up to see him. He's currently drawing one all there. I know legend is overused, and sometimes we've already used it a few times. Steve really is a legend, though, isn't he? What an amazing guy.
Absolutely. I mean, he's represented our sport well and represented the USA well throughout the years, and I mean, he's still doing it. I think most people underestimate how our sport is. It's about longevity. It's about getting in there and grinding it out and getting through those tough moments. And you'll notice him and other high-level athletes. That's the characteristic they have in common.
Yeah.
That will, that want to continue and push through. And for him, he's had great success and he's done the world of Taekwondo and the USA justice.
Absolutely. And I just love the fact that Gene sat there and, Gene's in he's wearing like an old coat. He's showing he's more old school, isn't he? Like he's got a coat on there that looks like it's from the 80s, and, you almost feel it's like a Rocky Balboa type, sort of atmosphere there. Gene himself is, so knowledgeable about the sport, and, a coach is one thing that, I remember talking to another athlete and saying that, your coach is so important, especially nowadays with playing the cards, but also with tactics and seeing weaknesses in opposition. And, I presume you would agree with that having a good coach behind you really gives you confidence.
Absolutely. I mean, I currently train with Coach Moreno, who is also one of the Olympic coaches for the U.S. And, I mean, being at the Olympic Games and having a coach that's been at the Olympic Games, it's vital, it's important, because you find yourself in situations and positions that you as an athlete, you may be training to get out of, but you need that backbone, that person behind you that's going to be able to go, this is the answer.
Yeah.
And then you have that trust within you and your coach, so you don't have to question it. It makes the game a lot easier, because we have a lot of stuff that, like I told you, the variables that happen to us within the match, but to have someone behind us controlling and watching, it's vital. I don't think my success had a lot to do with my coaching at the Olympic Games. So it's absolutely true on every stage of this, every stage, from the gym to the ring.
Yeah, and we're just watching here in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Gene is really, he's just massaging the top of the legs there, and just, the knowledge, that relationship between them is, I saw them in Kazakhstan, and, Steve Lopez was, involved in an absolute brutal semi-final there against Damon Sampson, and Gene played his part in that, and he was using cards, and he was getting, kyungos for illegal use of the leg, and he was getting a video replay just to get a kyungo out of it. But Gene was playing it over and over, and in the end, he affected the match.
Absolutely, I think that's we're talking the vital part of the sport. You have a coach in your chair that can control all those little things, so you as a fighter can just focus on the ring and the match at hand.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you have so much that goes on throughout the day, and not just the day, but just in a match like this,
Yeah.
So you have to have your coach there to have your back and control the little things that you can't control.
There's a head kick from Lopez. There's a big cheer from the Americans here. That's taken him 4-1 up with 1:31 to go, and. It is just, this sport, it is just sometimes about those fractions of a second, and it must also be quite a frustrating sport, just mentally, at times where, you may lose a bout that you were the better fighter, but he may have just had that one kick that just caught you out, and he gets his 3 points and he's away.
Absolutely, I think, absolutely. When I first started, everything was worth 1 point, and that was a day you saw a lot of people doing a lot of fighting, a lot of exchanging, a lot of punching, a lot of kicking. And now you see most athletes are becoming a little bit more reserved and becoming a little bit more tactical in the game, and knowing that they're always one kick away from a win or one kick away from tying it up and coming back. So it can be very frustrating, but it can also be very rewarding, especially since they've changed all the points to create these huge points. I believe it's 5 points for a spin, 3 points for a spin, 3 spins to the body. So it's getting more exciting for people to watch, but also it's getting a lot more tricky for the players to play.
Yeah.
You're never safe in our sport.
Yeah.
And which is the beautiful thing, but it's also, from an athlete standpoint, can be very frustrating.
I need to ask about that, because I don't know about a 5-pointer, so I'm going to go and have a little chat with the referee after this. I was only aware, I thought a spinning head kick was
4 points. Yeah, I know they just added, they're trying to adjust the rules, and this could be a little bit later on. I know they adjusted for a back kick, so now it'll be 3 points as opposed to 2 points.
Okay. Right.
So.
Right. Okay. I know the referee. I was interviewing the referee a little bit earlier, and she was saying that sometimes, she has a big sigh when she sees this big 10 megabyte download appear with the new rules. She's thinking, "Oh my God, what have they changed this year?"
Yeah, our sports like that. I mean, we get rule changes. You've watched if you watch from 2012 till now how much of a change the game is.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's just now the standard is a lot of front leg, a lot of cutting, a lot of defense, a lot of countering with their front leg, as opposed to, I think, even for me competing at the Olympic Games, it was just a little bit less of that. And now that is the game. So it forces the athletes and the coaches to stay on their toes and learn the game and go along with it throughout the years. So
yeah, there's real confusion over on court 11, and this is really interesting because that was the end of the third according to the software, and the referee, but there was no urgency being shown by Alzuma there, and so I believe it actually was the end of the second.
I believe that was the second.
And the referee has scored, made a little bit of a mess of it. Let's have a quick look at Latela Muhammad here, another man who took an Olympic bronze in 2012.
Yes,
and
in front of his home country. I think that's a big thrill. That's a big accomplishment to be able to perform in front of your family and friends and come out with a medal. It's probably one of the thrilling moments of his life.
Yeah, and he's having a slight issue with his with his undergarments there. I think that could be quite awkward. We've seen a few of those. It's
referees have no sensitivity for that for some reason.
So certainly not the female ones, huh?
Not at all.
Yeah, if you don't feel good down there, then it's probably not conducive to doing good kicking, is it?
I would have to agree.
We better stop there because we're still before the watershed here. We've got to be careful. But Mohammed's got a very unusual style, as we've seen, and he's able to score kicks. And and we're seeing a lot more of his scorpion kick coming in as well. Is that something that you've looked at a lot more, where you're actually really on top of the guy and you actually get sort of a back kick around him?
Of course. That's like I said, our game has changed. A lot of the techniques have changed, and everyone's doing what they have to do to score. And this scorpion kick you speak of has become the new epidemic. Everyone's doing it, so you're not
all doing it in training on it.
You're not even safe in the clinch anymore. It doesn't matter how close you are, you might get kicked in the head, and they're gonna get big points for it. So again, it's made everyone a little smarter. It's made our game a little bit more, in a weird way, interesting. But also you start to see the knowledge and the experience that most of these athletes have to be able to know that's a possibility and shutting it down and also doing it themselves when the opportunity presents it. So
yeah, I can imagine that somebody was in a training session and gave it a try, and the other guy was like, hold on a minute, how did you just kick me in the head? You're supposed to be there.
I'm sure that's probably exactly how that happened. And then you get to a tournament and someone does it.
And somebody does it, yeah. Now everybody's copying it. While we were talking, this is typical Muhammad. Look at him. Latela's 10-1 ahead. He's actually not gone into the third in his previous two. They've both been stopped, and he's scored more than 20 points in each. And, here he is, 13 points up. He's got that flexibility in his legs, hasn't he, that, he can just get up there so quickly.
Of course. He's a very dynamic fighter. He's a very tricky and unusual fighter. I believe he came from, is it kickboxing or karate, a sport?
I wouldn't know, I'm afraid. But
I'm not absolutely sure, but I think he came from a different discipline, which allows him to very easily transition into a lot of this stuff that's become Taekwondo. So he does a lot of tricky things.
I believe he did come from another sport. In fact, I do have somebody from GB Taekwondo who's on Skype. So if you do want to let me know, I am pretty sure about that. I'm not exactly well read on some of these things. We're just going back up to Lopez now, who this is in the third period, so they have fixed their computers. 6-3 ahead. Quite a tight match here, but Lopez is so experienced that this is a good example. You've got Latela, who's sort of so raw, and he'll just score 20 points and just not even think about it. And Lopez is now looking at this. He's thinking about his next bout. He's thinking, well, let's just not, but he is in his mid-30s, and he's got to try and conserve power and energy, hasn't he?
I'm sure that maybe plays a role into it, but I think it's more of, we're looking at two different divisions, I believe. Latelo's fighting, is middleweight? I think it's middleweight, and then Steven Lopez is fighting welterweight. It's a different game in both divisions, and then you have two different style of fighters. You have a fighter that's going to go out there and kick and kick and kick and chase you and not stop till the ring till the bout's over. Yeah. And you have a fighter who's a little different, like Steven Lopez. He's very patient. He's very calculated, and that's what he's had success in. So I think you have to, one, analyze the divisions that we're watching, and two, decide what kind of fighter are we watching. What has worked best for them. Latelo is best when he's explosive and he's attacking and he's putting the pressure on you. Steven Lopez has shown that he's a very patient fighter and works through a lot of little situations that happen throughout the bout, and that's what works well for him. So
yeah. Well, Lopez has just got 15 seconds to go here. We'll get back to the Muhammad fight shortly, but he is comfortably 13-2 ahead here. Little Kyungo, 9 seconds to go. And Lopez is looking pretty good. I think all the top names are just about through here. I don't know what happened on court one. I will go and find out. So I know a lot of you were interested in that particular bout.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure that Steven Lopez and Samsung are on the same side of the bracket again this time. So
really?
There might be another repeat of the battle you were speaking of.
I want to see that semi-final again. We got to get that on the webcast. Lopez has won, so that one is over. So congratulations, Steven Lopez, and I think that means a quarter-final for him. And meanwhile, Mohammed, wow, 14-2. This one's pretty much sealed already, and yeah, he's free-flowing, isn't he?
Yeah, for sure. I see this. 14-2. I saw them stop a match earlier when it was a 12-point gap. I'm not sure why.
We have to wait to the end of the second.
Is that where we're at now? Okay,
yeah.
sorry. This screen's a little small.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I just had a response. Thanks, Steve, about the answer here from Steve Flynn, who's well involved with media in GB Taekwondo. He's actually always been WTF Taekwondo. Came through Fighting Chance.
Okay.
Trained by his dad in London.
All right.
And just had not been picked up by the system. So basically, came in fresh and raw. And as you saw, got an Olympic spot. And there was of course all that stuff with Aaron Cook as well, who, you know, was world #1 at the time. And wow, you know, GB had to make a really tough decision there. And in the end, went with La Taylor. Yeah. But it was, you know, the Olympic experience for you, you know, as well as getting the medal. You know, a lot of people who were there were just saying it was just how the Olympics should be. It was a, you know, really great sports event. You know, you were easily traveling to all the other locations and seeing other sports as well. And, you know, that sort of memory will stay with you forever, surely.
Of course. I mean, that's the thing about the Olympics. It's the whole experience. That's why most people train their whole lives simply just to make an Olympic team, because what you experience while you're there and the things you see and how being surrounded by all these other great athletes and other sports from different nations is one thing that you can't be replaced. I mean, that alone is a big, huge part of like making the Olympic team. So absolutely, that's the biggest part that I'll probably never forget, and that'll be the part that lives on, along with also receiving an Olympic medal. But it's a package.
Yeah. They just seem to have, I think they've actually refought that fight. I'm going to go and have a chat. I've got a few chats to have, but that seems to have been fought from the start again. I think the athletes decided there was some major confusion going on, and I will go down and ask that table. But it's pretty unusual. Damon Sampson just walking across there. In fact, I think he's on his bout next. TJ, you know, the state of Taekwondo in the United States, and there's a lot of youngsters coming through. I was watching some absolutely cracking bouts yesterday with the youngsters. You know, the one thing, of course, the US have is numbers. There are difficulties I'm certainly aware of, that, you know, there's a lot of travelling involved, a lot of air miles. But, you know, the numbers does mean that there are going to be a lot of good athletes that come through, and there'll be people like yourself who, you know, who are picked up by the Taekwondo, and the opportunity is there with US Taekwondo.
Of course, I mean, I believe we have a very deep pipeline with our kids and their abilities, and like we have a lot of great athletes for them to look up to in the U.S. So it allows them, and events like this allow them to see some of the higher level of Taekwondo, and the talent is unbelievable. Like I said, we do have a lot of numbers, and they are given chances to travel. And I mean, when I was younger, I was very fortunate enough to be able to travel and do a lot of international tournaments. I think the age of that happening has dropped. So a lot of our kids these days who are 11, 12, 13 years old are allowed to go to Europe and have these experiences at such a young age. So it only makes them better prepared for when they turn, I guess it's junior level or senior level. So they've been around this game and this system for so long, and I think that's what's pushing the U.S. and pushing us and like giving us that slight advantage. Is like it's almost like they're specializing a little bit, where they're starting so young and they're so strict and serious about the sport. It allows them to grow faster and experience a lot more things.
Yeah. Final question: if there's one thing that you'd change in Taekwondo, and anything's allowed, I don't think President Choi is listening, watching tonight, so. You know, if there's anything, is there a little niggle in the
I'm not going to touch it. I don't know anything about the rules. The rules of our sports are constantly going to change and progress, and that's natural with any sport. You'll see that. If one thing would change, I think it would probably be just the being able to be a little bit more individual with our sport. I mean, we're very traditional still, but I think we're progressing into a more sport side of things. So, like we were speaking of earlier about the excitement and the hurrah of the whole thing, I think we should be allowed to, you know, express ourselves and allow some of these great athletes to have big sponsors. Let us put them on our sleeves. Let us wear them on our backs. Let's show, you know, we're sponsored by these companies. And I think that'll open up the world and allow more funds being pushed into Taekwondo, because like I said, we have a very exciting sport, and I think we could do a little bit more to like promote it. I mean, even some entrance music, some lights and cameras, you know, that would be great for the finals. And I mean, I fought in a few events. I think 2003 I fought at Korean Open, and I mean, they had fire on the side of the ring, they had lights, they had cameras, they had smoke, and it's smoke and mirrors. I think let's get some more smoke and mirrors for these us in Taekwondo, and let us perform our best and let the world see, and let's just put it together as a strong package.
TJ, that's a brilliant answer. Thank you very much for your time, and
awesome.
really great to hear what your answers on some of those topics. So
thank you,
that
I
was
appreciate
wonderful.
it.
No,
Thank you.
And good luck tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see you on the final here tomorrow.
That's the plan. Thank you,
Good
sir.
luck.
I appreciate it.
Take care. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Terence Jennings, Olympic bronze medalist, and really great to hear him. We're looking at court 1 here where Damon Sampson is coming up, and Terence is just heading off. He's watching some of the Americans competing out here, of course. Steve Lopez has got himself through to a quarter-final, and he's going to be thrilled with that, and he could be meeting Damon Sampson. I'm just actually checking the draw. They're due to play a semi-final if they get together, so I think Lopez has got one more bout to go, and then he'll have a semi-final potentially against Sampson. So hopefully we'll get a bit of that coverage on here. Scoreboard hasn't changed yet, but I'm just gonna leave this score on the screen. I'm gonna leave this going. I'm gonna go and check. I need to find out what happened in that last match with Lara and Armenian. So leave that. I'll be with you very shortly, but I'll leave this on the screen right now. We're not missing out on any of action. In fact, well, here we are. We are missing. I think I might stay here, to be honest, because there is another big match coming up on court 12. Aaron Cook is up, and he's been looking incredibly sharp here. It's quite funny, we were just talking about the Cook-Taylor situation at the Olympics, and they follow each other on here as well. There are some slight technical issues that seem to be happening with the RT systems, unfortunately, so we don't seem to be getting all the scores that we should, and it's I believe, I've got a good feeling that there is a bug somewhere in here based on the order of the matches.
Attention coaches and athletes, upon completion of your match, please return immediately to holding to be staged for your next match. We are starting to wind down the our event today, and
Well, that was great talking to Terence Jennings there. Samson 6-0 up here in this particular bout against Jamaican Pedro Chavez. I think we may pop over to court 12 and have a little look at Aaron Cook. They're just currently on a video replay at the moment, so we're not missing anything, don't worry. I know there's a lot of Brits who like watching these webcasts. I think you're getting a fairly good supply of British athletes, actually. I think you're doing better than some of the top Americans. We just had Lopez over on one of the far courts. All right, so that one's come to its break. Let's have a little flick over. They're still on referee's replay. Cook is 3-0 up over Chavez. Sorry, Damon Sampson is facing Craig Brown from Jamaica. And it's Cook who has got Pedro Chavez. Looks like they're getting ready. Video replay. Do apologise. The video replay was refused. I was trying to find out what had happened on court 1 a little earlier, and I'd certainly like to know, because they must have been talking for 20 minutes at least about the situation, and I believe that they actually restarted the fight. We'll find out. Back with the action here. Cook has been absolutely fantastic form. He's had 2 rounds of excellent wins so far. Let's get back to Sampson's match over on court 1. Lopez a win there. That means he got the semi. That semi against Sampson, 11-21. Well, Sampson's looking well in control here, 7-1 ahead, and looking. There's another 3-pointer from Sampson as Brown went in for a punch. Well, we're gonna leave that for a second. Sampson looking very comfortable there. These are crucial points in this particular match. Cook 3-0 up over Chavez of Brazil. Of course, Chavez is going to be one of those looking for a spot in the Olympic Games. Cook looking very sharp indeed, of course. First major tournament of 2015, this one. That punch gave him another point, so 4-2 ahead. Definitely a crowd starting to build up here now as we're getting towards the later stages. A real good atmosphere, there's a real buzz about this place. In fact, quite interesting about these matches. Thanks again, Steve, answering my question. But we've got 2 athletes here. We've got Aaron Cook on 12, and we've got Craig Brown on 1, who were both former GB athletes. Brown competed for Great Britain in the Athens Olympics, and of course Aaron Cook had that situation in London 2012, which made him move towards the Isle of Man. So we've got three British athletes. Another beautiful headhunting kick from Cook, which doesn't score, but the card is up. In fact, I think the officials are going to give it anyway without even a card. And the Brazilian looks towards his coach to say, you know, shall we play the card too? You can see where this is going. This is 3 points for Cook. Yeah, electronics didn't register it, but the referee's saying, yeah, don't worry, we all saw it. I think everybody saw it. And Cook goes 8-3 ahead here. Over on court 1, it's 12-4 to Samson. Make that 12-5. It was a lovely. It was an interview with the crowd. There was a big ooh there. Oh, the referees are going to take this anyway. Oh, no, the Brazilian accepts that he got kicked in the head there, and him and his coach are having a little discussion. We can just see this here. The coach is not happy that the Brazilian's defence wasn't up high enough. Contact with the head. All right, so the officials can't decide themselves, and so now it's forced for Aaron Cook's coach to get the card out and to get this decision made. Meanwhile, over on 1, this one's coming towards a close. A minute to go. Samson 16-5 ahead. Samson is he's gone into a little bit of defensive mode. He knows this one's done. If he's allowing a number of head kicks, this one is he's closed this off in his mind. He's just going to happily accept a few kyungos, let the clock wind down, and I think Craig Brown also has accepted that this gap is going to be too large for him to deal with. So all the business here was done earlier on in rounds 1 and 2, and Damon Samson former kickboxing world champion. He beats, in fact they're still looking at the video replay, so we'll just get the shake of hands here as Damon Samson wins 16 points to 6 over Craig Brown, former GB athlete. Obviously a lot of friendship between the two, and Samson will make it through to a quarter-final. Lopez will face Miguel Ferreira in his quarter-final, and we'll get knowledge on Samson's opponent as soon as we can. Okay, back over to court 12. They're still watching the screen here. Oh, if we can see this, here we go. We get a little view of what's happening on the screen. It looks like the card was refused by the looks of it. Card refused, so that stayed in the pocket. So that could make things a little bit nervy for Mr. Cook if Chavez manages to score a couple of points. Not having that card in your pocket could be quite dangerous. Chavez somehow manages to score there. Cook gets the big hits. Chavez grabs a point, and I don't think his coach is looking too happy with him. Certainly remonstrating with his athlete about his defence. His head defence on some of those Cook kicks he's getting the hand up. He doesn't seem to be strong enough hand, and the kick is going through the defence. Cook leads 9-5. One more period to go. So here we go. Final period. Aaron Cook, world number 1, from the Isle of Man, multiple winner of many titles on the tour over the past few years. And Chavez just gets within 3 points. A spinning body kick. That would have scored a few, but didn't register. Only one Kyungo against Chavez so far, so. Oh, Cook is so sharp, isn't he? Those kicks are hard. I can feel them over here. These guys are putting everything into this. This is a good, proper contest. Big punch from Cook, and that scores the point. Judges all press their buttons. That gives him an extra point, and that gives him a bit of breathing space. Even a head kick wouldn't be enough. Oh, Cook again. Goes to that spinning head kick. And it was one of those that knocked out his opponent in the Grand Prix in Manchester last year. Absolutely phenomenal move. .40 seconds on the clock. Ooh. And Chavez a fraction away from Cook's head there on that spinning head kick, and that's 4 points. That would have tied it up. It is that close. Cook has got to be very careful now. .10-7, point for Chavez. This is getting tight. Good move there. Cook goes for the spinning head kick, and he gets it on the response on the counter-attack. And they're going to add the extra point onto Cook for a spinning head kick as well. Oh, what a move, what a counter. Chavez came in. He scored the point with his kick. And now they've given Cook 2 points. They don't want to do that. What a counter-attack from Cook. And that is how sharp and how fast he is. Well, all eyes on the Brazilian now. 20 seconds to go. He's 6 points down. He felt he was getting back into it, and then suddenly another spinning head kick. All the pressure's coming from the Brazilian. And it goes down there. That's a Kyungo. That'll be another point to Cook. So now he has a good lead. 7 points with only 10 seconds left. Cook can certainly defend this one out. Even now, oh, not another. He scores another head kick, another spinning head kick. And this is how this sport can just change so easily. Absolutely poetry in motion for Aaron Cook, and I think they're going to award him another point for the spin, aren't they? Yep, there he goes. Now 19-8. Oh, what an absolute joy that was to watch, and Brazilian coach actually just gives a little round of applause. I think he knows he's just seen something a little bit special there. Aaron Cook is on fire. And believe me, this Brazilian, how Pedro Chavez is certainly no slouch whatsoever. Cook does the business. It seems to be all the Brits up this end now, because here's Latela Mohammed, who's ambling around the court because he's has he got another bout up here? Is quarter-final due to come? Looks like it. Well, I know there's quite a lot of you watching from Great Britain, but the scheduling hasn't been done to favour the Brits in whatsoever, and this is just the weight category that we've chosen. Of course, Latela Mohammed is in a different weight category from Aaron Cook. These two will not be fighting here this weekend. Such is the way that Taekwondo works. I'm sure you all know at home that Cook is in the minus 80 kilogram category, and Mohammed is in the slightly heavier minus 87 kilo category. And it does look as if we are going to see Mohammed has got a semi-final, which is due the next match up. In fact, here it is. No messing. This is the semi-final for the men's minus 87 kilogram category. And my scoring system seems to be a little bit behind here. I've got a link to live scores, and it's still showing the Taylor's quarterfinal is still due to play, so something's gone a little bit wrong there. But I do have the update now. And it's from Kazakhstan, Smail Dusabay from Kazakhstan is in the red corner. So we're going to stay with this. This is going to be a pretty tasty contest. We've seen Latelo just scoring freely. He hasn't really been pushed by any of his opponents so far. Big margins on all of his results so far. As for the Kazakhstan athlete, just trying to look up results online. It's a little bit difficult. I have seen some comments on the chat room, of course, on Twitter. Doesn't seem that there are live scores links taking place here at the moment. I do see a tweet, Joe C asking for Stephen Landon's first fight. Well, unfortunately, you can rewind, of course. You are watching live on YouTube, but you can rewind. Unfortunately, he got knocked out quite early on in, I think it was the first period of his fight. He got caught with a one that he never saw coming, really. He was launching an attack down the side, and he actually dislocated his jaw, which so the actual kick itself wasn't that heavy, and he said at the time, but his body sort of went into reset because his jaw was dislocated, and they put it back behind the scenes, but of course that was too late. So I hope that answers your questions. So here we go. Matelo Mohammed against Smail Dusabay of Kazakhstan.
Attention all coaches and athletes. Immediately after your match is completed, you must return to holding. Results are going immediately into holding in the next match game stage. As we are getting into the semi-finals and finals of our game play.
Coming in.
Matches will take
Right. We've got some good fouls coming up now. We're just having a little look. We can actually see on the screen here this replay that's been shown. And bit of cheering going on. But I don't think it's actually affected anything. They just have to change the scoring. Very pleased to say, after his sterling performance yesterday, Mr. Sherman Nelson has joined me. Good afternoon.
I am going to try to have some voice.
Yes, your voice is better today. Fantastic.
Yes, I haven't been yelling and screaming.
Oh, was that it yesterday? You were yelling at the kids.
Yes. Yelling with love, though. Only with love.
That's great. Tell me, how's today been for you? What have you been watching?
I've kind of been, because I've been working the event, watching a little bit of everything. And what I've seen today is kind of what I thought I would see. Some really incredible athleticism. Right now we're looking at
Brigitte Jarg, yep.
Yes, from Spain.
Yep. Number 1 seed.
Yes, and she is feisty. And feisty is an understatement. Not only is she feisty in spirit, but she's very skilled and very tactical. So I've had the opportunity to see, just as we said yesterday, some of the very best fighters in the world doing what they do at a really high level.
Yeah. This is a quarter-final against Saris Hall of Jamaica.
Okay.
We are going to get back to the Latelo match because Jarg looks like she's in control here. She had a tough first-round match. I commentated on that very early this morning, and she was pushed all the way by the Ecuadorian Cristina Pavon.
Yes.
And it was a really tough encounter, wasn't it? But let's just get back to the men's action. Here's a man that I imagine you enjoy his abilities, his uniqueness. He's got an amazing style, hasn't he? Yeah.
He has such an explosive style, but the incredible thing is that in spite of all of that aggression, which is controlled, he's a gentleman, and he's so pleasant and so polite.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's so easy to root for. But when you're out there, you might want to keep your hands up near your face area.
Yeah, I was going to mention,
he has a proclivity for kicking people in the face.
Yeah, he doesn't sort of believe in the body shot, does he? He just goes for head shits every time.
He does. It's like the fries that go with the burger, and kicking people in the face is the burger.
Taylor's just got an issue here. I'm not sure what that is. He's took one in the nose. I think that hurt him a little bit. We have seen some great action. Oh, look at that for a move. Such athleticism. I don't know what he's getting a Kyungo. I think his hand touched the ground.
His hand touched the ground.
Yeah.
So if any part of your body other than your foot touches the floor, you've considered to be fallen.
Wow.
And as we know, there's a half-point deduction for falling.
Fair enough.
So the balance that is necessary to spin at that speed in response to an explosive kick is incredible. The athleticism, I mean, we say it and it kind of feels redundant sometimes, but it is so incredible when you consider, I'm a personal trainer, so I work with a lot of people who are trying to get into shape, and when they see this, they're like, there's no way a regular human can do that. And I'm like, these are regular humans who just spend a lot of time perfecting their craft.
Yeah. And we just saw Aaron Cook here, and I don't know if you saw that particular bout, Sherman, but Aaron Cook's another man who's the amount of time he's spent on Taekwondo. We were talking to a former coach of his, Patrice, who of course works with the national team of USA, but Patrice spent a year and a half with Aaron, and just said he's never known anybody train as hard, and Aaron is looking on fire at the moment. The last bout on there was just incredible. Did you manage to see any of that?
And I didn't see that. I think I was watching Cheyenne Lewis's match. But I remember Aaron at the 2008 Junior World Championships, and he seemed like a man among boys. And we said then that this is one of those kids that you want to keep your eyes out for. And so I've watched him rise steadily for the last 7 years. And it is because of that hard work. It is because of the commitment and the dedication and the, the willingness to stay focused on the task. So
and he's still quite young as well, I believe. So I think he's
he's 24,
he's
25, 23.
2nd of January, so he's just had his birthday. So he's now 24.
24
and
years
that
old.
man seems to have had a career and a half already, and he's only 24.
He's done more by 24 than a lot of people will ever do in any sport, let alone Taekwondo.
Yeah. Well, let's. Jorg looks as if she's comfortably going to take that, so we are going to. I will make no apologies that I'm always going to try and favour, if we get the opportunity, favour some of the explosive men. And of course, the heavyweight men, you do get some really great bouts, don't you?
Yeah. Well, you do in these heavier weights. So this is the lightweight, welterweight, middleweight, and heavyweight. Yeah. Now, historically, those divisions used to be the more lackluster divisions because people were just bigger and it was about power.
Yeah.
But with the change in the scoring system, they have to be just as dynamic. I mean, these are middleweights.
Yeah.
And middleweights, I fought middleweight, and we didn't fight like this. We watched these people and got tired. So now they don't, not only are they doing what the lighter weights do, they do it with a significantly higher degree of power.
Yeah. And that's it. There's some real, amazing. Look at that, just a double flick of a foot.
The way they flick their leg up there.
Yeah.
And the trick now is to recognize that the second and third motions are more dangerous than the first.
Yeah.
And so you have to be attentive the entire time you're out there.
Brigitte Jorg is just leaving court one. She has won comfortably. 8-1 was her victory. And this, I've got to say, this is the first time Mohammed's actually been into the third period, because he has just absolutely demolished his opponents up to now.
With the 12-point gap rule, which simply says that if after 2 rounds you have a 12-point lead, then the match is over.
Yeah.
In all of his matches today, I've seen him stopped. I've seen the matches stopped at the end of the second round.
Yeah. So this is
so
the
maybe
first
he
time.
is human after all.
Yeah. He's been pushed hard on this one, isn't he? 11-2 in the third. He's never in danger. And of course, if he gets another head kick here, this one will be finished before the end as well. We do have. We're getting towards the latter stages. It feels weird. We're only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we've got the semi-finals taking place now. But they don't. They like to rush them here in the States, don't they?
Well, it's probably due to the tournament committee. And there's a gentleman that works in the holding area. I can't remember his name. I think it's Sherman Nelson or something like that, who does a fantastic job of getting the athletes out so that they can compete, do their best, and then have time to enjoy beautiful Orlando. Yeah. So he should probably be recognized by the organization for his hard work.
For doing such an amazing job.
No, that was a great match. 12-2.
Yeah.
Was not as close as the score indicates. He was comfortably ahead and in control the entire match.
Yeah.
But as we know, a match can turn on just one kick.
Now, the good thing, you've just joined me for the glory moment, because we're going to have nothing but great matches now. And here we are on the left-hand side in the minus 80 kilogram category. So we're just dropping down a weight. And we've got Ling Long Chen of China, who's basically taken everybody in his stride quite easily. And he's up against the number 3 seed. So this is... I'm just going to check the draw sheets here. I've got piece of paper all over the place here. Ling Long Chen is not seeded, but if they've travelled from China, they're going to be pretty tasty. And he's up against Arman Yeremyan of Armenia, who we know has been, there. He's done it, and this is going to be an interesting bout. Chinese athlete in blue.
Well, and I think you made a very valid point. The Chinese don't travel for recreational Taekwondo, so when they come to an event, they came to an event to win the event.
Yeah.
And Armenians historically have been tough. And so in this match, you've got 2 determined competitors who are really willing to do whatever's necessary to win.
Yeah.
So it should be a spirited match.
And this is a nice bout as well, because they're very similar body height, very similar builds.
Right.
It's there's none of this. You know, he's taller than me.
The
I'm going to
David
try
and
this way.
Goliath syndrome.
Yeah, yeah.
Because a lot of the Chinese athletes are extremely tall.
I know.
And they're breeding them that way. See what happened? They took Wilt Chamberlain's genes a long time ago and froze them in a secret laboratory.
Yeah, they've done something.
No, they engineer their athletes, not through genetics, but in training and identifying children of taller parents, and they indoctrinate them into the sport.
Yeah.
And so they recruit for what they want.
Yeah. And of course, there's one of the tallest basketball players is
Yao
Chinese.
Ming.
Yeah. He's
And
retired
Yao,
now, isn't he?
He's retired, but he is still a demigod to them.
Yeah.
He came to the Youth Olympic Games.
Yeah.
And when he came onto the complex, he shut the entire complex down.
Yeah.
And there was a entourage of people following him everywhere he went. And it was so fantastic to see.
Absolutely brilliant. But this is the only bit of action that's taking place. I feel as if we might smell of something at the moment, because all the other there's loads of bouts taking on over in the far end. But,
well, we're finishing up our quarterfinal matches.
Yeah.
So everybody's getting into the medal round, and everybody's getting into the rounds where they accumulate points. So this now is when we start to become strategic.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to blow the opportunity to get those gold or silver medal points. So now you're a little more tentative, a little more cautious.
Yeah. So end of the first period, 0-0. It's a little bit more of a tactical affair, isn't it? Here, like, you know, at this level, you know, they've probably fought each other a few times. You know, Stephen Lambden was talking about his little black book, where, you know, he is always keeping notes on you know, particular fighting styles, and you know, these guys probably know each other quite well, so that they'll have remembered particular moves that the other one will have done.
Well, and that's a very good point, and that's true in a lot of these cases. There also is the understanding that if they've gotten to this point, they have a certain degree of skill.
Yeah.
And so I'm not going to take for granted that I can run out there and run roughshod over this individual. So we'll take our time and be deliberate and be intentional without being reckless or careless.
Yeah. We're live here. It's 3:15 in the afternoon here in Orlando, Florida, and we're getting through to some really good part of the day now. We're getting to the real business end. Semi-finals, quarter-finals. This is a quarter-final taking place. We've just seen Latala Muhammad win his semi-final, so he'll be up later for a final. He's going to have a nice long rest, and you know, that's one of the things sometimes with Taekwondo is that sometimes the schedule can work either for or against you. Sometimes,
absolutely,
you know, you might only get a 10-minute rest between bouts.
Absolutely, and then in a lot of instances, your body wants to go because it's still warm.
Yes,
but your mind is tired. Your you know, respiratory system. You want to get a little longer, a bit of rest. So you have to find the happy medium or the sweet spot where it's enough rest to recover, but not so much rest that you get lethargic.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of noise coming. Oh, and the Armenian does take a 2-0 lead there.
And he is working hard. His point per kick ratio is going to be kind of low because he is kicking a lot and not getting a lot of points. But it's that continuous aggression. It's that hard work. And then China comes back with a sneaky front leg and he gets one.
And that almost feels unfair, doesn't it? He's just stuck a leg out and scores on it.
I've
just
kicked
a
you
little
12 times to get 2 and you kicked me twice to get 1.
Yeah.
But you have to be selective and intentional in your shot selection.
Yeah. Well, in terms of US athletes, obviously Stephen Lopez has got himself through to the quarterfinal, and he's going to be taking place. They all seem to be having a little break out there. I think they're just letting everybody catch up, and they're going to try and get the semis out at the same time.
You want to let all of these quarterfinals finish so that you can have an informal break, so that an athlete doesn't have an unfair advantage.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, and we are sportsmen at heart, so we want to be mindful of the amount of energy and skill and will that it takes to perform, and we don't want to diminish that by, you know, putting a person out there who's had 30 minutes of rest versus a person who has had 7 minutes of rest.
Yeah, yeah. 3-1 to Armenia here on court 1 as looks like round 2 is going to come to a close. I think we've got an American athlete much further down. I can see there's quite a big crowd watching down there. I'm not sure who's down there. try and have a look. We do have access to some sort of live scoring system here. TJ Curry.
TJ Curry is
up against. He's 17-1 up on Khalid Hassan, so he's going to be getting through to a later stage.
TJ Curry is one of our bright future stars. He was an Olympic alternate in 2012 in the welterweight category. He's been on the national scene or the national team level since 2003. He was on the junior national team.
Wow.
In 2003, he competed at the Junior Pan Ams in Brazil. So he's been, paying his dues, putting in his work, planting the seeds of success in the efforts of today. So it's great to see him. He's had some injuries that he's had to overcome, so it's great to see him back out there at a really high level. And he is dynamic to watch.
Absolutely.
He is thrilling to watch. He is what Taekwondo ought to be. Every little boy who wants to do Taekwondo probably wants to do it like TJ Curry does it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of spin, there's a lot of flash, there's a lot of substance, but it's always exciting.
Yeah, well, we're definitely going to be seeing him a little bit later on in the tournament as well, because he's 17-2 up. Just looking down the other matches, we've still got a few. Isufu, the man who put Stephen Lamdin out, is a 69 winner over Lloyd. These results are scrolling around in front of me, so I'm trying to read them as quickly as possible. Bogdanovic in the female minus 49 kilogram beating Maliki of Denmark 13 points to 3. Wang beating Deschen 1-0 so far. Chebelsi beating Ferreira in the male minus 87 kilo. Chebelsi's one hell of an athlete from Germany. He's 6-4 ahead. Garcia from Colombia beating Galecki of United States 8-0 so far. Wang in the male minus 74. Wang beating Deschen. China beating Canada 1-0. Very early on in that match. Curry is 19-2 up, and they're coming towards the end of the second, so that one will be stopped early. And I think that's just about it. I'll just run him through them quickly. Apologies, we just.
And so this I like to consider this part, and when we're in the holding area, we call this part the quiet before the storm. This is when the matches kind of fade.
Yeah.
The number of matches decreases, and then you're anticipating the semifinals, but then we take it back up a whole bunch of notches with those semifinal matches.
Absolutely.
So in court 11, I see we have Lynn Hippolyte, Trinidad and Tobago versus, I think that's Damian Sampson.
Yep, that's Damon Sampson
from Great Britain,
former world kickboxing champion, and he's gone across to Taekwondo and he's having a really good time of it. So there's a quarter-final taking place up there, and thankfully our camera is able to see that, so we will go over and grab some of that when this one comes to a close. And Uremian is 4-1 ahead with just 49 seconds to go here.
But he only has a 3-point lead, so we know that lead is never safe.
And the Chinese athlete hasn't particularly opened up yet, and you do get into that mad zone, don't you, where
when you realize that time is now your adversary.
Yeah.
So it's important that you go from passive to very aggressive.
Yeah. And we're about to see that any second as well. Here we go. China in blue.
And now he's at 5-1. Because you get 4 points for a turning kick to the face, a spinning kick to the face, he's kind of trying to set that up, but now he needs 5 points.
Yeah.
So now he probably needs to just score anything.
And Uremian is definitely one of these athletes who likes countering. So now the Chinese athletes had to open a little bit.
Right, exactly.
He's just scored a couple more points.
So no, you end up playing to his strength.
Yeah.
But that's why you want to get a lead, and you want to get in control and force the action.
Yeah, absolutely. And he is attacking hard, and the Chinese athlete just not getting his scores there, but it's still many points to go. He still needs 4. This is where you have to pull a spinning head kick out of a hat.
Yes.
And he's not going to do that.
He reached in that hat, and there was no rabbit.
Right, here we go. Over to 11. Damon Sampson and Hippolyte of Trinidad and Tobago. And Hippolyte 3-1 up already, very early on in this in this first. This is going to be a good encounter.
Hippolyte is very sneaky. He's very sneaky, and so is Damien. So this ought to be an interesting match because Damien will make you think he's want to do one thing and contort his body in a really odd way and do something entirely different.
Yeah. Hippolyte has been around the tour a long time. He knows the score. He's got an issue with something on the mat, I think, there, but we carry on. Good start here for Hippolyte. One head kick, obviously. And he scores again.
He just scored with this little swing leg kick. So what you'll see is a lot of times when athletes are in an open stance, meaning they have the opposite shoulder forward and both of their chest protectors are facing the same direction.
Yeah.
When the one athlete lifts his lead leg, the other athlete will counter by swinging his heel back around toward the stomach portion. That kick was never done before, but with the electronic body protector and the extra sensor in the heel, that now becomes a legitimate scoring technique.
Yeah.
So again, these are athletes making adaptive, responsive changes to a change in the scoring structure.
Yeah. Well, Samson's managed to collect a couple of little single points here, so it's been a pretty active first period. As
yes.
Yeah.
Now I understand if you got kicked low, it diverts your attention.
It hurts, yeah.
But you must also remember that there's still a competitor out there, so you have to be wary.
You've got to wait for the Calio, haven't you?
You got to wait until the referee makes it safe.
I remember about, I'm sure you've seen this happen a few times in your career, that I remember one in Manchester last year where one of the athletes was calling for a timeout, and he was looking at the referee, and the other guy kicked him in the head before he called Calio.
He got blasted, and that's, you know, as bad as it sounds, that's what should happen.
Yeah.
Because we coach our athletes to always stay engaged in the game. You know, and we try to make that up. Whatever it is you're doing, be engaged in it.
Yeah.
Be in the room. So if you're in a match, be in the match until the referee makes it safe for you to divert your attention.
Looking at this, you know, they're just having a break here. I think Damon Sampson would probably be the happier because he scored 6 single points. That shows he's been busy. He hasn't scored a head kick. Right. He's had to get it the hard way. Hippolyte's did a head kick and he scored 2 other singles. You know, if you're in Sampson's corner, you're going to be happier, aren't you?
I'm happy because we're getting productivity for our work. We're getting fruit for the seeds that we're planting in those body shots.
Yeah.
Now we know we can score to the face, but if we can score 6 body points, then it's just a matter of time before the face point comes.
Yeah.
And I don't think I've ever seen one of Damien's matches and he doesn't score at least 1 face kick.
Well, he was hunting for one there very early on as Hippolyte came in.
And he's hunted for some in this match. He's just been a little bit short.
Yeah.
But, you know, in the first round, you're really gauging your distance and synchronizing yourself to the timing of your competitor. It's in the second and third round that they really are able to pull out their tricks.
Yeah. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here. Do please tweet US Open TKD if you've got any questions for Sherman Nelson here, who's with me, or just any generally. We are keeping an eye on them. We can't really keep an eye on the chat that's on the live stream, but you guys can talk Taekwondo on that to your heart's content, and hopefully you'll enjoy it. Nice to see a picture somebody's posted from Steve Flynn. He's watching at home. Friday night of multitasking. Hello, Steve. Watching the FA Cup, watching Man United in the FA Cup, and Taekwondo at the same time. There you go.
Steve Flynn.
There's a lovely picture. He works at GB Taekwondo.
Thank you, Steve.
So he's working as well as watching football on the TV. Wonderful.
We like to know that our fellow junkies across the ocean are all locked in.
Yeah, awesome. It's great to see. Steve's such a good guy. I'm about to say that because he's watching.
Yes.
9-5 here, Samson.
There's a Kyungo coming for falling.
Yeah, we are going to go to 12 very shortly because Steve Lopez is about to come out on court. He's up against Miguel Ferreira of Honduras in what is his quarterfinal. So Samson's quarterfinal is on 11 right now. The winner of that match will play the winner of the match on 12.
So we have a chance for a Grand Prix rematch.
Rematch of I'll tell you, the thing is, if they rematch, we can just put the mics down and just watch it because you know, you don't need to come when the action is so
Yeah,
exciting like that.
when beautiful art really is present, it really doesn't need a lot of subscription to it.
No, absolutely. Oh, we just
So Damien has gotten a lead. He's up 10-6. But again, I think that's the result of the hard work done in the first round.
well, the referees are going to have a chat. So while that's happening, let's go and have a quick look here at the court that Lopez is on. Here's Lopez, 0-0 so far, just started. And the officials are just having a chat on court 11. We'll try and keep flicking between them. This
Steven
is like having...
Lopez is the most decorated athlete in Taekwondo history. And I was on the national team with him in 1999. And if I had a clue then that he would become this iconic, I might have been nicer to him. I think I was nice to him, but I've had an opportunity we have a really long-lasting relationship. You know, we don't talk every day, but we do talk often.
Yeah.
It's so great to see him, such a great guy, and I really like him as a person, but I really respect the fact that you can maintain this level of excellence for this long.
Yeah.
Because it's it's unlikely to happen again.
It's
I
it's
can't
unbelievable,
see
isn't
somebody
it?
getting another five world championships in Taekwondo.
Yeah.
And that looked like a kick that, with the new rules, you can only protest, and that's what Coach Lopez is doing. He's raising his card, requesting a video review. Now, he technically doesn't need to if the corner judges have stood up.
And the officials do want to discuss this between them.
Because if you put that card out there and it's declined, you lose it and you lose your right. So the judges don't want to take away a coach's right to protest. So if the jury already has a question, then if they're discussing the same incident, then it won't cost Coach Lopez his card.
Yeah.
But you can only protest whether a kick was to the face, because we're using electronic headgear. And it looked like that kick was to the face.
Yeah, and it looks like the officials have decided that they can't
accept
decide.
his protest.
So now they're going to go to the video. So here we go. So, well, while that's happening, we're going to go and join the action up on court 11, where Samson leads 10-9. So looks like Hippolyte managed to get a three-pointer in there just towards the end. Maybe that's what they were discussing. So we'll leave that one, because that's going to be a delay of about an hour or so. An hour. I mean, a minute.
That's what, right. That feels like an hour.
It feels like an hour,
exactly.
doesn't it? Yeah. In fact, we do have a delay here on 11 as well. I'm not sure why.
Now on the video review for ring 12 with Steven Lopez, it looks like that kick might have caught him in the face.
Yep. We're just going to bring that screen up. It looks like just as we flick to it, they decide to mess us around. Come on, bring it up full screen. Come on. Here we go. This is what we want to see. So this is actually back to court 12. This is Lopez. We've managed to connect into their system here, so hopefully they're going to blow this up. We're going to see. This is from a different angle. Here we go. Does Lopez get the head kick? That's
now,
the question.
The interesting thing here is if the blue player turned his head and it was a kick to the side of the head, not the face, he won't get the result. He won't get the points.
Yeah.
But if it was deemed to be to the face, because there is no sensor on the actual face, then he'll get the result.
So we're just going to go to 10. That card has been refused.
And it was rejected. Wow. I believe it was because the blue player turned his head.
Yeah. So inconclusive. So straight back to, it's now Samson scored another one. Samson is scoring a lot of ones up there. He's just knocked another point up. He's 11-9. I think he's scored all of those 11 with singles. I don't think he's actually hit a headshot yet. And we're back to action on court 12 now.
That takes a lot of work.
Yeah.
A lot of hard work.
You know, this is like being at home flicking between your channels. You know,
right.
you're watching one match, then the other match, and
it's like at home watching two TVs and your iPad is up.
Yeah. This is the era we're living in now, isn't it? Attention span is so short.
Exactly.
Yeah, we've watched 10 seconds of this. Let's go and see something else. Lopez still 1-0 ahead. And well, if
Steven has the edge in experience, but you know, a lot of people want the opportunity to measure themselves against arguably the best fighter that's ever done it. So they get themselves up for this match. The danger is in being a Steven Lopez, relaxing and fighting down to the level of your opponent. Now Steven is such an experienced ring general that he typically doesn't dumb himself down. He keeps a high level. But again, he's intelligent enough and he's been in these kind of wars enough to know that slow and steady will win the race.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to score 10 points in one round.
If we concentrate on this for a second, I think, again, Samson is just scoring point after point. Every time he goes in, he seems to collect a point. And again, he's done it all with singles. There may have been a spinning kick in there somewhere in the middle, but there's certainly not been a head kick scored, and he's got 14 points here. And he's built himself a solid lead, hasn't he? Just incredible with single kicks, single points.
And the problem for Hippolyte is Samson's not really changing. So what has been working to keep him at bay, he's still doing. He's not gone into a defensive posture where he's not trying to engage, which would give Hippolyte an opportunity to build up momentum and maybe score a point. But he's still attacking. He's offensively defensive.
I like that. Offensively defensive.
I've got a few of them. I got a couple of them.
I like that one. I like it. It says exactly.
But we are at that could be a Kyungo for leg kicking.
Oh, Samson's took a big hit on the knee there.
Yeah, that's the.
I think a clash of the knees because Hippolyte's grimacing a little bit as well.
That's the danger of being an engaged fighter like Damien is. That was a sneaky. That's what I mean by sneaky.
Yeah.
Oh man, he is so quick.
Yeah, he's all over him, isn't he? He's never given him a chance to rest.
And he does exactly.
You saw Hippolyte just try and take a breather, and he goes, "No, you're not." Oh, score ahead.
He scored the spin kick.
Right.
So a turning kick is now 3 points to the body, whereas it used to only be 2. So now he's only 1 face kick away.
Yep. Well, the officials are up, so we're going to leave that be for a second because the GB coach is pretty sure that there was 1 extra point given that shouldn't have been. So we'll leave that for a second, and let's get back to Lopez. I'm loving this. It's just like being at home with my remote control. Kyungo goes against Ferreira there, and that means it's 2-0.
I believe both the gentlemen got a Kyungo for not fighting. So the referees will take they have a count in their mind of about 10 seconds. And if no action takes place, they will reward who they deem the most passive.
Yeah.
If neither man is being combative, then they'll give both men a deduction.
Well, that's over. And Samson decided for the last 5 seconds to play chicken. And he went on a few runs and collected a couple of Kyungos, but he was okay with that.
I can live with that if for 5 minutes and 55 seconds you worked.
Yeah.
I can live with you taking 5 seconds
and
off.
He certainly did. Yeah. It was only right at the very end. He looked at the clock, realised there was hardly any time left, and said, "Okay, that'll do. Good night, Vienna." And Damon Samson is in the semi-final. And it's really interesting. Now, this is where, it's great to have you alongside me here. We've just seen Damon Samson, who's just been absolutely incessant, 100% pressure all the way through. He looks like an animal out there.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Steve Lopez here. I've got to say this in a quiet voice. I don't want him or Gene to hear me because they'll be round in a second. who are playing a much more calmer. They both, as you said, just got a Kyungo for not fighting.
Right.
And these two are going to face each other in a semi-final.
And
possibly.
the interesting thing is that Steven can play the low-pace game as well as pick the tempo up.
Yeah.
And both of them can. So again, I think Steven is experienced enough to know that he might not need 6th gear to be prevalent in this match.
Yeah.
And so don't use all of your fuel in this one.
No.
And in the next one, you're going to be in there with a busy little beaver.
Yeah, it's going to be a cage fight in the next round if him and Samson get together. And it was interesting because I was there. I went onto the mat afterwards, spoke to both players, and just said, that was just amazing. And they both really had a buzz themselves. They know they'd been in a fight, and I'm sure they'd be happy to recreate that first.
Oh, absolutely. Because as much as we love seeing fighting, they love doing the fighting.
Yes.
So, and that's I'm happy.
Yes.
I'm happy to have someone out there who loves their craft, because I love to see the excellent display of their craft.
Yeah. But it's a good point that you say here that this is showing Lopez's ability that he can fight different ways. He's not a one-trick pony.
He has been on the national team for 21 years. He has seen it all and done it all.
Yeah.
He has fought every kind of match. The crazed, hyped-up match, the low-key, bounce around 1-0. So at this point, I think he has all the gears.
Yeah.
He has all the gears. He just has to manage 40 seconds. A 3-point lead is not a big enough lead to get defensive.
Yeah. But he's also very good.
Might have been a kick to the leg there.
He's very good at holding on, isn't he? He's very good at closing down.
He's very good at fighting when he wants to fight.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't want to fight, he will make sure you don't get to fight with him.
Yeah.
And that's ring generalship.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things I admire.
And I think we're seeing that here now. He knows he's got a 3-point lead. The pressure's on his opponent, and he knows every trick in the boat. When you've been fighting for so long,
you've seen it all.
Yeah.
To Ferreira, I would say, see, and that's why you try that.
Yeah. A good old scorpion kick.
That's why you try it.
Yeah. Another Kyungo to Ferreira though, and it's now 4-0, and the scorpion comes in again. We were talking to TJ about it, and he was saying that it's just crazy now. Everybody's doing it in training all the time.
Right, and in I was about to say, if you could record training, you probably would think people had lost their minds.
There you go. It's 4-0.
4-0.
We're going to get over to court 1 because it's all kicking off around here. Aaron Cook
and
Yuramyan.
Mr. Excitement himself.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, and
watching Aaron Cook makes me tired.
He has been amazing. I watched a couple of his bouts. He's just been incredible.
But I like this generation of Taekwondo athletes who believe in going out there and going after what they're after.
Yeah. This is a semi-final. Number 1 seed against number 3 seed. And Cook really does, it's a little bit like the Samson, isn't he? He really doesn't hold on. But Cook has got that amazing ability on the counter-attack, hasn't he? The spinning head kick on the counter.
He does. He's a little more dynamic because he can do a lot of turns. He can kick from a forward or a reverse turn. He can kick from any angle. He brings a level of danger to the game that you have to consider. Now, sometimes that works to his detriment because he puts himself in harm's way when he might need to maybe bring it down to 2nd or 3rd gear. But he's definitely a 6-speed. He takes it up a notch.
Yeah. No big tricks from Cook here. In fact, Cook gets a point for the punch, which the referees, I don't know, I just get a feeling that the referees seem to be giving points easier for the punches this year.
Well, they don't have much to do because we have electronic headgears now, and we have electronic body protectors, so they don't get to score much.
Yeah.
So they're bored, and they love Taekwondo like we do.
They want to be giving points, yeah.
So when you get the opportunity to throw, we train our athletes.
Yeah.
I train mine to let their hands go and throw a strong punch.
Yeah.
Because the referees are looking for a reason to be involved in the match. So provide the reason for them.
That's a great call. That is an absolute. I certainly feel that I'm seeing more punches scoring points.
Oh, absolutely.
And sometimes I've seen big punches go in and not score, and people are looking at.
If you can extend your arm fully and get a loud sound on the chest guard. With a really loud yell, you will almost always get the point.
Yeah.
Now, quickly, that was 1-0 red, and then it was 1-1, and now it's 4-1.
Yeah, there was a bit of a referee. I don't know I'm afraid I took my eye off the ball just seeing what was coming up on court 12.
I know we got involved in our conversation and lost track. I tried to tell you this was going to happen.
We're like two guys in a bar just having a drink and
right.
discussing.
At Buffalo Wild Wings, and we have 5 TVs going, trying to watch all 5 games at once.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's have a quick
Shout
look
out to Buffalo Wild Wings. I guess they should sponsor us.
Yeah, we should get some money here.
They should give us some free wings.
Trabelsi over from Germany in the -87. This guy is he's an absolute animal. This guy, and he's still in there. He's up against Sen of China, and as you said earlier, they don't travel for fun.
No, and there's some giants out there.
So it's the senior -87 kilograms. So this is a quarter-final actually. Sorry, this is a semi-final. So Sen has put out Alexander Bachmann in the -87 kilogram. Chao Sen against Trabelsi. So that's a semi-final.
And the scary thing is this is under 87.
Yes.
This is a middleweight match.
We're back to Alan Cook now for a second.
(4-2).
I'm just absolutely loving this. There's quality bouts going on all over the place. I've got my eye on the Trabelsi match in the corner. I'm afraid we can.
Sneaky front left leg kick makes the score 5-2.
Yeah. I do apologise. We can only show one bit of action at time. Over on court 11, Trabelsi leads 2-0 over there. They've just broken for the end of the first. There is a bout going on 12 as well. Brigida Yarg. This looks like her semi-final against Talisca Rice of Brazil. Yeah, that's the semi-final.
Yes.
In the female -49 kilogram category.
And Brigitte is, again, now she's the shorter player, and so the Brazilian athletes like to use that front leg to stretch you out and reach out to you at a really long distance, and then force you to have to slide back and move back.
Yeah.
Then they follow up. So the interesting thing will be to see how does Brigitte get inside that long leg, because going straight back is not the answer.
Oh, Cook went for the big head kick and he got it. What a kick from Cook. That's the first 3-pointer of this match.
I think I'm going to pull a muscle in my neck trying to watch all of these matches at the same
absolutely.
time. So I'm going to focus on this one for right now.
That's the one that we're showing on the webcast.
Yes.
9-4. I have done the same mistake in the earlier days when I was commentating. I actually commentated on a match that we weren't showing, and that's why I'm looking at the screen, because it's a good habit to see what you're putting out.
So I need you to help me.
Yes.
Help me do this, because there might be a career for me in this.
Hey,
I can't miscommentate.
No.
I can't describe a match that everybody's now watching. Now it's 10-4.
Cook looking good here.
In the second round.
Right, well, we're going to go back to Trabelsi's match. Brigida Yarg is just having a break. She's 4-2 up after the first period in her match, but this is a good one, isn't it? Look at these two
Giants.
big guys. Yeah, -87 kilo category.
Somebody needs to have a slingshot. When you have Goliaths out there fighting.
Yeah.
But again, historically, you look at men this tall, you don't expect them to be this dynamic and explosive.
Yeah.
You don't expect someone 6'7" or 6'8" to be able to chase you across the ring with his foot in the air.
Yeah. You feel that I think this game's just taken one of those patterns. You know, we're in the second, and they're both thinking about the end game.
Right.
And they just want this second to just travel through. There's an attempted punch there from Sen, and he got the point for it.
Again, a fully extended arm and a loud sound with the loud yell, in a lot of cases, will get you a point.
So we'll get back to court one. Thank you. I've been told that the officials here are just shaking their head because apparently the scorecard that came back from Damon Sampson's match had him losing. We just watched him win. So I think there's just a few little questions going on around the place, but
A nice back kick counter.
Yeah.
And he did it again.
And this is where Cook is so strong, isn't it? You know, Yemenian has got to try and get some points here.
Right.
Cook's just not giving him a chance. Whenever he looks to see if he might attack, Cook's up in the air and he's doing something on
And
him.
he's countering. And there is always imminent danger. And that's one of the things you want to present to your competitor. That you can take a risk and you can try to score a point, but you have to know that there's always imminent danger.
Yeah.
But he's back to 9-10.
Yep, absolutely. Now it's getting
good. He got
good.
the face kick.
Yep, this is now going to be interesting. 1 minute to go.
With a 3-point face kick.
Oh my goodness. Cook just
now
went in.
That should be a Kyungo for avoiding the match.
I'm not sure how Yemenian actually got a point there. Because he was running
He got a point before the backwards exchange.
Okay.
That's what caused Aaron Cook to chase him.
Yeah. Well, here we go. 10 apiece.
That should be a point.
Yeah.
That's a point. It's a good sounding punch.
Punchers get points now.
You have to know how to manage this game.
Yeah.
You have to know what the referees are looking for and give it to them.
Yeah.
It's the only still subjective part of the match. But again, that aggression worked counterproductively because we gave up a point by rushing in when we might have wanted to slowly, incrementally take the space. Well, when you're a thoroughbred like that, you really only know how to do one thing.
Well, this now could go either way, and Cook's going to take the lead here.
He has 2 spinning roundhouse kicks, and he knows that if Red gets one more Kyungo, we now gain another point.
Yeah.
Many of them, in many of the matches that Aaron has lost, it's been in these last few seconds.
Yeah.
So now we're up to 12-12.
12 all. This could be it. Which way is it going to go? Everybody's staring at the scoreboard.
Once again.
My goodness.
Kicking and kicking at the same time.
Yeah, that could have gone either way. It's gone to the Armenian. Cook can't believe it.
You cannot video protest a body protector point. So even though his coach has his card, he can't play the card because electronic scoring protector points are not protestable.
Yeah. Well, Cook can't believe that, but we're gonna leave that going because it's 3-all now between Trabelsi and Sen over on court 11, and they're into the last 50 seconds. This is where we are at the very top of the tree now, aren't we?
Yes.
And there is such a little differences between these athletes.
Exactly, and the margin of error, the allowable margin of error, is microscopic at this point.
Well, we've got an issue there with Trabelsi, so we're going to leave that for a second.
I think he might have taken a punch to the collarbone or to the neck area.
Yeah, he went down very heavily, and you could hear the slap from here as his head hit the ground. So he's got a bit of an issue, and the medicals will have to have a look at him.
So this, I think this is under 49 females.
Yep, it certainly is.
Yep, and it's a tie game.
Yeah,
so Brigitte has found a way to get inside those long legs. The Brazilian girl is really tall, and not only is she tall, she's long-limbed.
This is always fascinating when you see
you see him stand like that, and you see the disparity in height.
Yeah. And Yarg is the world #1. She's the one who's she knows what to do in this situation.
Oh yeah, she knows how to make the donuts. She definitely knows how to make the donuts.
Any questions for Sherman Nelson here?
Oh, and we're under.
End of the second.
Oh my goodness.
Yep, end of the second there.
I like when they tie the game up.
Yeah. We're happy to take any questions. Use that hashtag US Open TKD. I thought America were into social media. Come on, guys, get us a few questions on this Twitter tag. We'll handle any questions you've got. But everybody's just having a little break at the moment. We're just looking up at court 11. Trabelsi seems to be back up and happy. And the question is, we were talking to it's Sen, the Chinese athlete who went down heavily.
Right.
Yeah, he's looking okay. He has his 60 seconds, doesn't he? And I was talking to a medical person earlier. She was saying that there is a lot of pressure on the medicals. So you only got 1 minute to
make a diagnosis.
Yes or no,
and you really don't want to put a person out there who's not in a condition to fight.
Yeah.
But you have a clock ticking in the back of your head. That's why you have to have a crack medical staff to work your event.
Yeah.
You can't pull people who don't know the sport or don't know sports medicine in combative sports.
Yeah. Okay, well, they're still having a look at a few things. So we're going to get back to court 12 here as we're into the final period. Brigida Yarg, world number 1 from Spain, up against Talisca Rice of Brazil.
And Brazil scored a point on a defensive front leg roundhouse kick as Brigitte was. She executed a back spinning roundhouse kick to close the space. She's a risk taker though. That's how you get to be number 1, by taking risks. And they're paying off more times than not. They're paying off.
Yeah.
She's down 1 in this match and we're getting close to the halfway point in round 3. Once you get inside, now she has Brazil on the boundary. Oh, and she let her off the boundary.
Just having a breather. We've just had about 35, 45 minutes of just solid commentary. And it's just nice to have a little breather and just get ourselves ready for what's coming.
To take a break and take a breath.
Yeah.
But my problem is I get mesmerized by watching the match. I love good footwork like that. So she gave her a little side step and tried to work around that long leg.
Yeah.
But the Brazilian player took a slide back, which negated the side movement. And she's getting touches, but she did score that. So now it's 5-5.
5 apiece. Golden Death point looks like it's going to come in, and it does.
In the words of Keith Overman, Dan Patrick on ESPN, we go to overtime.
Yes.
So now the question is, who wants to win and how badly do they want to win? Because that's really what overtime comes down to.
Yeah. And we're just watching the last 20 seconds here over on court 11. Trabelsi 6-4 ahead. German athlete in blue.
And the punch might have taken a little bit out of the Chinese fighter.
Yeah,
because he doesn't seem to have the same fire that he had before. Now, when you're 6'12" like that, you shouldn't be trying to do a scorpion kick. There are no 7-foot scorpions. But again, we want to get our foot on the headgear any way we can. That should be a kyungo for blue for falling.
Yeah. Trabelsi knows what the clock is running out, and he knows that this is over, so he'll take it, and they'll finish. We're going to go straight back down to court 12 because here's golden point now.
All right, so golden point. So what do you think? What's your prediction? You got to give it quickly.
Oh. You're the expert. I should
No.
I'm
asking you. What's your prediction?
I'm going to go for blue.
Okay.
I think she's got the class.
All right.
But at the moment, she's on the defense. Yep. You go blue. I'll go. You go red. I'll go blue. Here we go.
Oh, that's a kyungo.
She stepped out. Well.
But she doesn't. The old rule was you had to be returned to the corner. You do not have to be returned to the corner now.
Yeah.
And actually, blue should get a kyungo as well. And that's what I believe the Brazilian coaches request. The only 2 things you can protest are a face kick and whether an athlete went out of bounds.
Yeah.
You're considered out of bounds when both your feet break the plane between blue and red.
Yeah.
So I think that right before red went all the way out, blue with 1 foot on the ground drew her foot back, which technically would have broken the plane.
Yeah.
You have a lot to watch when you're a coach.
You certainly do, yeah.
And it happens so quickly.
Yeah.
So while you're watching the floor and the feet, you've got to watch the athletes, and you've got to be conscious of a lot.
Well, let's have a little look, and let's see what they're looking at here. So, we're going to see this. They're going to go off into the corner. Oh, yeah, they need to fast forward this a little bit.
Yep. I say we should have teenagers hired to work on cameras, because as much time as they spend on their phones and gadgets, they could make that camera zoom in and catch stuff that us old people could never catch.
You know, I love that, because I was thinking that, and I was thinking, well, I'm not going to make a comment here about maybe some of these older officials aren't really up to today's technology.
Oh no, that's not what I was saying. You tried to set me up. That's not what. But I'm just saying that, you know, this technology is.
So a little bit in the corner, yeah.
Now remember, the video review is only what the camera catches. It's not necessarily what happens. It's what the camera sees happening. So does her foot ever go out of bounds? And see, it broke the plane right there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, both feet are out.
Right. So that's a good call by the both players deserve a Kyungo, but Blue deserves one as well. Very good call by the Brazilian coach.
So that's a good start. And we now have Kyungo. So now just a Kyungo will settle this match.
A Kyungo by either lady. And that's how you try to go.
Good attack from Yog.
I think Red might sneak it out. I don't have a preference. I like Brigitte. So I wouldn't be upset if she lost. But I just think Red is going to somehow manage to get that foot in the way.
Yeah. Well, she's celebrating the kick, but it doesn't score.
And the tension is thick. Brigitte has such excellent footwork.
Yeah.
I mean, the classic training in Taekwondo has that degree of footwork. She went for the spinning back kick, which is a high-risk move, but it brings 3 points with it, and you only need 1 point, so you just need the first person to be the first person to score. And yeah, it's frustrating when you do all this work and you're not getting any points, but that's a part of it. I tell my athletes, if you get frustrated in overtime, you shouldn't have gone to overtime.
Yeah, you just saw attempted head
kick. She went
kick.
for it. Oh, I like that. That's gutsy. So, Brazil got a touch. So if it comes down to overtime and no one scores, then the judges look at who had the most touches. That little light that pops up. But the referee is up. But the referee is up.
The hands up in the air. Let's have a look.
So they might need to confer. They might say that she deserves an extra point for the turn.
Yeah, but of course it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter here. It's extra. It's in the golden.
It's the golden point round.
Well, there you go. What did I tell you? Blue was going to take
won.
it. Yeah. I did just guess. I know you had to go red because I said blue.
Yeah, I had to go red.
You'd have gone blue.
I was about to say blue, but
yeah. There you go.
That was a great match, though.
It was.
It came down to 1 minute and 53 seconds of overtime.
Absolutely wonderful. So Yog wins that one, and she is through to the
Through to the final.
Through to the final.
Excellent.
That was a semi-final. Now I've just heard a semi-final called. Samson versus Lopez.
Yeah, so we are going to get that rematch we talked about.
Here we go. Sit back. Get your seatbelts tied. This is going to be a blast. This is going to be an absolute blast. I think it's... my career is sort of covering Taekwondo. It's probably only 6 years or so. But I've got to say that bout in Kazakhstan is probably the greatest match I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was a great match. It was thrilling. It had all the elements that you want.
Yeah.
It had the suspense. It had the high. It had lulls in it so that you could appreciate the highs. It was a great match.
Yeah. Here's Samson.
And I'm looking forward to a similar match today. And Stephen Lopez is in his home country, and so you always want to bring your A game when you're at home.
Yeah. Samson is well and truly ready. And of course, beards are back in fashions now, aren't they?
Apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently.
I cover a lot of ice hockey back in the UK, and it's not a patch on the NHL, but everybody's sporting the beards in ice hockey nowadays. It's a big thing, and
I guess men want to look manly.
He's wearing
I've
his...
decided to, too bad we're not doing video because I've decided to let mine grow out a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm a few years away from where Damien is because he looks like he's been in the wilderness for a while. But I like it. But and in contrast, you have the clean-shaven Steven Lopez. So it's the smooth skin versus the beard.
Well,
let's get people to tweet who their predictions on who will win.
Yeah.
Either hashtag the beard or hashtag smooth.
Smooth. Well, I'll tell you what, we can have a little look. Here's our desk. This is where we are. So this is me, Adrian, and here's Sherman. Hello. So yeah, and you're even wearing red.
Yes. Yes.
So yeah, so we have got a great view. We're watching this here, and
right
that's
above
where
the
the action is. So it's absolutely a wonderful view, and we're very privileged here. We're about to see two of the world's top fighters absolutely go on a toe-to-toe slugfest.
And here is the great thing, that only one of these will win, and they'll get to go fight one of the two other great fighters in this division.
Yeah.
So it's a smorgasbord.
Well, it's
Taekwondo greats.
We saw the other semi-final. We saw Cook lose out to Yeremyan. So Arman Yeremyan of Armenia. Try and say that when you've had a little drink.
Oh no.
Arman Yeremyan of Armenia is waiting for them in the final. So he's having a little sit down. He's having a little Ovaltine and a nice little warm chocolate, and he's just chilling. And these two are going to go out. And I think he's secretly hoping that these two absolutely slugfest it and have a golden death.
And they get to the final and just are exhausted.
Yeah. And of course, do you remember last time in Kazakhstan when these two fought, Lopez didn't even come out for the final. It absolutely finished him. Here we go. If there's one match I wanted out of today, I've got to say, this was it. And you know, Sherman, these two know it, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
They know it. Look at them. They're pacing up and down. They're like thoroughbreds in a horse race.
And I love it.
There's a little bit of mind going on there. Samson's just looked across. There's definitely a little bit of psychology.
This is where nerves come into play. Because right now, and it's not fear, but it's nerves. Because you're running through your head all the things that you want to do, what could happen, and it's human nature.
Yeah.
But once it's time to step into the blue part, then all that kind of goes to the background. And in the foreground is your will to win and accessing your skills to win.
Yeah. Pretty big crowd developed here as well.
Well,
they've all come to watch this.
And each of these gentlemen, and Damien is going to begin to draw these kind of crowds because people are starting to recognize him and know him. Steven has always drawn these crowds.
Yeah.
So we like to see the old guard and the new guard coming together.
So here we go. This could be the fight of the year so far. Damon Sampson in blue from Great Britain, former world kickboxing champion. Steven Lopez in red from the United States, 5 times world champion, twice Olympic champion. What a record that is.
Yes, he has. He's done a lot. He has done a lot.
He's been busy. And he doesn't like his head guard. He needs another one.
Yeah, something is amiss. They might have noticed it during the test kick.
And there's another delay. So what's going through your mind? You know, you're fighting somebody you fought recently. You know, do you take your mind back to that particular bout? Do you try and think?
Inevitably, you're going to revisit some things, but whether you won or lost, you know that this match might not necessarily go exactly how the last one went, because both of us learned something from that.
Yeah.
So now I can't say, you know, that I know everything about what my opponent's going to do, but I am familiar.
Yeah.
And that familiarity should give me a little degree of comfort. But you never know, because people are always adapting and changing.
So here we go. This is it. This is probably the bout we've all been looking forward to.
And they've been looking forward to. They want to measure themselves against each other.
Yeah. Yeah, there was an enormous amount of respect between the two athletes after that particular bout. They knew they'd been in an occasion. We were live to the world on TV in all corners.
Both of them are trying to do the front leg roundhouse kick underneath the cut kick. And Steven is famous for his ability to front leg roundhouse kick. He went for it.
Yeah. Now, I remember last time as well, in the early stages, there was a big discussion. Gene was using his card a lot because there was a big discussion that Samson was sort of blocking with his leg in an illegal maneuver, and Gene managed to get 3 or 4 kyungos by using his card.
And Samson, I believe, got a point for a punch.
There we go.
Because again, not only are the combatants on edge, the judges are on edge because you don't want to miss something in a match of this magnitude. And since the last Grand Prix, they've again modified the rules on what you can challenge. So now you can't challenge whether someone is blocking with their leg or holding or pushing. And I have mixed emotions about that. I really do. Because I believe that we don't want to impugn the integrity of the officials, but we also want the match to be called correctly.
Yeah. I didn't realize that. So Gene can no longer...
All you can protest is whether the athlete went out of bounds and whether the kick was directly to the face.
Wow.
And that's it.
Right.
And so, you know, the WTF has been reactive, maybe as a result of having 5 or 6 video reviews in your Grand Prix finals.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, in your Grand Prix, and you don't want to continue to have referees questioned.
Yeah.
Oh, and now we're tied at 1.
Now we're 1-0. And, you know, I must admit, that particular final, I think it must have taken about 45 minutes.
Because that is the leg block that was that he would have gotten a warning for if Coach Lopez had been able to protest it. Now that he can't protest it, might give you more confidence to do it, but referees should be more apt to calling it.
Yeah. No, and I think that's the point, and I think, you know, that, it's a fair point. If a referee isn't actually doing his job and stopping that leg block, then, you know, that's a
problem.
That's
because
an issue,
at
isn't it?
this level, with this power, you can break a leg, and nobody wants to be the one who is responsible for allowing a leg to be broken. And both of these gentlemen are thoroughbreds, great representatives of 2 great countries. You don't want to be the one who was negligent and allowed one of these athletes to be injured.
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh, I have to try to remember to talk more from my diaphragm. My lovely wife, Precious, just sent me a message that I need to speak more from my diaphragm.
Oh.
It's so great to have a wife at home who cares about you.
That's awesome.
While I'm here getting my Taekwondo fix in.
Yeah, he's like a kid in a sweet shop, Precious.
Oh, she knows it.
He's absolutely loving it.
So here we are, back to round 2. 1-1. And that's a try. And it's amazing how quiet it gets during a match like this because everybody's waiting with bated breath.
Lopez tried the spinning kick there as
tried the spinning
Samson
back
came
kick.
in. Yep.
It's a good, solid kick, but it wasn't with the right part of his foot, and it wasn't on the right part of the chest guard.
Yeah.
So he didn't get a point for that. But they are working.
Yeah, we're not getting to the spectacular reaches we had in Kazakhstan, but they're certainly working each other hard. Samson goes out of court.
That was close to a kyungo. It's very good.
Yeah, he got away with it. We've got nothing but finals coming after this. This is the last semi-final taking place.
Oh, Samson went for the back kick. It was close again.
Yep.
But again, you have to be so athletic to compete at this level. As the game has progressed, it used to be, I would say, maybe 70% Taekwondo and 30% athleticism. Now that's clearly reversed.
Yeah.
You've got to be, that's why you can take a kickboxing world champion and bring him here because he already has the athleticism.
Yeah.
So all you're adding to his cake of athleticism is a little Taekwondo icing.
Lopez is a bit disappointed he didn't score that kick just a few seconds ago.
And by this point, that's now out of his mind.
Yeah.
Because now he knows.
Well, both of them.
Yep. And now we warned both of them.
Both of them got Kyungos out for not fighting yet.
Patented left leg, Lopez front leg roundhouse kick.
If you were to say in this bout there'd have been one thing you wouldn't have seen, I think it would have been a Kyungo for both athletes not fighting. But you know, it's strange, isn't it? You know, do you think there's a reason why this is a little bit more low key than it was in Kazakhstan?
Well, and let's revisit that, as well as you earlier noted that Samson was pressing in all his earlier matches, and now he's gotten here and he's shifted gears significantly. Yeah. I think that they realize, one, you're fighting for a substantial number of points. This is a G2, so you want to get the maximum points for this event.
Yeah.
So you don't want to take an unnecessary risk. You don't want to make a sloppy mistake. And both fighters have been through enough battles today that they have some nicks and some dings. Yeah. So now you just are very cautious. So you kind of have caged the beast a little bit. But in this third round, somebody's going to have to let the dog out a little bit.
Yeah.
And as those old poets used to always say, who let the dogs out?
Yeah, you got a feeling that this is going to start opening up a little bit.
It's got to open up.
Yeah. Because you know we've seen all of Samson's bouts so far. He was like the Hippolyte match.
Interesting.
He was attacking.
Right.
This is the first time where he seems to be a little bit more subdued.
But now now he's in there with an opponent who he might feel is at his level or higher.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's fair to say.
Yeah.
That's fair to say. For what Steven has accomplished, that's a fair assessment. Interestingly enough, Steven just got a Kyungo for blocking with the leg.
Right.
And now Samson
ironic.
just got another front roundhouse kick. And now we have to wonder, is there going to be a momentum shift?
Yeah.
Because again, we said yesterday, now that's a Kyungo. So
Yeah.
now we're at 3-2.
I wonder if Samson will regret that. That was an easy Kyungo to give away.
Right,
really.
right.
At this stage in the match, there's still over a minute to go.
Especially how diligent he was in the first round about not going out. So if his focus is starting to slip, you know, that could be problematic in the third round.
Lopez almost scored with a big kick with the heel there.
Yeah, he went for a big shot, and every now and then interspersed throughout a calm fight, you've got to go for a big shot.
Yeah.
I think the referee wanted to give a Kyungo and decided against it. I like when the referees are necessary parts of the match, but don't over-insinuate themselves into the match. Let the athletes decide the match.
2 attempted punches from Lopez, neither scoring. Gene Lopez in the corner is very good at trying to influence the referees, isn't he? He's got all the mannerisms. It's 3-2. Kyungo against Samson. He's a half point away from tying this up. "30 seconds to go. Here we go. Now they start to open. This is it now.
And now they're going kick for kick now. Nice try.
Samson's got to be careful he doesn't break that plane.
And he doesn't want to get that next Kyungo. Or holding.
Well, yeah. And I think that was something that Gene Lopez was shouting at earlier, that he felt that Samson had moved in and held. Didn't give Lopez a chance at score all.
10 seconds.
Oh my goodness, where did the time go? Chance of USA. Oh my God, oh, what a head kick from Samson. Connects.
Isn't this ironic?
Oh my goodness.
Isn't this ironic?
The crowd have gone crazy here.
Isn't this ironic?
Oh.
Isn't this ironic?
And of course.
Oh, the humanity.
Lopez has come out with the card. You knew he would. You know.
Right, now he technically can only say that didn't hit his face.
Well, he's making a pushing moment. He's saying that Samson pushed him to get the head kick in.
You can request the invalidation of a face kick if there was an infraction that facilitated it.
Yeah.
So if you push or hold in order to score, you can ask for that to be reviewed.
Right, here we go. Let's have a little look. Let's have a look if Mr. Lopez could just move out the way a second. We are taking this from another camera that's across, and we're all watching this with interest. Here we go. So the query from
all right, Stephen, I need you to get out the way.
Yeah, move out the way, Stephen. He's not going to move, is he? He's watching
No,
this.
he's not.
He's fixed.
He's watching it.
He's
All right.
watching it hard.
Okay.
Here we go. We're just going to see. So there's the kick.
So
that's the touch.
The kick.
It's beforehand.
And that's the arm. I believe. There we go.
Now you need to rewind a little bit more. Here's where we need that 12-year-old kid who knows how to use all the gadgets. Okay, yeah, no, don't do that. This is just like when your wife's there, like Pressure's watching at home. You know, your wife's there with the remote control, trying to find that program.
Well, that's why she doesn't get the remote. Yeah, she doesn't get the remote.
Absolutely.
Because
well, that's the kick. There's no doubt that's the kick because that's scored.
That's the kick, right?
So we need to go backwards.
We're now looking for the.
Well, they've not even done it,
and it was declined.
It's been declined,
and so we're back. We've got.
And well, time looks to be out. I think this is over. Samson's just going to run out the court, and Damon Samson has taken a revenge here from the Kazakhstan match where Lopez win. He gets a ganjon just for a bit of good measure.
4-point deduction for running.
Yeah, you're not really allowed to run.
At this point.
Well, it still shows it is a 7-5, I think, but a ganjon was given afterwards.
Yes.
But wow.
That was a great match.
What a great match. And Latela Mohammed comes onto the court. I think he's got a bout coming up next, and he's just very pleased to have seen.
Match. But that's why, so even at his level,
yeah,
you're a 20-time national team member, 5-time world champion, but through all of that, you are human. And because we are human, there are days we make mistakes, and for a microsecond I lost focus and I didn't execute everything perfectly. That's why the game is so valuable. That's what makes Taekwondo so great, because anybody can rise or fall based on just being human, and that's why we play the game.
and there is so much psychology in this. Like, I was just thinking back, I don't actually think that Damon Samson ever threw, he didn't even throw an attempted head kick throughout early, you know, it was such a defensive first and second period. I think that was his first attempted head kick.
And I think that was a desperation kick. Well, he knew he needed to score. He didn't want to go to overtime. Yeah. And he got into a clinch and felt that the clinch was soft. It wasn't a firm clinch. It wasn't, a tight clinch. So I figure I can get my foot up. And there it was. And that's why you have to be ready to take advantage of an opportunity whenever that opportunity presents itself.
Wow. So a 7-5 win for Damon Samson over Stephen Lopez there. What a bout. What a tie. It's Samson versus Arman Yeremyan of Armenia in the final of the minus 80 kilo category for men. There's a few bouts taking place at the far end, but we are starting to get towards final stage now. And just having a look to see who this is on the other side. Obviously, Latela Mohammed is on this side, and this has got to be the final. I'm not sure who he's coming up against. Oh, this is Trabelsi, of course. Yes, Yassine Trabelsi of Germany. So this is the final of the male minus 87 kilo category, and that's going to be the first final that we're going to take. They've got 4 men's finals on the right hand side, 4 ladies finals, or women's finals I should say. I never know what the right word is to say these days, you know.
Well, we'd like our women to be ladies.
Yeah.
So let's say it both.
You've got to be careful, you know, when you're on commentary.
We have gentlemen's finals and we have women's and ladies finals on the other side.
I did get criticised in another sport for calling them girls. I called the guys, I called the girls, and I think that's a good term. But
according to Rogers and Hammerstein, if you call the guys, you have to call the ladies dolls.
Oh,
yeah, there you go.
That would have been out of order, really.
Well,
guys and dolls.
Yeah.
But yeah,
right, so
here we go.
This should be interesting.
Yep, Trabelsi and Mohammed.
This Lutalo Mohammed is an exciting athlete to watch.
Yeah. He's got every kick in the book, and a few more, I think.
Yes.
He's definitely a talent, and he's one that who we've already seen in this event. He has scored points freely But we also know that Travelsi's no pushover. We're talking about one of the top athletes on the world tour.
Oh,
here.
absolutely. So when you get to the finals at the U.S. Open, there are no gimmies and there are no easy matches.
Yeah.
Every exchange is going to cost you something.
Yeah.
Might cost you a little, might cost you a lot, but it is going to cost you.
There's Travelsi from Germany. There are some pretty exciting contests going on around the place. The deal we had, I think, is we're going to have the 4 men's finals on court 12, the 4 women's finals on court 1.
Court 1, okay.
And although I'm a little bit concerned, I can see there's a match going on court 2 at the moment, which has got a feel of a final about it, but we'll find out shortly.
We'll get somebody to check that out. I'm grateful that we get to stream these finals to our membership in the United States, USA Taekwondo, to the family and friends, but also to the world. We work hard to put on a very good tournament because the world deserves us to have a really good tournament. So it's an honor for us as USA Taekwondo to provide that.
I'm just looking, I am getting live scores from Thomas Rahimi has beaten TJ Curry by 4-3.
Thomas Rahimi.
Sorry.
Yes, that's great. That's 2 American athletes.
There's still about 40 seconds to go, so that's still tight. I'm hearing a lot of cheering. Charlotte Belke of Denmark is 8-6 up on Kelsey Junius, and that's going tight. There's less than 10 seconds to go in the third there. Just looking further down a few more. Colombia versus Finland. Suvi Mikkonen of Finland has lost to
You do a great job with
Garcia.
those names.
Yeah, many years.
You ought to hear me in the holding area when I can't pronounce a name.
The golden rule is you just say it once, you stick to that method, and then everybody thinks you're right.
See? So guess what? Guess what's going to happen tomorrow? I'm going to say it once and keep moving. And then call the match number.
It's when the chap from there's a chap he competes in Taekwondo, Asbagikanga, and
I know.
By the time you've said the name, the actual period's over.
Yes.
It's
and when they type it across the screen, it says to be continued in his next match.
Dots, yeah.
Right.
There's a few apostrophes in there where you've missed out 10 letters here and 10 letters there. Just looking further down there, Cheyenne Lewis looks as if she's had a good result over Mayo Hamada of Japan. I think that's some of the cheering we were hearing down there.
Okay, yeah, Cheyenne Lewis is one of our rising stars.
Okay, yeah, and that looks like that could be over by the looks of it. Andrea Zhaom against Yun Wen Huang of Chinese Taipei. That looks like 2-0 so far to Huang. They're in the third. So we're just giving you a few updates there, but looks like we'll just take a look on court 1. There's a final that looks like it's going to be starting very shortly. They haven't put the scores in on the scoreboard, and we seem to be missing officials on court 12. But we're at this stage now. These guys. I think that was an excellent point you made earlier about Damon Sampson. He's attacks on his earlier bouts. He's come up against Lopez. They beat each other up so bad last time, but Lopez, although he won that match, couldn't come out in the next round.
Right.
And I think that's a really good point. Now, that was a very clever. Sampson won the bout, but I think almost both athletes realised, as you say, they're here to collect points. But and whoever's going to win out of that has come away not having
emptied their entire tank
for the final.
Exactly.
So now Sampson will be ready for the final, and he can give absolutely everything. Well, we're still waiting for a little bit of action. Let's have a quick look up on court 2, because that seems to be the only action that's actually close to where we are. So let's have a little look at court 2 on here. Garcia 18-16 up in the minus 53 female category. That's another term I should use, isn't it?
That looks like a football score.
Yeah, and it's only the end of the second. 18-17, and it's only the end of the second. There's not much defence going on there, is there?
They've decided to be generous and give each lady the opportunity to kick the hogu and the headgear at their own discretion.
They are absolutely just getting stuck in. Minus 53 female category there, and just having a look. This is So Mikkonen is the number 2 seed. This is a semi-final. Laura Barrera Garcia of Colombia. So they are just finishing off some of the semi-finals. Well, I hope you're enjoying this wherever you are in the world. What is it? It's 9:30 in the UK, 10:30 in Europe. So still a good time. Nice to see GB Taekwondo putting out quite a few tweets, really sort of leading the way in the Twitter world for Taekwondo, and getting people to watch. And hello to everybody back home. I hope you're enjoying the snow.
It's snowing in.
Oh, it's been snowing a fair little bit. No, not too deep, not New York snow, but you know, just a little sprinkling, enough to stop everything working in the UK.
Yes, I was born and raised in Chicago.
Oh wow!
Illinois, so I'm acquainted with snow.
You know you're cold. Yeah. Oh, I love Chicago. One of my favorite places. Yeah.
In April to October when there's no snow.
I always remember one of my first. This is going to show you how old I was. But when I was 18, I remember the William the Refrigerator Perry.
Yeah.
The first refrigerator to score a touchdown in a
absolutely
NFL
in the '85 Bears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was incredible. That was so wonderful to see.
I was a big fan of the '85 Bears and the Super Bowl Shuffle.
Oh
yes.
God, yeah.
We are the Bears shuffling crew.
Oh my goodness.
Shuffling on down, and we do it for you. Absolute foolishness, but we loved it in Chicago.
Oh, that was incredible. And you know, there's something I was watching. You know, I'm still a fan. I watched the playoffs at the weekend, and you know, one of the things I actually talked to Stephen Lambden about is sometimes the pressure of the occasion can get to people.
Oh, absolutely.
And of course, you know, I haven't really been following the news much in the US, but you know, I was watching at home, and my jaw was hitting the floor when I saw a brick wall try and catch a ball. When Mr. Bostock, who was supposed to be the blocker, said, I'm actually not going to block, I'm going to turn around and I'm going to catch the ball. And the guy who's the expert catcher out of the
Jordy
whole
Nelson,
team was there with his hands ready going, well, I can catch this with one hand if I want to, but I'll just put two hands up just to be sure.
And in that moment, he made a snap decision because the pressure is significant.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult for people who've never been in a pressure situation to offer legitimate conjecture about what he should or shouldn't do.
Yeah.
You know, we have this saying, pressure does two things. It busts pipes and it makes diamonds. And so in that moment, he was a pipe. Yes, he was. Yeah. But it happens to all of us in various arenas of life. Pressure makes us do some things, and sometimes we can't handle it.
Yeah.
But that's why the sun goes down and it comes up on a new day, and you try to do better the next day.
Yeah. Well, that particular incident, for those who are NFL followers, you know, I think that's going to
haunt. But that Green Bay game, though, overall, with 5 minutes left, they were ready to put it on cruise control.
Yeah.
Not realizing that, you know, the team on the other side of the ball, they have pride just like you do.
Yeah.
More importantly, they get a check just like you do. So they're going to play hard.
Well, it was even amazing with the 2-point conversion. I hope you don't mind at home. We're just going to talk. But, you know, there was another instant there where I think the chap's name was Dix. And I don't know what happened.
Dix.
All he had to do was tuck the ball
interceptions.
Away.
He had 2 interceptions in that game earlier. But in that moment, played the man instead of the ball.
Yeah, he didn't go for the ball.
Yeah. It's why we play the game, though, because as long as you know that who's supposed to win doesn't always win, that means there's room for somebody new to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what sport's all about. Well, there you go, 24-19 for Garcia Barrera of Colombia. That's a big score.
Yes, that's 3 touchdowns and a field goal versus 4 field goals and a touchdown. So there you have it.
I don't know where we're going on this one.
Yeah, we're getting kind of loopy now.
A field goal and 8 safeties.
Yes.
I'll do it that way. My maths are simple. You know, I don't like 6 times table.
A field goal and 8 safeties. I loved it.
I wonder if that's ever happened.
It shouldn't. Nobody should get their check that week if they allowed 8 safeties.
Yeah, the defense won't be too happy. We are not seeing any action at all. But
I'm sure these athletes, while us, the fans and the viewers, might lament this break, I'm sure these athletes are not, so that they can get a little more energy built up, have a little more in the tank, so that they can go all out to be the U.S. Open champion.
Well, Chabelsi and Latella Mohammed are here and waiting. Muhammad Cho is here as well.
Right, that's the heavyweight.
To support his friend. I'm not sure if he's made it through to the final. He's all dressed up still, so if he hasn't, he's only just been knocked out. But I am looking to see if I can maybe get a printout. Steve? Steve? Can I get a printout of the finals? Yeah, they should be able to, please. Hopefully we are going to get a printout of the finals coming through. So we've got Trabelsi versus Muhammad coming through very, very shortly. And then I'm just having a little look. Yeah, we're definitely down to finals now. So there are 8 bouts to go. I know there's a lot of you watching from Great Britain. So Muhammad Cho. Muhammad, are you in the final? You've still got semis to go. Okay, well, Muhammad Cho still has his semi to go, so he's. I think that could well be a bout that will be taking a place of. He's still ready to go. So I think there's one semi to go, and then we're down to finals. So there is Muhammad Cho's semi-final to come. It's 4:35 in the afternoon here in Orlando, Florida, and all of the crowd. There's still a bout taking place out on what's that one? Court 8, which you can just see in the distance there on that camera. I'll just wait for the score to come up on my screen, and I can forward it on to yourselves back home. Josiane Lima against Nikita Glasnovich. Looks as if it's in 0-0. Now they've just started the second round, so they're having.
That's a semi-final down there. So
yeah,
we're wrapping up these last cup. We should only have 2 more semis going, and then we get to all finals.
And then we're going to get to the final stuff. Yeah, this is great.
So we've set the pace. It's a pretty good pace. We're at 4:30. It's not a bad day for the number of matches we had.
No.
We'll get out in time that people can shower and get to an early dinner. And get to rest for the next day, because we have another day of action tomorrow.
Yeah.
If you thought the dinner was great, wait for the dessert. That's tomorrow.
Well, if you have the job for getting the athletes out there, I think you should offer your professional services, because I know there's a number of events where we've not finished till after midnight.
Oh well, I can be hired, so you can always contact USA Taekwondo. You can tweet me at Mr. Possible DMV. But I just, the reason why we work on the tournament committee is because we want the athletes to have the best experience and then be able to go and enjoy it. And you can't enjoy it if you're not getting out until 1 in the morning.
Yeah. Tell me what your Twitter handle is again.
Mr. Possible.
Mr. Possible.
DMV.
I've got to look this one up. Mr. Possible. That's a
because
Sherman Nelson Jr.
I believe it's possible.
There you go.
And I can make it happen for you.
Wonderful. Well, if anybody wants to tweet to me, which I seriously doubt anybody would want to, I am Adrian_Bats, just because I'm sick of spelling Battersby. So I'm Adrian_Bats. This is Mr. Possible DMV, and 24/7 is going to send a tweet out to both of you right now with the US Open TKD tagline in there as well. Right, well, we've had a fair bit of excitement, and now we're getting ready for some of the big stuff to go on. We've got finals waiting. I think the officials, it looks like Muhammad Cho's bout. He's just coming out with his vest on, so he looks as if he's ready to fight. We're just waiting to see who his opponent's going to be. It looks like Cho is going to go out onto court 11 by the looks of it. Please don't go any further. We want to get you on this camera.
It's really good to see the growth in the Great Britain Taekwondo program. And it came from dedication and determination on the part of the administration to commit to it. And so for any organization to prosper, it's going to take commitment from not just the athletes, but from the structure around the athletes. So good job, Great Britain. USA Taekwondo is committed to our athletes. We are committed to developing not only our 2016 athletes, but helping those athletes get ready for 2020. So we are grateful for the opportunity here at USA Taekwondo to host this great event, showcase our fantastic athletes, and be good ambassadors for Taekwondo around the world. So thank everybody for coming across the pond and over the river and through the woods to visit us here in beautiful Orlando, Florida.
Yes, and it is absolutely beautiful here. I'm really quite proud actually, because it's almost too. I do like doing the odd pun now and then. I know you're quite a wordsmith from some of the things you've said, and I've really kept away from doing puns about Disney and Mickey Mouse refereeing and you know, using taglines of Frozen and things like that.
That's
cheap.
That's for the easy guys. We're not the easy guys.
Yeah.
We don't even have to do the small. It's a small world. We don't have to do any of those kind of jokes because there's enough material right here.
Yeah,
we can just glean it right from the field in which we're sitting.
You're just speaking to a guy who spent Christmas in Disneyland Paris, so my little 7-year-old boy and my wife, so we had a lovely time.
Oh, that's great. It's an experience, though.
Oh,
we had an event at ESPN there a couple of years ago, a girls' sports initiative, and we were there for maybe 4 or 5 days, and the way they treat you, the way they make sure you have a Disney experience, it was incredible.
Fantastic.
We had a fantastic time.
Wonderful.
And we got to watch Taekwondo on ESPN3. So
Beautiful.
I'm always grateful when we can see this sport gain some exposure.
Well, this match is coming up next here on Court 12. They're coming right in front of our cameras, so Latela Mohammed.
Oh, yes, because they want to finish all the semifinals.
They need to get the
and then
semis
do the
off.
Okay.
Yeah. So Latela Mohammed and Trevelsey have been moved aside a little bit, and we've got Mohamed Cho of Great Britain up against Guilherme Felix of Brazil. And they're just going to have to get their electronic head pads, helmets, whatever you want to call them.
Do we have the seeds for these gentlemen? Because I think we have some high seeds.
Yes, no. Well, all we have is the draw. The seeds aren't actually appearing on the draw, but and I've got about 20 million pages. You know it's going to be the last one, don't you? When you're doing this, there's Damien again.
Of course, because have we gone to the bottom?
There we go, very bottom. So Mohammed is the 3-4
this is
seed.
under 87. We need.
Oh, sorry,
87.
Cho. This is the heavyweight. You're right. Cho is the number 1 seed, and just looking down here, Felix Guilherme is a 5-8 seed.
So this is a good match.
Yeah.
It's a good match of some high seeds in a quarterfinal, and this is how you want your quarterfinals to.
So Vedran Golec would have been the man who would have been seeded through to this, but he must have lost out along the way. And Guilherme Felix has taken his place. So here we go.
All right.
Athletes are looking as if they're ready. Yep.
They're ready.
Officials going to get them going.
We hope you're ready.
Yeah. Sit back. So there's one semi-final to go. Then we've got 8 finals. They will be split with the men's finals on court 12. The women's are on court 1. We will try and cover as much as we can. I may have to sort of semi-apologise in advance in that the men's heavies tend to be a little bit more explosive and more exciting. We may well see a little bit more of the men than the ladies. But I think tomorrow might be the other way around, because it's got the men's lights and then the ladies heavies. So we'll see how we go. But I'm just going to select whichever court that is
wherever the
is
action
giving us the excitement.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Wherever the action is the thickest is where you'll find us.
There's no script here. This is it's down to what we're going to see. I've got to be honest. If that Lopez Samson match had been on a ladies' final, we'd have been on the ladies' final, because that one was quite tame in comparison.
Right, and we might have missed because the last 10 seconds of that match held the turning point of the whole match.
That was it. The whole match was there in the 10 seconds, wasn't it? So here we go. Mohamed Cho is a man who's done very well for Great Britain since coming over from France just after the Olympics. He did very well in the Grand Prix series last year. Just in the finals, actually, in Mexico Great Britain didn't have such a good run. Jay Jones took a gold, but there were no wins for any of the other athletes from the Great Britain camp. That's a tough gig though, 'cause, you know, usually in Taekwondo you want to warm up and you want a few early matches.
Yeah,
These guys are going in with a quarter-final
At the Grand Prix finals, it's like the NBA Finals Game 7.
Yeah.
And you have no margin of error.
Yeah.
But to be there is a significant accomplishment. To be ranked in the top 8 of anything in the entire world is a significant accomplishment. They shouldn't be undermined.
Yeah.
To win it, just speaks to how great an athlete Jay Jones is. And she is an incredible athlete.
So this is a semi-final here. I really wish we just can crack on now. But all the players moved down. There is a little bit of action taking place over on one of the outer courts. Now, I'm not sure what that is. I'm just having a little look down the list to see. Josiane Lima of Brazil against Nikita Glasnovic of Sweden by the looks of it, and Glasnovic 11-0 up. Right, here we go. As always, a lot of respect here.
I love the sportsmanship of this, and all of that politeness and handshaking.
Yeah.
In a few seconds, you would never know that it actually took place.
No, absolutely.
Because then it's time to kick somebody in the forehead.
And there's a fair few fighting sports where that respect just doesn't exist, but here it exists in abundance. Here we go.
Yes.
Semi-final, and it's the first time I think we've seen a men's heavyweights actually on our screen. Quite crazily.
Right.
They've been hitting each other
at the other end of the
other end. Yeah. They've been on court 7. Which is
I thought it was thunder outside. It might have just been heavyweights fighting each other.
Yeah, that was Cho hitting somebody. Felix just takes one on the leg, and
Kyungo for just arbitrarily bending down to fix his equipment, which puts himself at risk.
Yeah.
So there's a penalty for not waiting until the appropriate moment.
That's where it's great to have you on board, because I'd have looked at that and went, what did he just get the Kyungo for?
Yeah, I'm using my coach's eye,
yeah,
which is attuned to try to see everything going on at one time and kind of filter through it.
Yeah. Quite a heavy landing from Guilherme as well, from Felix there.
And I know he has an injury to the leg.
Yeah.
But your gut tells you that we're going to persevere and we're going to endure, because it is what we came to do.
Yeah. And this is a shame, isn't it? But Felix does. You can see now, he actually can't really put any weight on that left leg, and I think Cho's confidence has suddenly just shot up.
Right.
100% here in this particular bout. Scoring nice little three-peat attack.
And because you have respect for Felix, you have to continue to fight him.
Yeah.
You don't want to pity him and take it easy on him, because he could be playing possum.
Yes.
So,
does that happen in Taekwondo? Somebody pretend to be injured and then they do a Muhammad Ali, they pretend they're out on the ropes, and then suddenly...
It absolutely does.
Yeah. Here we go. So far, Cho he's not really bringing the pushing game here.
But
he's just
Cho plays an interesting game for a heavyweight. He can kick with power, and that should be a Kyungo to him for bending down to fix his equipment, even though he got kicked in the leg.
Yeah, and that's the end. That's the end of the first period. So,
but Muhammad Cho plays an interesting game because he does a lot of front leg stuff, and he does a lot of rotating of his foot to do what we call a twist kick, where they kick with an inverted kick. It's rare to see someone of that size to have that kind of dexterity in their legs, that kind of agility and flexibility in their hips. So these are not your prototypical heavyweights.
So the coach here is hardly saying a word to him, is he? He's sort of
because when you look in your athlete's eyes, you know when they're you know what you're dealing with.
Yeah, he's actually having a look at the Vitch's coach, and he's seeing what he's saying to Joe. This is a bit sneaky, isn't it? It's like being in an exam, looking over your mate's shoulder.
And it is looking at the other guy's playbook. We always believe that you can see our playbook, but knowing the play doesn't mean you can stop the play.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen that before, but there was no doubt.
It happens.
He was having a good look at what the British coach was saying to Joe.
There are a lot of shenanigans that happen in between the rounds.
Well, there you go. But there's no doubt that Felix is a little bit restricted here with the left foot. And of course for Cho, this is a semi-final, so just like we saw earlier, he doesn't want to go completely blasting out. Yeah.
Hey. So it always looks like they're dancing when he picks his leg up and does that.
Yeah.
And the little shuffle is kind of funny. And another Kyungo. That's what happens with getting through an entire tournament. The injuries cause you to do some things that you might not normally do.
Yeah.
Yes, interesting. He went for it. He went for the long axe kick over the top, and Felix went for the turn to the face. One went for 4 and one went for 3.
Yeah.
And that falling is just compounds the injury.
Yeah.
Because of your injury, you can't really protect yourself like you normally would.
Yeah. Well, we got
so you end up falling inadvertently. I think Felix is trying to say that he might have kicked the face.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing he can be saying, because they clearly didn't go out of bounds.
Yeah.
And if you request something other than that in your video review, the referee will immediately put your card in his pocket.
Okay, so you're just wasting your time.
Yes. And apparently that's what he did.
Oh, yeah. There you go. The card's in straight away.
You, as a coach, you're supposed to know what you can and cannot protest. So they're not going to tell you can't protest that. They just show you by putting the card in your pocket.
The coach is looking a little bit confused, I've got to admit. He's looking over at the table going, what are you doing?
Yes,
he's not read the rule book.
And the rules have changed since the last Grand Prix. Since the Grand Prix final.
Yeah.
And I think he's done.
Yeah, no, he's had it. He's taken his helmet off, and I think Guilherme Felix is going to say...
he will get points for his bronze medal, but there's no point in getting hurt beyond what's necessary.
Yeah. Well, he's had a tough quarterfinal, Felix, no doubt.
And out there with competitors at this level, if you're less than 100%, the danger is exacerbated to a degree that you really need to be prudent to say, it's better for me to step away now and be able to come back later.
Yeah.
Lakesh, can I get a finals list, please? Thank you.
Right, we're going to try and get a finals list here from our organisers at MA Reg Online, who are doing a sterling job running this tournament. And we'll be able to go through all the finalists for you, hopefully. That was a bit of a disappointing match, but that can happen in Taekwondo. Felix made a big effort to try and do something, but and his hobble is terrible now. He really is.
Well, and he didn't want to come out here like that.
No.
Because you don't want to walk out here like a wounded lion, like a wounded lamb.
Yeah.
In the ring with a lion. But now that you've done all you can hold your head up high and say, I did the best that I could do.
The thing is, he's going to be hurting really bad tonight as well, because he's hobbling like this with all the adrenaline inside him, and
wait
as soon as he
settles.
comes down, that's going to be the worst pain at all in the evening when it
wait
settles.
till you hop on an airplane 2 days from now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's going to be okay. That bronze medal might help a little.
Here we go. We've got running order in front of you. We don't have a graphic here, but we can go through. So we're going to go females first on court 1. Brigida Yarg of Spain up against Yuntao Wenren of Hong Kong. Yung Wen Huang of Chinese Taipei up against Laura Barrera Garcia of Colombia is number 2 final in the female minus 53. In the female minus 46, Charlotte Belk of Denmark up against Wang Ting Lin of Chinese Taipei. And then it's Mayu Hamada, that was the minus 46 kilos. And then in the minus 57, we've got Mayu Hamada of Japan up against Nikita Glasnovich of Sweden. So that's a really interesting list. Chinese Taipei have got two fighters there, but the rest all from different countries, and that's one of the things about Taekwondo.
That's what you want to see.
In the men's, we've got Yassine Trabelsi of Germany up against Latela Mohammed of Great Britain. Mohammed Cho of Great Britain up against Abdullah Isufu Alfaga of Niger, the man who knocked out Stephen Lamdin in the first round. Arman Yeremyan of Armenia in the male minus 80. Sorry, that's the heavyweights, the second one, and minus 87 was the first one. In the male minus 80, it's Arman Yeremyan, the man who beat Aaron Cook in the semi on that last second. It was almost a golden point, 5 seconds to go. He's up against Damon Sampson of Great Britain. And finally, TJ Curry turned around that match. He was down.
Yes.
He turned it around. And from the United States, the only USA fighter in the finals, TJ Curry up against another one.
Yes.
There you go. Thank you. Jason Ishida of the United States. I saw Ishida and I thought, oh, no, maybe that's not going to be an American.
Might
And
be
then,
a
of course,
Jap-
it had to be. Yeah, there
and he
you
lives
go.
in Hawaii.
Yeah.
So
great. So we're going to finish with an all-USA battle. What a great way to finish.
That's great.
So that's the list of matches, and we basically can have 4 women's matches on court 1, 4 men's matches on court 12. We will try and show the best we can from either, and it could be that I may actually do a bit of commentary on that match, and you concentrate on that match, and we can just both talk each other.
That's worked with me.
We've never done this before.
We'll have to, and we're figuring it out as we go.
Absolutely.
It might be a little bit of a jump to try to track both matches. We're going to give you the best that we can.
Yeah.
And if you wanted to see them all, you should have come down here.
Oh, absolutely.
And then you could be sitting here with us.
Yeah.
In the great state of Florida, in the great city of Orlando, watching this great sport that we love so much.
20 degrees outside today. Absolutely beautiful. Restaurants galore.
You have to say Celsius.
Celsius. Oh,
yeah, this is the United States, man. You say 20 degrees, and people have called the Red Cross. So yeah.
Okay, so here we go.
Oh, man, I'm excited.
Yeah, well, we're just having a little break. I think that Taylor and his opponent are both ready, so we could get going on those.
And I think they are about to start.
Yep.
I see athletes coming out to the ring.
Yep. Bottom right, you can see Latelo's here. He's fighting red. Trabelsi's ready. So do tweet us. Get on US Open TKD. Just give us a tweet. Tell us where you are. Tell us where you're watching this. I can see this. I've looked at some of the stats, and we roughly had 8,000 watching us at different times during the day yesterday. And I think there's a fair number watching us right now. But do get online and do tweet us and say where you're watching this from. Really good to hear from you.
And we hope that you are enjoying this as much as we're enjoying providing the commentary for you. I've always wanted to do. I got to do typed commentary in the Beijing Olympics. And that was a blast.
Yeah.
The only downside is we had to stay up to 3 in the morning to do it. But to do it, spoken commentary.
To do it on picture.
And to do it with you. You have been such a great partner.
No worries.
Adrian, you've been very kind to me.
Absolutely loving it. And just see me as a facilitator. You're the man who knows the sport. You just say it. And I'll fill in the gaps. I'll come along for the ride.
Got you. Well, we better buckle up because I think we're about to have 8 really exciting matches.
Yeah, well, we're just looking at Latela Mohammed just strolling around
just
here.
Just kind of marking his territory.
Yeah, just like we saw a little bit of psychology here,
Oh, it is. It's a big part of the game.
Yeah.
Because at this level, their skills are pretty comparable.
Yeah.
It's now about willpower and who knows how to execute gamesmanship to the highest level.
Yeah.
So when you walk out there and he's already circling the ring,
yeah,
it gives the appearance that you're intruding on his space.
Yeah, this is my ring. This is my final ring. This is where I'm going to take gold. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting indeed. And Trabelsi, who was out there, of course, they were both out ready to fight about half an hour ago. And they were...
And it's pretty, it's pretty chilly in here.
Yeah.
So when they sit down and get settled, they can get stiff pretty quickly.
Yeah. Oh, nice to see a picture here from
Artie Quack, whatever that is. But yeah, you don't say where you are. I want to know where you are, guys. Some definite Chinese. That could be Asia, couldn't it?
Oh, they had a strep throat, an ear infection, and tonsillitis.
Great stuff.
I'm glad they stayed home, though. Yes, I'm glad they're watching, but I'm glad they stayed home. If you had all that stuff going on.
Yeah. Don't come here. Don't pass it on to us.
But thank you for watching us online.
Yeah, and thank you for tweeting. You know, we want to be kept company.
So USA, Great Britain is out tweeting us, and we have way more internet junkies in this country.
Come on, USA.
I need you to find your friends and tell them to tweet with the hashtag
US Open TKD.
US Open TKD. Let's get it going.
Nice to see Johnny in West Yorkshire. I'm from South Yorkshire myself. Great show of athletes. Lovely. Thank you, Sport Achievers. Not sure where you are, but he's got your hashtag in there.
There we go.
I think you're going to have some new followers joining you.
That's great. That's great.
Santa Clara.
California. All right,
goodness.
West Coast.
Hello, USTA. Black Widow TKD. Love the name. Day working with the GB Juniors against Korea. That's quite a hard day, I'd imagine.
Cameron TKD is at home in England.
Yeah.
Watching.
Wonderful.
I love it.
Tell us where you are, everybody. We want to know. We always, Great Britain Taekwondo do have a great social media, and they really do.
They do. And I've gotten to meet the coaches and athletes at some of the world championships and events, and just the kind of support you have in your country is really what will propel this sport forward.
Yeah.
So USA Taekwondo is growing. We've had some changes, we've had some bumps in the road, but we're on the right track.
Absolutely.
We're on the right track, and we're going to keep partnering with great organizations like Great Britain and others to keep growing our sport.
Yeah. Watching Cole 73, watching in Durham, County Durham. Concert, I know it well. Mark Williams in Crosskeys, South Wales, watching us as well. Daniel Flesher, South Yorkshire, hey, good one.
Now, Lee Sansom is watching from the Scottish
Highlands. I bet
Lee
that's cold.
Sansom, is he some
Are you
David?
Are you Damon's brother or
now,
relative?
if you are a relative, you got to throw that in there.
Yeah, obviously, you must be watching. If you've got a relative
you better be
in
watching.
a final of a G2
if you're not
event,
here, you better be watching.
That would be bad form not to be. Watching from Chicago, David Lawler, nice to see you.
My hometown.
With his son Xander. Great job with the commentary. Thank you very much, David. We're trying our best.
Thank you, David. Stay warm, David. I know the snow is coming to Chicago.
Tyler
so
from
warm.
Toronto. I love Toronto. I cover the climbing from Toronto. So hi, Tyler. Hi, Martin Derber. Where are you? Go GB. Well, he's obviously in England or Great Britain. Watching from Corona, California. CA, California?
Yes.
State of California.
Yes.
California's a state, isn't it? So my knowledge of geography is not great at times. So hi, Tommy Duran, watching from California. And he even sent us a picture. So many people have got
taking pictures of their screens. I love it.
They have them on big, with Chromecast and everything now.
But
people put them on their
how did we live before technology enabled this? And now we can connect all the way across the ocean and feel like we're all sharing the same experience.
I know. And I did my first webcast in 2004 from Grand Central Station, New York.
Okay.
And we had 5 people watch. And I was thinking, okay, maybe this isn't going to take off as much as we. And now, literally, you got thousands.
Yes,
and it is the future.
So you've been successful.
It's been okay.
Yourself a success.
It's been okay. It's been hard work, but it's been good. Southern Maine Taekwondo, South Portland, up in the Maine area. That's stuck at home mom. Lovely name. Baza has a cookie from Wisconsin. Hello, Baza.
That's quite a hashtag.
Good name,
that's quite a screen name.
We got some interesting Ben Moon done that something of that. Straight comedy, keep it coming. Okay. We're not comedians.
I think we have some changes coming to the women's bracket.
Okay, there may be
to the women's finals.
We have a mistake in the result entry, apparently.
I think in the women's under 57, Maya Hamada from Japan was listed as the winner, but I think Cheyenne Lewis from the U.S. is the actual winner.
Okay.
And we're going to get an updated sheet.
Right, well, there's one more U.S. athlete then, Cheyenne Lewis.
It's okay to make mistakes as long as you make them right.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the good thing is that the athlete usually has something to say about
I'm sure that they are somewhere saying, I believe I was the victor.
Hi, Kerry Carver from Colorado. Yeah, managed to cover the GoPro mountain
Sport
games regularly.
Achievers.
Sport
I
Achievers
work with
in
Sport
Chicago.
Achievers.
Do
They
you
do
work with them?
sports psychology.
Wonderful.
And Jenny Kristerna is the president of Sport Achievers. She does great work with our athletes, helping them to get past themselves, so that they can give their all in the ring. So thank you, Jenny, for the great work that you do.
Keep the tweets coming, guys. It's keeping us going. You know, we're just waiting for the athletes to get started, but we're going to keep. Patty Phillips at Washington State, missing the Open for the first time in a decade. Or Patty, hopefully we're just giving you your fix for this year, and you've got to get over to Vegas. Is it next year where it will be? Somebody from the Netherlands, the first one from the Netherlands.
Okay.
Ron Plomp, who's watching from Lelystad.
From his iPad. All right.
Oh, beautiful.
Ron, welcome to the party. Where you been, Ron? We've been trying to have
Lee
this party.
Sampson is Damon's father and kickboxing coach. That is wonderful. And look at the picture. Let's have a look. There you go.
Nice. Oh,
Damon,
I love it.
dad and lad.
I love it. Dad and lad. I've got to work on my British accent.
And he's world president of the World Martial Combat Federation.
Okay.
So he knows his fighting. SamsonKickboxing.com.
So you don't want to mess with the Sampson family.
No.
Those fellas will do something to you.
Yeah, if you get one of them, there's a range of them waiting.
Right, there's more.
Andre Holland doesn't say where he is, but he's given us a nice picture.
This is how to watch Taekwondo.
Johnny's on his sofa in West Yorkshire. It is getting quite late now. It's 10 o'clock at night, and Coach Nelson should commentate full time. I don't know if that's a
Philip
compliment.
Yoon. Philip Yoon is one of our heavyweight superstars from California. He's a great guy. He is. And Philip, I thank you, and I will pay you $1 for that unsolicited testimonial.
Please don't forget. Go to the link on US Taekwondo. Donate now. Just chuck in $10 or $20. Just help out the US Taekwondo Association. They want to stream every court in future. They do want to do this in future, and that would be fantastic. We'd still have our commentary.
So in our women's under 49 kilogram, we had a withdrawal. Brigida
has withdrawn.
From Spain withdrew due to a broken hand, I believe it was.
Wow. Okay, so the first final is in the women's. Is actually is done. Brigida Yarg has maybe she was fighting at semi-final with a broken hand or something.
And again, like you said before, that adrenaline will have you do some things, and once that adrenaline abates, then the pain kind of kicks in. So we hope her hand heals. I mean, she's the number one Taekwondo athlete. We want her hand to heal quickly, so we're praying for quick recovery for you, Brigida.
Absolutely. Grand Prix events aren't until a little bit later in the year, so she has a bit of time.
Yes.
But there are other big events, of course. There are other big G2, G1 events coming up. I know there's one in Dubai, there's the Dutch Open. There are some others coming up. Just going back to Twitter, Roma Pada watching from Calgary, Canada. Jazz Bone watching from GB, pushing the GB boys on. Team Academy from Liverpool, Lisa Hankin, great to see you. CMH Craft 12 watching from Colorado. Looking for George Martinez as students.
All right. Shout out to George Martinez, is one of our coaches. Lives in Colorado. He's a great guy. He's a great family. His sons were coaches and athletes. So it's great to see a legacy. He and his wife are one of the nicest couples in Taekwondo. So great to see that their people in their Taekwondo family are tuning in.
Yeah. Maria Marquez, who I'm pretty sure is from Brazil. That name is a very Brazilian name. Very sad that Felix got injured, but sure he'll return, for sure.
And we're wishing him a speedy recovery as well.
Yeah.
We love the fact that they're willing to put themselves on the line, but we don't want anybody to be hurt.
Yeah.
We know there's some occupational hazards that come with a combat sport, but we also know that there are great medical staffs and they are attentive to the needs of their athletes, and we hope he's back on the mat ASAP.
Absolutely. So, Latelo Muhammad looks as if he's pretty ready. And I think on court one, it looks as if we're going to have the second women's final. Looks like it may take place. They're just putting in the names, which will be Yunwen Huang of Chinese Taipei and Laura Garcia Barrera. So here we go. Taylor Muhammad.
Finally, we get to this match.
We go, yeah. We managed to...
We started talking about this match 30 minutes ago.
That's true. Yeah,
it's going to be worth the wait.
We talked NFL. We had a little bit of a Twitter session. Thank you,
Yes.
everybody, for telling us where you are on Twitter. I see you're still posting things on here. Lovely picture of some snow. It's a bit late to get there. Just watch it. Just watch it online.
Oh, man, if you're... Yeah.
And Martin Stamper. Hello, Martin. I never did apologise for my snoring on that plane back from China, but hi, Martin. I hope you're well.
Martin Stamper is one of the great athletes. He's a Great Britain featherweight, right?
I can't remember his
under
weight,
68,
but he's...
I think he's under 68 or under 63.
Yeah.
But he's a great athlete.
Yeah.
Whichever weight he fights, he's a great athlete. So thank you, Martin, for tuning in.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And Andre Holland and Daniel Fleischer. What did we say about Las Vegas? I believe that the next year is in Las Vegas, but I don't think it's been officially announced yet, and it may not be 100% confirmed, which is why it's possibly not officially announced.
But wherever it is, we want you to get here.
Yeah, absolutely. And
you
it has
don't want to
been,
miss this.
Yeah, it has been Vegas, Florida, alternating for a few years, but there may be movements. You never know.
Yes,
Do not.
We want to
me.
share the wealth. We want the whole country to be able. But we know how much coaches and athletes love coming to Las Vegas, and it's an exciting place.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Well, I just want to play a bit of poker there, really. To be honest, yeah. I just think it's just an experience.
When I start to make enough money to gamble, I will gamble, and as of yet, I do not. So
Here we go. Latella Mohammed in red from Great Britain, and he started out.
Here we go, and we're going for it already.
Yeah.
I love it.
This is exactly how he's been fighting all day. He has just been accumulating points after points. You know, I think he's scored 60 points in total in his 4 matches. And
that's a pretty high output. I think I scored 60 points in 15 years.
Oh.
He's going for that back kick under the axe kick. It's a tricky move, but neither of these gentlemen are short on courage.
Yeah.
So they will go for the high risk.
And that's the second time he's tried that in this battle
in
already.
In this first minute.
Yeah.
One of the things that a lot of athletes will do is show you that they can turn and that they have a willingness to take that risk with the spin kick, so that it's always in the back of your mind that they will turn on you.
Yeah.
Frustration when you and Latalo is the first one on the board. I think he's on the board 1-0.
Yep, he's got a score. But I think this, you're watching these two fight. You know, this has got double figures for each athlete written all over it, hasn't it?
Definitely.
They are not. But there's not a lot of thought given to defense. This is, I'm going to score more points than you.
Yet, they managed to still play defense because of their athleticism.
Yeah.
It's not a defensive fight, but it is not a sloppy fight.
No.
Because if they fought sloppy, somebody would get knocked out.
Yeah.
We have 2 thoroughbreds in the ring.
This is it. Both very similar height, both very similar builds.
Yes. Inside a minute. Almost down to 30 seconds. Tries to go for the left leg roundhouse kick. Tries to go for the double, and he follows.
Oh.
He follows the double with a right leg roundhouse kick over the shoulder. And careful not to go out of bounds.
Trabelsi leads 4-1.
Very nice kick, a nice 5-1.
Yeah, this has started well for the German.
Yes.
And that's the end.
Great first round.
End of the first round. And what a start. Trabelsi of Germany leads 1-0. It looks like we're getting ready for a final. Let's have a quick look over there while those two are having a little look. This is the women's final, minus 53 kilogram category. And it's Yun Wen Huang from Chinese Taipei.
And Laura Garcia Barrera of Colombia.
So the first final we've missed out, unfortunately. That's a pretty bad luck there for Brigida Yarg. We've got 2 screamers here.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the women's finals will probably be significantly louder than the men's finals. But what the men make up for, what they lack in screaming, they make up for in thumping the electronic body protector.
Head kick there from Garcia Barrera. And the good thing about this is that sometimes a women's contest can be a little bit tactical and boring. This one, these two are both going for it. They're not holding back, are they?
We'll come back to that in a second.
These aren't those first and second gear girls or ladies.
Back to the men, and Travelsi scored again, 6-1. What a start! And Latelo's confidence, he's been free scoring all day, and
this
suddenly,
is the first time I've seen him down, I believe, all day.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think he's been behind ever. You're right, and he's just not able to score here against Travelsi.
I think you made a very good point. Their body types are very similar. They're both athletic. And styles make fights. We talked about that yesterday. That, you can run up against the wrong type of person and it just, confounds you for the course of the entire match. That's why you have to fight the match all the way through. 7-2.
Travelsi just scored again with just a standard body kick.
Talo has gained another point, so...
Yeah, there was a Kyungo earlier, so...
The gap is still 7-2.
Very big crowd now of watching this from all angles. Travelsi's going to collect another Kyungo there, taking his time getting up. And this is where, at this stage, when you're a coach now, this is where you might start looking to say, we're going to change the game plan here. This isn't working.
Yes, we have to be willing to adapt, and we have to be able to take the old plan and throw it out and make a new plan.
Yeah.
But in our training, we have to be able to develop enough contingency plans that we can make these kind of adaptations rather.
Yeah. Oh, that was a very close. Muhammad just walked into a high kick.
And that's the danger of fighting someone who's built like you.
Yeah.
Because they do the things to you that you do to others.
Yeah.
Because how many times have we seen Lutalo hit people with a move just like that?
Yeah. And in fact, he nearly did it there. That again, the left foot was hanging loose, so close to the head, but didn't reach it. And Travelsi is 8-3 ahead. Just keeps it.
And that's a leg block.
Point. Well, that's kept him in it. He's only 4 behind. Little things like that.
Yeah, the Kyungos matter.
Yeah. Travelsi's claiming he wants a card.
Oh.
And that was the end of the second period.
You know,
there you go.
You know what I think that was? I think Travelsi was celebrating to diffuse the spin hook kick.
Yeah.
So that they wouldn't believe that the kick actually was scored for him.
Yeah.
You want to celebrate what you did so that they don't build the momentum to celebrate what he did. And again, it's the psychology, it's the gamesmanship, it's all the different facets of the game have to be played.
Well, Garcia Barrera is looking good here from Colombia, 6-0 ahead after the first, and Huang is from Chinese Taipei. They can't believe in this day and age we still don't have country codes correct, but they seem to be calling themselves from Taiwan, which isn't actually a very good thing to be doing, I believe, politically. As far as the IOC are concerned, they're Chinese Taipei, but that's why Huang's got a German flag against it. It's just they're just using the wrong codes within the software here. Anyway, they're just having another break. The men are already out, and now, if you're Mohammed's coach, what at this stage do you say, look, we need to change things, or do you just go, look, I've got belief in your ability. You just carry on. You play your A game.
I think that you don't abandon hope, because he still is incredibly talented. But we have to be able to inject something new into what we've been doing, because what we've been doing, we're down 5-3, which is not insurmountable at all.
Yeah.
So you don't have to abandon the game plan, but be willing to make a quick adaptation to something.
Yeah.
What is one more thing that we can add to this mix to try to get a different flavor to this cake?
Yeah. Mohammed again on the counter, looking for that reverse head kick.
And so we're at 5 Kyungos. You're allowed to get 10. So if he has a propensity to get deductions, let's continue to give him opportunities to get deductions.
Yeah.
Now, that was close. That was close. Now, before the change in the rule, I guarantee you his coach would have requested a video card for that. Oh, and he's doing it anyway. So he's got to challenge whether or not that kick hit the face.
Yeah. Well, let's go on to the other court.
Where the tide has definitely turned, because it was 6-0, and now it is 12-8.
Well, these girls are just not.
And she's about to get another Kyungo for going out of bounds.
Oh my goodness. What an incredible bout this is. Well, whatever was said to Huang at the end of the first period, you need to find out what was said, because
that needs to be put in a bottle and sold at Walmart.
Absolutely. She has just come out on fire. The athlete in blue has just scored point after point, and
she scored 13 points in less than 2 minutes.
Yeah. That's very dramatic. Incredible. And the moment we joined them, they stopped scoring.
Right.
Can you believe? That's just a commentator's curse, that is, isn't it?
So maybe we should look the other way.
Yeah.
And watch the scoring increase. Oh, 17-8. This is about to be a point gap. There has a potential in this match. She got another Kyungo.
The red card is refused. We're going to have to leave this here, because this is still the end of the second. They've still got a lot more to go. We're going to get back over to court 12. Red card has been turned down now, so Taylor.
And I'll keep you abreast of what's going on. Colombia just got another Kyungo, so now the score is 18-8. That's pretty incredible.
1 minute 10 to go here on the men's.
That is pretty incredible that there was
the girls. Oh my goodness! Trabelsi goes over the top of Taylor's head, ends up on the floor. I don't think that happens very often. And Trabelsi's, he's like he's got springs in his feet. He's up and down, and he's collecting another Kyungo. He's got to be careful here. That's his 8th Kyungo, I think.
That's 80.
Showing 7 on the scoreboard.
He can only get 2 more.
Yeah, I think it's 7. They might not have put the 8th on. So
now he has 8.
There you go, 8. So he's only got 2
now
more.
He has 9.
Now he's out. So now that's 9, and this could be.
So again, like
here we go. Yeah.
The strategy isn't necessarily to score points.
Oh, look at this scoring from Trabelsi. Superb scoring, but if he goes out of court,
if he gets 1 more deduction,
yeah,
all that wonderful kicking won't even matter.
And do you think he's aware of that? This is such an unusual way to lose a bout.
The coach has to be telling him.
Oh, has he gone out of play?
Oh, he was close.
This could be it. What's the ref going to do? No, the ref's.
41 seconds.
This is incredible. I don't know if he's even aware.
Latalo Muhammad. And
my goodness.
There is the 10th Kyungo, rather.
Oh my goodness, the 10th Kyungo.
There is the 10th Kyungo.
And is he aware? Oh, he's not aware. He's just turned around to his coach.
And that is amazing.
And oh my goodness, I cannot believe what a way to finish.
That is amazing.
And the Tyler and Trabelsi kiss. Well, we're going to have to leave that because we've got the most incredible bout going on. We're going to talk about that in a second.
And Taipei is now up 11. 1 more Kyungo here, and Taipei is up 12, and she'll end the match.
Yeah.
We have 1 minute 25 left.
What an incredible. And this also, look at the scoring on this. 1 more point, as you say, for blue, and this is all over.
And there it is.
And that's it.
What in the world?
Oh my goodness.
I have seen enough to know that I have seen too much.
Nelson, I just absolutely love it. There we go.
So
that one is over.
We had 2 12-point gap matches happen in finals. Oh, that's incredible.
Well, that one was the Kyungos, of course, that stopped it there.
Right, but
can you believe that the coach didn't tell his athlete?
Well, but you can tell your athlete, you can say, don't get any more Kyungos. That doesn't prevent them from falling.
Yeah.
Words don't keep you on your feet. Balance keeps you on your feet.
Oh my goodness, I just cannot believe that.
But you know what happened? And you could see the energy shift.
Yeah.
The German athlete started to get tired. And fatigue makes cowards of all of us. So once you're fatigued, you're not willing to stand in there and exchange. He'd do some beautiful multiple double and triple kicks. And then after that, you got tapped and you fell over. Because your energy was gone. That's why we talked about them preserving something in the semifinals so that they wouldn't run out on E. Because you're out there on E, it's easy to get tipped over.
Yeah.
That was absolutely thrilling.
And it's so rare. you know, in all the years, I can only remember Aaron Cook winning a European title when his opponent, you know, there was literally 2 seconds to go and the referee gave a gang John for something that actually should have been a Kungo, and, you know, the official at the time, a lot of people felt that he let the pressure get to his head. He gave Cook the gold medal. But you just don't see that happen. You know, how often? It's probably, that incident has probably not happened in all the other bouts that have taken place
I
here
don't believe
today
that's happened today.
Yeah.
And I think I may have seen that once. I think I saw it at Junior World Championships. I watched a kid up by 10 give away 5 points and lose. He was still up 10-5.
Yeah.
But he lost with 10 Kyungos.
Yeah.
So
of course, in the early days, it was only used to be 6, didn't it?
It
And then
started
it was 8.
at 6, then it went to 8.
And now
so
it's
we've
10.
given you more leeway to get deductions, and clearly that hasn't been a deterrent because people will continue to swing for the fences.
Well, that's incredible, and I've got to say,
that makes for an interesting plane ride home.
Wow. Well, I've got a feeling that Mr. Trabelsi is probably having an interesting conversation with his coach now.
I'm sure.
To make sure
well, he
that
might
doesn't
not
happen
have
again.
it now because he's in front of everybody. But when we get back to the hotel, might be time for us to have an interesting chat.
Yeah. Well, here we go. We've just seen one British athlete take gold, and now Mohammed Cho. He's got an interesting one against a chap who, in his first match, put out the number 3-4 seed Stephen Lambdin of the United States with a absolute drop kick, where it was basically the base of the foot. Lambdin came in for a round kick, and it was the base of the foot. Actually took Lambdin's jaw out of the socket. Had to have it put back in behind the scenes, and Lambdin was just out for the count. He was all over the place, and there was no way.
And the young man from Niger, I believe, is about 6'9".
Yeah.
6'8", 6'9".
He's a tall lad, isn't he?
He's a tall drink of water.
Tall and thin.
Yeah.
Now this is the heavyweight category, so he doesn't need to be thin, but he's not carrying a lot of weight, and that means he's going to be pretty fast out there as well.
Well, he should be fast, but he doesn't have the body structure to absorb a lot of punishment. But he has the length to keep you at a distance where you can't give a lot of punishment. So it's interesting. Because, again, you're not dealing with a stereotypical heavyweight in Muhammad Cho.
Yeah.
But this is where Taekwondo has gone, to basketball players doing Taekwondo.
So here we go. Well, after that bit of drama.
Yeah, that was exciting.
Just hold on to your horses, because here we go again.
And so now at this level, we are feeling each other out.
Yeah.
Trying to get a feel for...
Yeah, we'll have a Kyungo each here. Oh no, he's just decided to give one to the man from Niger. And there's a head kick. That's his response.
Yep.
I'll take 3 points. When you're 6'9".
Yeah. So I would say don't give him any more Kyungos.
Yeah.
Because that makes him kick me in the face.
Well, maybe Cho. Maybe he's just learning a little bit about this kid. He's obviously a new guy. He looks young.
Yeah, he's new.
Yeah.
He's won. I think he won the Francophone, which is a competition in Africa with French-speaking countries.
Yeah.
But he's definitely new on the world scene.
Yeah.
And he got another face kick.
My goodness.
But
yeah. Well, Cho was the attacker.
Everybody who won for the first time somewhere.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to be a veteran to win here. You just have to score more points than your opponent.
Well, this is it, and it just sometimes can take the slightest flick.
Yep.
Of the foot onto the helmet, and that's what's happened.
And, these sensors are proximity and acceleration sensors. So when you kick the face, if your foot comes within a certain range, and it's a very close range, so you have to touch or be very close to touching, and or cause the headgear to move back quickly, like you knock the person back.
Yeah.
That's how you trigger a point with the electronic scoring protector.
Well, there's the end of first period, and
he's up 6-0.
Yeah, the man from Niger is actually just clenching his fist a little bit there. He's very happy with what he's done, and he's got a very short coach. It's quite a comical little partnership they've got there.
Mr. Tall and Mr. Short, by the looks of it.
That's Master Can from North Carolina.
Yeah, great stuff.
Yes, and we might have to get her a step ladder. Well, maybe if he sat down, they'd be the same height.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter how short she is. She's getting the point across.
No, she certainly is, and
Right.
you know, he's very thrilled here. Meanwhile, over at the British camp, you know, Cho's vastly experienced. He's
right,
you know,
and he's not
fought all
normally
the top
down
ones.
6-0.
And yeah, he's gone in against a new guy to feel him out, and he's had 2 flicks to his head, and he's 6-0 down. And
I want. In this instance, you have to remember when you were the new guy, you know, and you've got to be willing to fight for your space and your time, just like you did then. You fought to get into the top. Now you got to fight to stay at the top.
Cho's coming in with some pretty physical kicks there. They might
that-
not be scoring, but
But
they're
they are
hurting.
having a toll, exactly, because like we said, his body structure isn't one that can take a lot of pounding.
Alfaga here, just obviously very comfortable. He's certainly a counter-attacker, isn't he? You can see that you know, he's waiting for Cho to make the move, and he's looking to counter-attack once Cho has moved.
He's got a lead now, so he needs to attack a little to not lose his edge, but he doesn't need to press an attack because he knows inevitably time will not be on Muhammad Cho's side.
Yeah.
And that he's going to have to force an issue sooner or later. That's about the 5th one of those roundhouse kicks he's thrown.
Yeah.
They haven't scored, but they are hitting the body.
Yeah. Yeah, you just feel that, you know, Cho's a little bit unsure how he's going to get through here.
Yeah, it's daunting to try to get past that leg. Because like I said, he's got reach.
Oh yeah.
But Muhammad Cho's a heavyweight, and you know what? The heavyweights nowadays are. This is not an aberration.
Yeah.
You know, this is almost becoming the norm for them to be 6'7", 6'8".
Yeah, blocking there gives Cho his first point. And sometimes just a little, you know, just to get on the board.
Just to be on the board to break the ice.
Well, he's going to have to do it all in the third because that's the end of the second. Let's go straight over to court 1.
To the ladies and see what's happening over here.
And Belk of
we have Denmark
against Lin. Charlotte Belk of Denmark against Wan Ting Lin of Chinese Taipei.
All right, and we're still at 0-0.
And these are girls that we've not seen before. They've been fighting down at the far court, so unfortunately we've not seen any of their action. Just a little bit like Cho in a way. Men's heavyweights have been down on court 7. And there's the end of that one. So we don't get to see a lot, but that's 0-0. Yeah, they've still got a lot to do. So back to the men. And you know, if you're the coach for Cho, you know, you can see the body movements. What's he doing?
And I'm watching what the coach is telling him.
Yeah.
Because the player from Niger is responding to first motions, you have to be ready to do a 2 or 3 motion attack.
Yeah.
Whether that first motion is a kick or a step, there has to be something to collapse and close the space, and then look to score on the second and third kicks. Because you're not going to be able to stand outside and have a shootout with him.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to get inside that space. And that's another leg block. But see, and this works great for the athlete from Niger. If you're going to stand out there and we just flick our legs at each other, his legs are longer and he has a 5-point lead.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. We call that a trap spin hook kick. When you step in, that's your first motion. That's designed to engage him. And then you throw the spin hook kick to score. And that's another, either kicking the leg or leg blocking. It's one of the two.
Yeah. And that's the sort of thing that an official would be looking to give a Kim
Well,
go
and you
for
have,
if they spotted
you have
it,
a
yeah.
seasoned official who doesn't want to necessarily inject himself into the game. So I understand that, but there we go. Now one has scored. And so now you know that they will score. And that will score.
Yeah, the punch will score. In fact, 2 points there.
And the round
the punch and the kick.
Yes.
Suddenly.
So, I told you, referees want to be involved.
Yeah.
So at this weight, when you let your hands go and you straight, now he's covering, so that you got to kick a little deeper and get right past that V on the right side of that Hogu.
And the momentum change has happened now.
Right.
Isufu's looking a little bit fragile, isn't he?
He's got 20
not happy.
seconds, and I'm not as comfortable because now one lucky face kick.
6-5, 7-5.
5-7.
Oh my goodness. Oh, what an attempt from Cho on the head. That was so close. And we're literally seconds to go.
And he will get a 4-point deduction for that because he left the entire competition. He should get for leaving the entire competition
Should be
area.
again John here. Oh no, just a Kyungo. Crowder.
As I understood the rule, if you left not only the red but the entire boundary, it was supposed to be a 4-point deduction.
Yeah. Well, in that case, he might get a gang John for that.
Now.
But that's made it 7-6. There's literally, well, there's no seconds left on the clock here.
Now.
What's going to happen? But Osofa's taken it.
Had he gotten both of them the way he should have, the score should be 6-6.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. He's picked the coach up. Oh, and she's down.
And down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier.
Oh, my goodness. There we go. Yeah, show some respect.
So here's a life lesson, gents. If you pick a lady up, you got to be able to put a lady down.
Yeah. Well, congratulations.
Congratulations.
He's won a tremendous bout, and he's off. He's off into the crowd. Calm down.
To celebrate with his teammates, it's a great feeling, though.
Yeah. Oh, what a great victory. And, well, this youngster certainly announced himself on the scene.
Yes.
He knocked out Stephen Lambden with an absolute corker earlier on.
To get to the top, they're not going to let you in. You have to fight your way in.
Yeah. And now he's gone unbeaten. Muhammad Cho, one of the top athletes in the world.
Yes. One of the top 8 fighters in the world.
Yeah. Wow, there you go.
But on any given day, that's why we play the game. That's what makes the game beautiful.
Absolutely. Well, there's a new name. Commentators around the world are going to be learning how to say that name. Abdullah Isufu Alfaga. We'll just maybe call it Alfaga from now on.
Yep. Yeah.
What a great performance. Now we're looking over on court 5. Lin from Chinese Taipei beating Denmark's Charlotte Belk. And they're coming up for their last period. So we're going to stay with this now.
It's interesting because the Charlotte is a lot taller than Wang Tin.
Yeah, she's very petite, isn't she? The athlete from Chinese Taipei.
Right. But taller doesn't make you better. Taller makes you taller. You have to be taller and better.
Yeah. And she's got a lot of energy in that small body. And she's, you can see already how she's accumulated points.
She works.
It's good to see that. You know, sometimes some of the lightweights in the women's category can be a little bit boring sometimes and tactical, and neither the girls want to commit. Those girls have both come to fight. Damon Sampson and Arman Uremian is just getting ready over on court 12. We'll come to that as soon as this one's over. Again, we're having a curse, and as soon as we join it suddenly calms down a little bit. But we're into the last 50 seconds here, and this is the third. So the Danish athlete in blue has got to try and do something here to change this around. And at the moment, Lin is just defending away comfortably.
And now that's the challenge in being down in a final, is that the person that you're down to usually has enough defense to keep you away.
Yeah.
But we're under 20 seconds.
Interesting to see your comments on Twitter. I'm keeping an eye on them, guys. So, yeah, a few comments saying what you said, Sherman, that you know, they felt that the referee should have given the 2 Gan Johns there, and we'd have gone into golden point.
Absolutely. I really believe that was an error on the part of the official.
Well, that one's over. Lynn wins 5-0. We're going to go straight across to 12 because this other final has already started. Samson against Yeremian.
And Yeremian's already got a 1-point lead.
But that I don't think that'll concern Samson at all.
Oh, and
He
that should
scored.
have been a Kyungo for stepping out of bounds. But again, the coach has to watch so much. Oh, he should. I think he took either a knee to the rib, but he should be getting a count because it. Interesting.
Yeah.
How he's turned his Hogu. Try to protect his body.
Yeah, Yeremian's definitely coming in with a really high intensity start here on his opponent. Perhaps he feels that Samson's had a tough one against Lopez.
And maybe he depleted himself.
Yeah.
But I think he might have judged incorrectly.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that Samson's holding a little bit back in reserve here for later on. Well, we saw Yeremian. He's definitely, you know, the thing is, his semi-final finished a good 20 minutes before Samson started.
Yes.
So that, you know, he has had a longer rest.
He
and
was
that
able
does
to
help,
get a
doesn't
little
it?
more rest.
Yeah.
And at this stage, rest is critical.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no doubt that there was an advantage to the Armenian there. I think the officials do try and make sure that the semi-finals, if at all possible, are on at the same time, but it doesn't always happen.
Yeah, it can always happen because the matches don't always end at the same time. But, you know, you do the best that you can.
That's great defense from Samson. An attempted head kick. And that's the end of the first period. And Samson's not looking a happy man, I must admit. It's just so
Yeremian picked up another point.
Yeah,
but I think he
he's
took
in pain.
I think he took a rib shot.
Yeah,
I think he took a rib shot. And he has his Hogu very loose. So what a lot of athletes will do is tie their Hogu loosely, because the tighter you tie it, tighter you tie it to your body, the less pressure it takes on contact with the sensors.
Yeah.
So if you tie it loose, it swims a little bit, so you can maybe get a kick to make a glancing blow instead of a direct hit.
I understand.
Small tricks that people use to gain a tactical advantage, but ultimately it comes down to your Taekwondo skill.
Well, there was plenty of attack there from Samson.
Oh, there's plenty of skill in this ring.
Yep. This is Yeremian just still feeling the ribs a little bit. No doubt he got.
Yeah, he still feels tight in there. Now, if I'm Damien, I'm going to try to work his body, relying on my ability to go to the face, knowing that I can get a face kick.
Yeah.
Question is can Remian take another hard body kick or a good solid punch?
Yeah. This is good. This is really good to watch. Two top fighters. And of course, sometimes you can get a little bit of nulling each other out.
Sure. And we also, we have to remember the psychology that's being played. And we're still watching the match, but they're looking in each other's eyes, and they see things that we don't see.
Yeah. Oh, good response there from Samson. Neither scored. Samson's definitely headhunting here. The final women's final is started over on court 1. Cheyenne Lewis of the United States against Nikita Glasnovich of Sweden. Lewis leads 1-0 over there. We will go to that during this break. Yeremian just scores a very nonchalant point there. Samson nearly
Very
gets ahead.
nonchalant.
Seconds to go. No major moves yet. Samson comfortable where this is.
Samson seems a little. Samson seems a little subdued. And you know, there was a big psychological victory to get past Stephen Lopez in the semifinal. You have to wonder if he is on an emotional valley.
Yeah.
After, you know, avenging the loss in Kazakhstan and getting down to the last moment, you know, and then the wait time, because he doesn't seem to have the same spark that he's had all day.
Samson was calling for the card. The coach has brought the card out. Now, you know, I'm just wondering what, and this could be,
and it goes to the
This
pocket.
is it, it's being wasted because they've asked for a card.
They asked for something that they cannot ask
isn't
for.
allowed for. And Samson wasn't aware of that. So they've just
But
thrown
then
away.
the coach is supposed to be aware.
Yeah.
So just because my athlete asked me to play the card, I don't always play the card.
Yeah, he's completely wasted the card there. Well, that really isn't too clever, to be honest.
That's not advantageous.
No, you've just in a situation where you may well need that card later on for a head kick that doesn't get scored now. And yeah, it'd be interesting to see the conversation between these two. The ladies are on a period break at the moment as well. But oh, what a crazy, to throw away a card like that, it's got to be so frustrating.
And it is, and I've lost enough cards. I've won way more than I've lost, but I've lost some and said afterwards that I made a bad decision.
Yeah.
Milk was a bad choice.
Yeah. Because there's no doubt Damon Sampson was asking for the card because he felt that his opponent pushed him over.
Yes.
And so he shouldn't have received the Kyung-go for that. But of course that's not one of the reasons you
That's not protestable.
Yeah.
And because it's not protestable, we call that card donation.
Yeah.
You donated your opportunity for video review.
So here we are on court one. Lewis and Glasnovich 2-all in the second.
Cheyenne Lewis. Affectionately, I call her Longshanks because her legs go all the way up to the top of her head. I was there in Mexico and she won a junior world championship in 2010, and I was in Egypt when she got a silver medal in the junior world championship. So I've kind of watched her ascend, and she has so much upside. Oh, nice turn.
Oh my goodness, what a...
Still at 2-2.
Yeah, can't believe there was no point scored in that exchange. Blues still leading 3-1 over in the men's final.
We're at
They've just
2-2 and
started the
under a minute, and we're in the second period. Ah, yes, and Sweden got the face kick. And now...
And we're going to have a card. So while that card takes place, we're going to go straight over to court 12. We'll see what happens with the card later, because we're in the third here, so this is it. It's do or die now for Sampson. Did Sampson get the head kick? He did. 3 points to the British athlete. And that's how this sport can change.
And so now, what happens when you're no longer winning?
Yep.
You know?
Yeremian for the first time
has been winning this entire match.
Yeah.
So what is he willing to do?
Well, there's a good saying, isn't there? If you're going to take the lead, take it late in the match.
Right. Right.
And this is a great time now.
You want to be the last one leading.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that would be sage advice.
40 seconds to go. Samson leads 3-2. They're both on a Kyung-go, though. Oh, was that another head kick?
It was close.
And he hasn't got a card now.
Well, that wasn't a face kick, so he couldn't protest that.
Right.
Well, he shouldn't. He might try. Might have tried.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so.
Punch from Yeremian.
They shouldn't score a punch to the backside.
And
we're at 20 seconds.
Oh, they are working
I think
hard.
what Sampson was trying to do in that instant was do the same cut kick and elicit the same response and create a pattern and then flip the kick up to the face. Because I saw him do that earlier today.
Yeah.
He goes there and he'll do it again, knowing you're going to do that, and he'll do it again, and then he will do something.
5 seconds.
But now with 5 seconds, he's just going to keep you away.
Oh, he's done it. He's done it. Damon Sampson of Great Britain has taken the gold here. Oh, what a great performance. That one head kick was the big move of the match.
But the head kicks have saved him in the semifinals and finals.
Absolutely,
because that's been his kick in the last round.
Both late on.
Yep.
Sherman, your expert opinion is absolutely fantastic, but there it goes. It was the head kick late on, and well, there's going to be a very happy daddy back home.
Yes, congratulations.
Yeah.
2 great athletes who are out there slugging.
And as he walks past, I will give him a shout out and just tell him his dad was watching online. He'll be thrilled with that.
He should be happy to know that, and I'm sure his dad's very proud.
Yeah. Get us a message on Twitter quickly.
All of Great Britain should be proud.
What a great performance. Well done, Damon Sampson, gold medalist. So here we are. They're still actually on this video replay. Remember that video replay from 3.5 minutes ago?
We finished a whole round over here.
Yeah, and they're still talking about it. So the athletes are still looking at each other. I've got a feeling they're still discussing it. They're still discussing it. This is the last... no, and it's been rejected. So here we go. This is the final ladies' final. It's 5-all between Lewis and Glasnovich. Still one more men's match to come, and an all-USA affair. So that's a great way to finish, isn't it?
I love it.
Yeah.
I like the last match of the day to be the home team. Knowing both of these gentlemen since they were younger, it's great to see them grow up and become great adult fighters after watching them be great junior fighters. Oh, she went for the back kick. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. We're going to the golden point round, it looks like. All right, so in the golden point round.
Well, actually, that's the end of the second. So we've still got a whole period to go.
Oh,
yeah, that's the end of the second.
I love it.
Oh well, we've had a great time. The 2 American athletes look like they're getting ready over on court 12 any second. We've got TJ Curry from the World Taekwondo Center. That's a very grand name, isn't it? Where's that based?
California.
That's California.
Oh, they think big in California. Yeah.
That's the world, yeah. We've got the world one. And there's Jason Ishida from the
Oahu in
Taekwondo
the
Center.
Beautiful Hawaii.
In Hawaii. What a beautiful place.
Yes. It's a great place to train.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get his coach, Brian McCutcheon, to invite me out to Hawaii to train. But that hasn't happened yet. So maybe someone in Oahu is watching this via the internet and will tweet out, let's get Coach Nelson down to Hawaii. Because I'm sure my wife would not object to that. All right, golden point. Here we go.
Here we are, golden point.
All right, so you won the last one. Who's it going to be? I'm putting you on the spot again.
Oh, my goodness.
You got to make a choice.
Oh, I've got to go for the Swede.
Okay.
Because you've got to go for the American.
Okay, you know where my heart is. My heart is with Longshanks. I want the best woman to win, but I am a fierce patriot. So I want U.S. to be, and we're down 30 seconds into the match. They're still trying to feel it out.
Oh! Great attack from Sharon Lewis.
2 head kicks in overtime.
She wants to win big star.
That's big money.
The men's final has started. We will go to it as soon as this women's final completes.
She's turned. One of the things I like about Cheyenne is that she will turn with a back kick or a hook kick. She will turn. And that turn is risky.
Yeah.
But again, risk and reward are commiserate. And now we're under a minute. There's about 45 seconds. I think that might have been a non-fighting Kyungo for standing there just pushing, but
she was just having a rest.
At this level of activity, I might have let that go.
Yeah.
But we're at 30 seconds.
Well, she had just made a major effort earlier. She's having a breather, getting herself together.
Because I'm still a coach, not a referee, so
yeah.
I see the game through coach's eyes. Here we are at 25 seconds. You don't want it to go to a decision.
No, because the decision's a bit of a toss of the coin, isn't it?
Yes.
But I understand.
You might as well fought online.
I understand it's a little bit more technical now, and there is a victory. Lewis has.
She got the point. Blue.
No, but this is the third period, remember?
Third round. That's
period.
right, that's right.
It's not the golden point. And Cheyenne leads 6-5. And I think she's taken it. The clock has run down to 0.
There's a Kyungo.
Oh, a Kyungo. And that's going to give a point to Glasnovich, and it's going to be 6-all. Oh, my goodness.
But Blue just got a Kyungo. And where's that second Kyungo? It didn't go up on the board yet.
Well, it's not gone up on the board, but the athletes know. Well, confusion reigns. There's a card here. This card is going to be refused. So we're going to go straight back to...
He's got to protest that she did not go out of bounds.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing you can protest is boundary and face kicking.
Well, we're back to this match now. TJ Curry against Ishida. We're keeping an eye on what's happening on court 1 as well, because of course that's really interesting.
We can show them the action in court 12. I'll keep us abreast of what's going on over here in court 1. Interestingly enough, the Kyungo still has not gone up on the board.
Yeah, we're waiting for that. But
and if it's not given, then the match is over.
Yeah. The men have had the first period break here. Curry leads 4-1, but let's go back to this one, because the officials are having a... This is interesting. It always worries me when you start getting more than
whenever there's
officials.
a powwow.
Yeah, because you know that something has been out of the ordinary.
Nothing good comes out of powwows.
We had one early with Uremyun in an earlier round match against Laura.
Oh, yes.
I don't actually know what... They were talking for 30 minutes down
and
there.
that was a complete breakdown.
Yeah.
Because we had to involve the referee chairs.
Yeah.
And so there's been a breakdown if we have to involve all of that.
And I think you know that when the officials actually looking after the court sit back and the real heavyweights come in and some old Korean guy steps in who probably wrote the rules back in 1853 or whatever.
Right.
And you know that there is something serious going on. I actually believe that they restarted the match. I think it got to such a stage that they said, we're going to restart.
Just do a do-over.
Yeah. And I do want to go and ask down there what happened. I've just not been able to move from my chair since about 8 o'clock this morning.
Well, yeah, but we're grateful because you're providing the link and the commentary, and they got to hear from some great athletes. They got to hear from our head coach, Patrice Remarque.
Yeah.
And he's such a great guy.
Oh, Patrice was wonderful. Here we go.
But the Kyungo was never given anyway, so you can't wave it off.
Right, the card has been given back to the USA.
Right, which means that their protest was valid, but there was never a Kyungo given.
Right. Well, we've now got a red card. We're commentating on the other match, I'm afraid, guys. But
all right.
Because we're actually showing you the men's final while there's action going on.
And so now the coach for Sweden has requested that she did go out of bounds. But once a decision has been made on an action, you can't come back and request the opposite of that action.
Well, the Swedish coach is pointing at the screen.
Yes,
saying,
he's gone
this
to
is
the
what
monitor.
Happened.
And
he's
now
not
he's
having
talking.
It. Yeah, okay, let's get back to some fighting. We'll let that end. Sharon Lewis has won 6-5, and we're going to let these guys talk into the night. But let's get back to Curry and Ishida here.
All right.
Because this is an all-American battle, and we're into the second. Curry's
at 5-1.
Curry's a big bright hope for US Taekwondo.
Yeah, both of these gentlemen, Ishida has done very well internationally in the last year, so he's definitely on the rise. But they both are bright examples of what our 2012 can look like. So we're glad to see. 6-2. I think his coach, Ishida's coach, wanted to play his card.
Yeah.
But remembered how valuable that card can be late in the match, and doesn't want to participate in card donation.
Yeah, well, Curry was down like 14-12 in his quarterfinal match, and we actually thought he'd lost.
Yes.
And, he must have had some incredible comeback in the last 20 seconds of the third, because we were deep into the third when he was behind. And, here he is, and he's 6-2 ahead.
But he's got a lot. But he's got a lot of fight in him.
Yeah. Well, he's got spring. Look at him. The other guy's still a little bit flat-footed in red, and Curry's, he's bouncing. He wants to win here. Oh!
What a kick from Curry. He gets 3 points.
Both of them scored a face kick.
Yeah. Ishida scored first, and then Curry came in.
Curry came right back.
Oh.
Like I said, he's got a lot of fight in him.
Yeah. This is great. This is absolutely great.
You've got to be careful with that ducking.
Yeah.
Especially with people's ability to hold their leg in place. So you duck under a kick and the leg is still there when you come up. Then he's playing whack-a-mole. You stick your head up and you get whacked.
Well, that's the end of the second. One more period to go here.
One more.
So Curry 9-5 up over Ishida. There's Ishida and his coach. I do like the fact that a lot of coaches are wearing jackets and suits
they have
now
to.
more. Yeah, it's sort of
it's a WTF regulation.
Yeah.
And they're requiring for the semis and finals, so they required that all the coaches, male or female, put a jacket on.
I'm sure that's a tracksuit bottom on the bottom half.
Yes, because he didn't have a suit on the entire day.
Yeah.
And
these
TJ
guys are busy.
Curry's coach is a fashion
guru.
He's a fashion guru. I'll go with guru. But his
Fashion
coach
mistake.
Brian Singer is definitely not afraid to take some fashion risks.
I like this. The orange tie and the orange handkerchief.
He's a good guy. He's a good guy with bright colors.
Yeah, very nice. I think the Dutch would like that.
Oh, definitely.
All the orange. So here we go.
Definitely.
This is the final. I can't believe how quickly it's gone. What a blast this has been. And here we are, the final period of action. And we're going to get a USA gold to finish. What a way to finish. USA woman got a gold. And now here's a USA man getting a gold. But which one?
To get 2 golds today is a good day.
Absolutely. With the standard of competition here.
Because again, like I said the other day, this is a...
Oh! There's a head kick.
There it is.
Curry, beautiful. Not sure why he's getting a... Oh! So what would that be for? And they can't challenge this, can they?
He cannot challenge it.
Well, here we go. The card's up.
He must say that he committed an infraction to gain the face point. So whether you push or hold, they can waive off your face point if you commit an infraction to get that point.
Yeah. Well, here we go. The coach is having a nice exclamation with the referee, but the referee's going to... Here we go. We might have one of these little situations. He's going to do this little wander down. Here we go. Let's follow this. He's going to give him a card. That card might be going straight back the other way in about 2 seconds' time once he's explained this.
Right, and you watch him explain it to the head of court, and they determine whether it goes to the video camera or to the pocket.
Yeah, this is the process where they're deciding whether this is a legal challenge. To be honest, we've seen more illegal challenges than legal challenges in the last few bouts.
Again, because the rules change so quickly that a lot of coaches are not abreast of what the rule is.
Yeah.
And so we went over it last night in a technical meeting, and more than half the coaches today weren't even at that meeting. So it's important, as coaches, we have to be students of the game.
Yeah.
We have to stay engaged, and we have to make sure that we are abreast of whatever the changes are so we can translate that to our athletes.
Yeah.
Because they have to depend on us to know that stuff while they're out there doing the hard work.
Well, they've not even looked at the screen yet. They're still discussing whether this is a valid challenge.
And it is very important that your
and it isn't.
That your language be appropriate. You have to ask the right question.
So card goes back in. Oh no, they've accepted it. Right, there we go. So what do I know? So let's see. This is what's appearing on the screen. So they're going to have to rewind a little bit. Here we go. This is that's it. Zoom in there. Now, what do you think we're looking for here?
So there's
the kick.
The referee might have said that he committed a Kengo infraction with the blocking with the shin. Subsequently, he scored a face kick.
Yeah.
If he is saying that, then he's saying that at the shin block he should have stopped the action.
Yeah.
And that would have negated the face kick. Yeah. Now I'm supposing that that's what he's saying by judging the vehemence with which he negated the face kick. I don't know what Coach Singer is protesting. He might be protesting that they're two separate actions, but I don't think that they would be. I think that...
So there's the block. That's the block, and then
he could be saying that that wasn't a block, but that in fact Ishida kicked his leg, which would be a Kyungo on Ishida and would bring back the face point.
And he gets the card back. So, wow.
That's the only recourse it could have been, which should reinstate the 3 points.
Yeah. But that wasn't a face kick issue, and that wasn't a going out of bounds issue, was it?
Well, but if you commit an infraction at the point of right now, if he was requesting that it was an attack to the leg, he shouldn't have been able to protest that. It's curious. I would love to find out after the fact.
Let's go and have a chat. Yeah.
What that was.
And so that's there's 1:41 left in this third period. I'm not sure what's going on now.
Well, he's white. He's got a lot of moisture on the chest guard, and so we want to make sure that the playing field is leveled.
Yeah. So there we go. So a little bit of confusion here, I've got to admit. We will try and find out a little bit later on, and I will bring it up tomorrow in my little chit chats. We have plenty of time to fill during the day. There's a couple of issues I want to talk about. Oh, what a response!
And that's 4 points
from Ishida. Yes.
So the score should be 13-10 now.
Yep. The officials are all up. They're all agreeing. Add another point on for the spin. Wow. These two can fight, can't they?
Like I said, there's a lot of fight in both of them.
Yeah. They've all got the moves. And here we go. 1:28 left. There's still plenty of time. There's no panics either way. Oh, Ishida has suddenly woken up. There's another attempted head kick. But it's Curry who gets the kick on the head. Wow. 16-11. This could end up 25 points each the way these two are going.
We still have a minute left.
Yeah. There's plenty of time left. Oh,
and there's a lot of leg blocking.
Yeah.
And these two know each other.
Of course, both USA athletes. They're
right,
trained together
in this division, and they fought each other before. 16-11.
Yeah, these two will have trained, fought in competition.
Now, is the time okay? We're under 1 minute.
Still plenty of time. 5 points the difference. 50 seconds to go. Oh, he's headhunting again.
Yes. But he's down 5, so he's got to get a head kick in this.
Yep.
He doesn't have the time to score 5 body points. But he can get 3 points with a spinning kick to the body.
Yep.
So but he's going to have to turn. And stepping in to punch always brings your head close enough for Curry to get his leg up to kick you in the face.
Yeah. They've already scored a lot of points against each other. Into the last 30 seconds. TJ Curry leads by 5. And from his point of view, this last minute has gone perfectly. He's just blocking him away. He's just holding him up, eating up the clock. And he's done it well. Yeah, he'll get a Kyungo.
Low kick.
16-12. 10 seconds to go. The clock's running.
Now that shouldn't be a Kyungo because he fell down after you said he's going to call it something else. I got you.
That got him away with it. But, a great attempt from Ishida right at the end for a spinning kick, which would have got him 4 points. He goes down and collects a Kyungo, but it doesn't matter. TJ Curry, absolutely superb performance. Yeah, great Taekwondo. And the crowd here who know their Taekwondo.
And they know these guys.
Applauding that, yeah. It was a hard one, but, the crowd can't really get behind one or the other. They're both Americans, so
right.
You just want to see a good, you just got a good American gold and silver now. Well, they are going to bring out the podium here, and
I believe they're going to do the awards ceremony in the ring.
Yes, I hope so. It looks like they're getting things ready out there. Sherman, you're not doing anything tomorrow about the same time, do you think?
I hope to be here tomorrow.
That would be great.
I don't think I'm leaving early.
Good, wonderful.
So I'd be happy to sit here and
please do
spend some time with you, talk about this sport that we love, and share this experience with people who couldn't be here physically.
Yeah. Well, Sherman Nelson, lovely to have you on board.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yep. You can head off into the night, and it's been wonderful having your commentary.
Yes.
And we'll see you again tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Good evening. So we're just going to stay and try and present the finals. There's a lot of people rushing out the building, as you can see there. It is. It's been a long day. We've been going 10 hours just about. We started at just before 8 o'clock, and they are putting together the medals board. The medals board, the podium. What sort of English did I learn? And so we will take this opportunity to show this as well. Well, what a great day we've had today. What a great day. I do understand that we had a little bit of a wobble on YouTube today. You can't trust YouTube giving you a solid stream, but hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Just having a little read of a few of the tweets out there. Obviously, there's a lot of people from Great Britain putting tweets up there. Hi, Amy Sampson, Lee Sampson, Damon's dad. And yeah, lovely. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Lee. Glad you enjoyed it. I hope we called everything fairly reasonably. I think Nelson Sherman was fantastic to have in the commentary box, and you're talking about. I presume you mean the chap who beat Muhammad Cho, Lee, when you said you followed him from Somalia. So. Lots of congratulations to gold medalists. But really, really lovely to be with you this evening on a Friday night, 11 o'clock back in the UK, and what is it? Of course, just after midnight in Europe. We really hope that you've had a great day with us. We've seen a few big ones. We've seen certainly some great results, and now it's podium time. So. I'm going to wish you a good evening. I'm going to leave the stream on. You can take the audio. Hopefully, we're going to see these medals from a decent position. But we'll be back shortly. We'll leave the stream running and let's try and take these medals and give you a decent shot from home.